Well, welcome everyone. Let's go. We will start the second day of Histories of AI and hashtag Histories of AI, Imaginaries and Materialities. We will thank you very much, Johnny Payne from University of Cambridge. This is a seminar co-organized by DigiLabor Research Lab and University of Cambridge in the project Histories of Artificial Intelligence, a genealogy of power. Today, we will discuss automation and economics, gender, work, and music with a closing keynote with Sarita Unruh from University of Washington. I hope you enjoy and like, and please send your questions through Q&A, and let's chat through chat too. And now, in the first panel of the day, we will discuss automation and economics, and I will welcome Esther Majerovic, the moderator. She's an associate professor in economics at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte. Hello and welcome, Esther. Welcome to Histories of AI.
Hello, Rafael. Thank you for the invitation. And today we'll start our panel, AI, Automation and Economics. I'm Eder Mson, Associate Professor in Economics at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte and coordinator of the Research Group on Political Economy of Development. This panel today is a part of Histories of AI, Imaginaries and Materialities, hosted by DigiLabor Research Lab and the University of Cambridge. In this panel, therefore, we'll talk about AI, automation, and economics. The digital economy and the broader process of digitalization have already prompted substantial and intense debates on the major coordinates of our understanding of the economy. AI unfolds from this larger process. That means the maturation of and the scale reached by the process of digitalization. In this context, questions multiply, especially regarding the subjects of, although not restrained to them, automation and the future of work, the implications of AI for economic growth and for rising inequalities, the reshaping of national economies and its impacts on uneven development, the rise and decline of the great economic powers that might be associated with technological restructuring, and even the nature of the mode of production, with some voices postulating that we now live in or are heading to something other than capitalism. Hence, questions regarding AI, automation, and economics are abundant, which give a lot of entry points for our speakers to approach the subject of this panel. Our speakers today are Matthew Cole, postdoctoral research fellow at the Oxford University in the Oxford Internet Institute, working on the Fair Work project. Recent research has involved themes such as the social shaping of the platform economy, trade union responses to digitalization, the politics of inequality, and policy development aimed at creating a more just society. He is also an affiliate member of the Autonomy Institute, an independent progressive think tank focused on work and its futures. Co-author of the article, The Political Economy of Datafication and Work, a New Digital Taylorism. And we also have here with us today Eder Mson, who is Associate Professor in Sociology at the Federal University of Ceará, coordinator of the Center for Studies in Economics, Technology and Society, NETS. Previously, he has a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Brasilia. He has authored the book, Digitalized Finance, Financial Capitalism and Informational Revolution, and a forthcoming book on Bitcoin in English, but which is already available in Portuguese. We'll start with Matthew Cole and then Eder Mson. You each have 15 minutes, and Matthew, you now have the floor.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that great introduction. In trying to think about what I wanted to focus on for this talk, actually it was a bit hard because my research interests are rather broad. But given that the panel's on AI, automation, and economics, I thought I would try to focus on some of the key themes in that realm. So I have some slides, so hopefully I can share that without too much trouble. Had a lot of practice this past year, as we all have, I'm sure. Here we go. So, right, so sort of taking a political economy perspective means, for me, there's a historical component, and there's, trying to focus specifically on the antagonism between capital and labor. So that's basically what I'm going to do in this talk. Okay, so many people who study this will be familiar with some of the recent debate stemming from 2016 or basically the 20-teens. It was a decade of intense automation anxiety and evangelism. Really, you had a sort of techno-utopians and the techno-dystopians, and there was a lot of hysteria around it. For those who aren't as familiar, there's a sort of debate around the periodization of technological change. You had the sort of second machine age, pushed by Brynjolfsson and McAfee. They're in the sort of more German and European industrial context. You had the idea of the fourth industrial revolution, or industry 4.0. And then you had the Frey and Osborne article, the famous 2013, where 47% of American jobs were at risk of automation. These were the sort of mainstream perspectives, and they were all trying to capture the sort of techno-economic zeitgeist, if you will. A less well-known perspective was by Carolina Perez, and she takes this sort of long wave approach, Kondratiev wave approach, that's a sort of more historical political economy. And her book, actually, Technological Revolutions in Financial Capital, was published before the financial crisis. But she's also sort of trying to capture this sort of periodization. So what I thought I'd do in the talk is give a bit of more of an empirical context and evidence for this phenomenon that people are trying to sort of pin down. Much of this literature was published before we saw some of the real effects of AI and datafication, and a lot of the predictions are actually sort of kind of redundant now because you've had this pandemic catalyst, which we can also sort of look at. So I'm going to sort of go through some of the evidence for why I think we are in a paradigm shift, and why we need to think of it in terms of a techno-economic paradigm shift. Less the sort of second machine age, fourth industrial revolution kind of AI utopia or dystopia, and more just the sort of concrete political economy of what's happening. So I might speed through this a little bit. We can't really understand the current technological and economic context without the sort of long shift after the sort of post-war consensus of the sort of glorious decades, where you had this sort of compromise between capital and labor, and you had, periods of high redistribution in Anglophone context, but also in Europe and other parts of the world. You sort of had this slow and then increasingly fast neoliberalization, which kind of coincided with the rise of lots of digital infrastructure, free trade zones, technologically mediated, ICT mediated commodity chains, and so on. And you had the dot-com bubble burst, and then the global financial crisis, and that sort of brought us up to where the literature sort of that I just referenced in the last slide, started to try to capture this phenomenon. To really sort of trace that, we want to look at like where in how does capital investment and technology relate? So I'm going to look at investment in AI and other sort of ICT related technologies, and then also what that means in terms of our sort of new datafied existence. The sort of the discourse around the technology trap or the second machine age, fourth industrial revolution, and so on, they're all coming out around this period. So people, economists around the world, particularly in the Anglophone context, are sort of they see a sort of uptick, and then as it sort of like continues, they try to distill this phenomenon. But there's a lot of skeptics, and one of the things that I'm trying to do is not play into this sort of techno skeptic or techno hysteric discourse, but try to just sort of view it in a more like objective way. And when you see some of the OEC data on the uptick in ICT expenditure, it's, there is something going on. There is some sort of shift, right? And then when you look at developments in artificial intelligence, you also see, like along this line, sort of nothing for a while. We were in the AI winter, which many of you are probably familiar with that term. And then things start to pick up a pace, as internet and data infrastructure becomes more installed. The iPhone, 2007, and then things just start really picking up right before some of these books are published. What that phenomenon has been called in different literatures is, and particularly in relation to ICT and AI patents, is a sort of open-ended burst. And what Carolina Perez does in some of her work is look at like where are the clusters of technological development. This idea of these clusters draws on Joseph Schumpeter's work of creative destruction, and they're trying to sort of capture these moments where a number of different factors, whether it be business cycles, infrastructure, organizational logic, and technological, like concrete sort of technological invention and investment, all kind of converge. And I think there is an empirical argument to be made that it did happen and is currently happening. It did happen in the 2010s and is continuing now with this sort of catalyst of the pandemic. And you can sort of see here all these different sort of related technologies, which are basically enabled primarily by algorithms or AI, in its various forms. And, the fuel for AI, which is connectivity and mobile datafication and like absolute, these staggering amounts of data captured. Another thing that plays into this, that sort of contributes to this moment, is the rise in intangible assets. So tangible assets, obviously they're things you can touch, they're concrete things, they're sort of fixed, they're concrete capital that was available, in most of the 20th century. But then as the digital age starts to become, and the internet starts to become woven into everyday life and basically inseparable from all kinds of production and social processes, you obviously see research and development, databases, intellectual property, marketing research, all of these different assets start to form a higher share of investment and the sort of balance sheets of corporations, right? So this is from Haskell and Westlake's book, Capitalism Without Capital. And you see there's also a sort of shift here, sort of coinciding a bit with both the financial crisis, but also the sort of area of technological burst that I was pointing to in the previous slides. So how is this happening, and what are the implications sort of on a more concrete, well, maybe more on the scale of sort of expropriation or profit making or property? Like, how is it, in other words, how is this changing capital? So you had the great diagram yesterday, which I'm taking from here, Anatomy of AI, where one of my research strands is trying to understand not only like how different technological and economic processes are sort of coming together in this moment, but also like, what is that doing to change capitalism itself and our sort of even our social relations, right? So, I mean, this is not news probably to most of you that data is now considered capital. It's an asset, and it's a produced asset that involves raw material, which is a sort of, captured behavior or observation of nature, or like Internet of Things, a sort of passive captured data that then is processed by workers and by algorithms, which are produced by workers, which are means of production, right? Into data banks, into like other means of productions, into ways, and into virtual machinery that automates labor, right? But this isn't really done in a straightforward way, and this is one area of research that I've not pursued enough yet. But I'm investigating sort of how the sort of value of networks, or Metcalfe's law, can interact with valuations of data. And I mean, this is a sort of future research project, but the exploitation and expropriation of both workers and consumers is part and parcel of this like generalized shift that I'm trying to work through. So what I call this is, I say datafication is assetization in motion, right? So it's always sort of changing and moving. It can form part of our infrastructures, but also without sort of constant updating, it can become, there's a sort of technological obsolescence. And there's also, without constant updating, machine learning AI loses its value, it becomes obsolete very quickly, right? So you have data pipelines, and you have these other sort of processes in place. But what the point of it is that it's sort of changing the way that fixed capital or goods behave, because they're not only tangible assets or consumer products or means of production, they're also these sort of mediums for the construction of this sort of meta data asset, right? That platforms use to leverage future valuations, use to get more sort of investment, and also, in the longer view, are going to be probably selling to local governments, have already sold to governments, and can be used in this sort of super state level. Like, I mean, examples like Google and Apple already, when they were working with European governments on the Test and Trace app, deciding, France didn't want them to take user data, and they were, in conflict with them, and sort of legislating like a state. They see themselves as above it. So this is a sort of another element of the sort of changing of capital and labor that I'm looking at. This also obviously has implications for global, at a global level, and in so many words, it reproduces underdevelopment, because if you look at where tech companies are located and the sort of platform behemoths live, and where they're where there's core data centers are versus where the sort of edge nodes of presence and where the sort of backbone of the internet goes, you can very easily see how the kinds of extractivist processes of raw, like tangible raw materials, like rare earths, before that coal, before, you know, all the kind of like, you know, cobalt, all these sort of things that Europe has traditionally, through previously in colonialism and imperialism, is now sort of reproducing in a sort of uneven development and continued underdevelopment, but just with a sort of data. So, right, the way this works is country X exports raw data to US platforms. They create value-added data products. They're then exported back to country X. And because the value add is high, so the prices, because of the monopoly character of competition in the tech economy, domestic competition, well, domestic companies can't really compete. And so there isn't really competition. You get sort of either a stratified market or just the sort of domination, continued domination of these sort of Western companies, right? So I'm sorry I'm flying through this a bit because it's taking longer than I was planning. But let me know when I have 5 minutes left, if that's possible. So this kind of speaks to the question that I asked yesterday and some of the discussion around infrastructure, about as platforms install themselves in like states, but also really more at the sort of like meta state level, sort of, it's more sort of regional, right? And so the way I'm working on a project called the Fair Work Project, and we study global platforms, and none of them are really nationally bounded. They tend to be sort of more regionally focused on a number of different, like, that don't sort of obey traditional sort of cultural or other sorts of definitions, or are like very concentrated in certain markets where there's huge populations. Obviously, like China has its own indigenous, you know, platform economy, and, you know, they're the sort of polar competitor to the US. But India as well has, you know, over 1 billion people, and is like on its way as well to becoming competitive in the platform economy as well. But obviously the US is leading, and you have the sort of insulation of these platforms to such a degree that the opportunity cost of not using them is too great for people and companies to avoid, so they become infrastructure. So that's a lot on the sort of capital front. How is this affecting workers? This is another highly debated area of research, but I'm going to sort of summarize some of the key dynamics in the time we have left, which is how long? Or am I over time? How much time do I left?
Just a second, because Rafael is gonna tell me here. Just a moment.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me know.
I will let you know when it's 5 minutes. You have 5 final minutes. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
So, yeah. Sorry, I forgot to put my timer on, so I'm sort of guessing here. But so another sort of historical context, because history is important, right? The effects of this technology on workers can't be understood or looked at in isolation from the geopolitical and sort of ideological shifts that have gone on since the 1970s, right? So I gave a little bit of context in the first slide for the sort of capital context. This relates to that, but is focused more on worker power, and largely based around labor share of income. So the labor share of income in most countries from 1975 to 2012 has decreased, or at least most like developed countries. And the shift, I think, and also this paper, surprisingly, by Lawrence Summers, and I think his PhD student, basically argues the same thing, and that it's been the lowered labor share of income and the polarization of the labor market, which some people explain purely on a technological basis, is actually more explainable by the fall in worker power. And worker power just means basically the ability of workers to organize and strike, and the threat of that. So even if they don't strike, the threat that they might is enough to sort of bargain with capital to maintain a labor share and have more sort of equitable distribution and more control over their work, right? And more control means a more managed introduction and use of technology. So there's 5 factors. Stansbury and Summers leave it to 4 because they don't actually consider the rise of ICT and digital deepening across the globe. But obviously, financial deregulation and globalization, increased competition due to the availability of cheap labor abroad enabled by new technology, but they don't specifically look at the rise of like computers and industrial robots domestically. Changes within firm structure, the sort of shareholder-driven model, cascading subcontracting, which the platform economy is the sort of apex of, and the erosion of workers' rights more generally, at-will work laws, and the minimum wage going through the floor. So in that context, you also have the sort of general economics of automation and labor that Acemoglu and Restrepo's various papers have looked at. And they're quite mainstream economists, but you can find bits of this work, these dynamics in Marx's Capital, in the discussion of how machinery revolutionizes the contract between capital and labor, right? It's a sort of mediator. Basically, where the sort of the robots are going to take our jobs, that comes from the displacement effect, where machines substitute for labor. It's the sort of recurring theme. In the 70s, there was a similar fear that machines will drive us out of work. Catalyzed by the sort of early computerization. This happened again, like in the second industrial revolution and the first industrial revolution, all the way back to the Luddites, right? However, the other effect of that is productivity effect, which tends to be delayed up to 25, 30 years. So the debate right now is, will we be experiencing intense productivity growth as a result of this mass digitalization, or why aren't we seeing that? My argument is that because the gains aren't redistributed, they're just concentrated in the top 0.01%. Then you have the reinstatement effect, which is that actually, rather than robots taking your job, they just create new jobs, because we don't have a society organized around social need. We have one organized around the imperatives of capital, and capital wants people to work and find ways of paying other people to do work. So in that context, pre-pandemic industrial automation, you saw a massive surge between 2009 and 2014. Problem with this data is that robots doesn't cover the main other forms of digital automation through AI, but you can still see that there's a huge increase. Other data shows that in areas where there was significant digitalization and introduction of new ICT software, there was a significant upskilling, and that of the workers that perceived changes in their work tasks, that a lot of workers actually perceived more autonomy. They did less of this sort of routine, boring work. So this kind of points to some of the arguments that are made by Autor and some of the Esmoglo and Frey and Osborne about skill bias, that the current technological change and historical technological change tends to be skill biased. So you have robots and digital AIs and other sort of technologies mostly replacing like lower skilled or routine biased, simple repetitive tasks. And you know, you see like the only the areas in which that isn't the case are sort of highly cognitive labor of professionals, very sort of technical assembling, sort of processing and other kinds of handling and elementary applications where it's actually cheaper to just pay someone below a living wage to do it. And this sort of goes to show like most of the gain in when you introduce robots tends to be in higher skill and, you know, higher paid jobs. So it's kind of hard to separate out the effects of technology and the effects that the sort of past few decades of the assault on worker power and lowered labor share of income have had. Post-pandemic digitalization, you're basically going to, you have, in the pandemic, you've seen a massive increase in digitally mediated work, consumption in every way. Odds are that won't, we won't sort of ever revert back to pre-pandemic, and we've sort of had this sort of digital catalyst, and this is here to stay, which means that labor demand is going to shift and continue to sort of be pushed in the direction that it was previously going, but with even less availability for sort of more traditional middle income and or sort of lower skilled work like office support, customer sales, food services, and so on. You're going to see a huge increase in the demand for more technical workers, but also like workers that have less human contact. So thanks. That's all from me.
Thank you, Matthew, for your great presentation. And now I'll pass to Eder Mson Paraná, who can feel free also to use more time to do your opening remarks. Thank you, Matthew. Eder Mson, you now have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Esther, for the generous presentation. Thank you, Matthew, for the fantastic presentation that gave some awesome concrete examples for what I intend to say. So to speak in a more theoretical, abstract way here. So it was great, fantastic. Thank you for your contribution. And also, of course, thanks for DigiLabor Research Lab in the person of my dear friend Rafael Groman and Cambridge University, not only for this invitation, of course, but for putting together this great event. So thank you guys very much for this. Well, considering the format, I will present. I'm focusing on present some raw theoretical notes that emerge from a concrete empirical agenda that we are conducting from multiple works here in Brazil within the research group in economics, technology, and society affiliated to the Federal University of Ceará. And as I said, some of Matthew's data and evidences that was just brought will be fantastic as somehow example or illustration or validation of what I guess I'm about to speak. And I call that the following: why we must study AI from the perspective of the relations between finance and technology. These are some thoughts from the periphery of capitalism. Well, one of my favorite passages throughout the work of Marx, and in this case Engels together, is an excerpt from the Communist Party Manifesto that says the following: the bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, therefore, the relations of production, and with all social relations. This continuous subversion of production, this constant shaking of the entire social system, this permanent agitation, and this lack of security distinguish the bourgeoisie era from all preceding ones. The brilliance of this passage lies in the fact that it presents, the way I see it, with a spatial power of synthesis, the fundamental element that differentiates the capitalist mode of production in relation to all precedents. And does this in an aspect that is not only economic, but social or sociological, so to speak. In this way, the materialists postulate that a specific form of social reproduction corresponds to a mode of economic production, assumes here in capitalism a fundamental specification or distinction. It is again a system anchored in the constant revolution of its own support basis. This gives us a certain way of understanding the dynamics of this capital system, which combines in contradictory terms constructive forces in the one hand and destructive forces on the other. Forces that challenge and interpose themselves in time and in social space. As Marx says, this time in capital, capitalist production constantly seeks to overcome the barriers that are imminent to it, but only overcomes them by means that again put these barriers on a more powerful scale. Thus, based on an analysis of the contradictory nature of capital, we can at last frame capitalism as a dynamic and disequilibrium caused by constant multidimensional metamorphosis. Needless to say, of course, that dialogue with other heterodox authors such as Keynes, Schumpeter, Polanyi, and others can be useful to us here, considering this definition. Now, considering the pursuit for emancipatory political horizons, and I'm sure we share that method here, it will be not difficult to conclude that such an understanding of capitalism as a dynamic, complex system crossed by uncertainty directly changes progressive projects to also dynamically transform in response to such metamorphosis of capitalism. In this regard, it's worth considering, as Roman Rudolsky recalls in his famous The Making of Marx Capital, that the dynamics of the capitalist mode of production and the dynamics resulting from social struggles open the possibility for the emergence of new institutions, which can become components of a new society and mechanisms for its transformation. It is the attention to this dynamic that will enable Marx to criticize, for example, the proposals of utopian socialists for social transformation. And it's the movement of political and social classes, forms of struggle and resistance aimed at the common, the unintended uses of technological or technical artifacts and productive structures, the emergence of organizational technologies and counter-hegemonic institutional arrangements pressure capitalism to absorb some of these new social and political experiments. Such absorption can lead to important structural changes in capitalism. Let us think, for example, of the overdetermination of factors that make possible the historical emergence of the welfare state. Structural, well-known examples. On the other hand, these structural incorporations of metamorphosis of capitalism open the way for new communitarian experiments or visible germs of socialism in Rodolsky's terms. Therefore, the systematization of this interaction leads us then to three questions or three investigative tasks. First, to capture the central dynamic and contradictory elements of capitalism. Second, to systematize its most important metamorphoses at different time scales. And three, discuss the implications of these metamorphoses for the elaboration of alternatives to capitalism. And empties the search for a starting point for this agenda. The application of science to production, or technological application of science, is certainly among the most important. Application of science to production, or technological application of science, are expressions used by Marx in passages of the Grundrisse, and one of the characteristics of the capitalist mode of production in its full form. The impacts of the technological application of science on the dynamics of the capitalist system are, as we know, profound. Another fundamental point here for anchoring this agenda is the credit system, or finance, as elements of enormous expansion of the limits imposed, or self-imposed, one might say, on capitalist accumulation. If this is the case, let us remember again that production only overcomes barriers by means that put these barriers back to it and in a more powerful scale. If credit and technological development are sources of expansion and survival of the capital system, both are also at the root of its crisis. It has become quite clear, you know, that from the beginning of 2000s onwards, this relation and how problematic it is. Matthew just mentioned Carlota Perez and how her book was published before the 2008 crashes, and even so. This is therefore a fundamental problem for
We are having a problem here. I'll try to reach for Eder Mson.
Yeah, Eder Mson was freeze.
I'm gonna send him a text.
Okay.
What if you maybe I can put some questions to Matthew, and if we can call Eder Mson and then he resumes, can we do that?
Yeah, great.
Okay. So we're gonna have a pausing here in Eder Mson's presentation, and I will do some comments to Matthew. I thought your presentation was very rich, and one of the strongest points that touched me, and that I think it's really, really important, it's the idea that data is produced, because we have been seeing a lot of elaborations which drain from the idea that data are extracted as if they already existed in thin air, like fragments of existence, fragments of life, and such as a natural resource or such as oil, which has an independent existence from the extractive process. So I think your point is a central one if you are to understand the economics of digitalization, the economics of automation based on AI, because we need to understand it's not as a, of course, it's an input to algorithms, but a produced input, which has a chain of production. And I think it's very great and it's a very important point to be made, and not to treat it as extractivism. So you also mentioned that, therefore, there is a data pipeline, and you aggregate this discussion to platforms as infrastructure. And here I would like to hear a little bit more on this idea of data is produced, they're used through pipelines, they're distributed through pipelines, and therefore there is also this idea of the infrastructure of the telecommunication systems and the platform as an integrated part of that. You mentioned that traditional platforms are different, traditional infrastructures are different than platforms in that platforms are privatized the government mechanics, and they are for profit making. I do believe that we have traditional infrastructures with just these characteristics as well. Unfortunately, a lot of telecommunication infrastructures are privatized for profit making. So I would like to hear a little bit more on that, on how platforms and the broader traditional infrastructure could be integrated in these chains of production of data, and how could we think a little bit more the difference between platform and traditional infrastructures. And I believe that would be that for the moment.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot to speak on, really. Thanks for also, I forgot to say thanks for inviting me. Thanks, Rafael. Thanks for DigiLabor. I think DigiLabor is one of the coolest projects that I've seen. Like, I love how interdisciplinary it is, and it's really like these conversations that I've been part of have already been really rich. And thanks to Cambridge as well for helping host. So I guess the essence of the question was how do data pipelines how are they related to both platformization and traditional infrastructures? Is that sort of the key question? Well, I mean, so in a paper, I kind of draw out some of the more detailed differentiations between platforms and infrastructures, and obviously, like, governance structure is key. But as you say, there's plenty of resources and infrastructure that is privately owned. Take the UK, for example, where we used to have publicly owned utilities, from water to electric to gas. That's all privatized now with sort of private monopolies. It's often they get no bid contracts, and so in a way they're like a platform, but they're just sort of private and largely unaccountable monopolies, right? So this is very similar to the platform model, only the way that platforms as infrastructure operate is that their kind of electricity network, or their sort of ICT cabling is there are other levels to that infrastructure, like the API system, right? So Google Maps is a great example. It's used by a couple other people, like I think Kian Birch and Jason Sadowski and other people have talked about the API as this sort of digital infrastructure, but that enables a sort of exponentially larger amount of data to be captured. But because if you change the sort of coding or the sort of governance structures of this platform, you can make changes at a scale that were sort of previously unthinkable. So it'd be like, I'm trying to think of a good metaphor, but like if British Gas owned all the pipelines in Europe and then decided it was just going to change how they deliver it to, or change. I mean, I guess they sort of do this in the way that they decide that they might change prices, but the way that contracting works is you can kind of sort of choose. There's a sort of pseudo market, but there is no market for monopoly platforms, really. Like, the opportunity cost is too great to go to another one. That said, I mean, this is a sort of continuum. I don't have a sort of easy answer, which is why I'm sort of like thinking on the spot and fumbling a bit. But trying to think of how data pipelines can also sort of interact with platforms and what makes the infrastructuralization different. And I guess when you think of the backbone of the internet, that is an infrastructure. That's owned by many different companies. Many states own that, and it's not necessarily privatized. But then there's like different levels of infrastructure that sit on top of it, right? And the sort of extractivist and like sort of pseudo-colonialist or imperialist mode of underdevelopment is the sort of essence of what a data pipeline is, because you have crowd workers working in largely low-income or global south countries who have often their internet connections are metered, but they also need to they're also the sort of main people on these crowd work platforms that are labeling all of the data or going through and doing all these repetitive tasks that then will train machine learning algorithms for platforms in the developed world to just automate it all, and the sort of productivity gains then go to that country and not to the people who enabled it in the first place. Not sure if that answers the question, but yeah, there are a few other ones, but maybe we could get back to, because I see Eder Mson is back.
Sure. Thank you, Matthew. Again, we can see here the difference of infrastructure and uneven development around the world, and the trickles it poses to us in the periphery of the system. I would like to then give the floor again for Eder Mson, and you can use the time that you need to go through.
Thanks for this, Seth. Thanks, Matthew, and you guys for putting something on while I was out. I had an internet break here talking about infrastructure, isn't it? And again, thanks for your patience and for waiting me to be back. Well, if I'm not wrong, I guess I was talking about the application of science to production as a important thing, right? So I will continue from here. And again, I'm sorry for that. I was saying then that application of science to production, or technological application of science, are expressions used by Marx in passages of the Grundrisse. You guys heard that, right? Okay. And as I was saying, one of the characteristics of the capitalist mode of production is in its full advanced form. The impact of the technological application of science on the dynamics of capitalist systems are, as we know, profound. I guess I stopped here. And I was about to say that another fundamental point for anchoring this agenda is the credit system or finance as elements of enormous expansion of the limits imposed on capitalist accumulation. If it is the case, let us remember again that production only overcomes barriers by means that put these barriers back to it in a more powerful scale. If credit and technological development are sources of expansion and survival of the capitalist system, both are also at the root of its crisis. And it has become quite clear from the beginning of the 2000 onwards, right? This is therefore a fundamental problem for social transformation, the plasticity of the reconfiguration of capital circuits in face of the role of credit on the one hand and technological development, or rather the technological application of science on the other. Because these are sources at the same time of the expansion and the crisis of the capitalist mode of production in the face of its self-imposed, so to speak, limits, such as structural unemployment, overaccumulation, poverty and inequality, climate change, among so many others. Understanding the contradictory role of credit and technological development as sources of expansion and crisis, as well as in another way of contributing such developments to the transition to a new society, has much to offer to the reading of many contemporary issues, such as, for example, the relationship between finance and innovation, the nature of economic crisis, underdevelopment, as well as the discussion about alternatives to capitalism, and here also the study of new developments in the field of artificial intelligence. Therefore, one of the ways to investigate what is at stake in contemporary economic transformation is to look at how the encounter between finance and technology takes place, to which the new ways of working and producing, exchanging and consuming relate. Let us think to mention a self-evident case of the relationship between science and credit, between technology and finance, the United States, the classic example of capitalism scientific development since the 19th century. From the Midwest railroads to the state-of-the-art Silicon Valley startups, this is an elementary thread. The technological application of science is directly related to the constitution of a dense and deep financial system, and more importantly, to an immense process of centralization and concentration of capital. This is clearly a complex structural co-determination between these two dimensions. The expansion of credit and finance and the technological application of science grant adaptive and evolutionary flexibility to the system in the face of the tendency to explode from its miserable base in living labor, so to speak, countering, to mention another very important aspect, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. That's why, among other reasons, digitalization and platformization cannot be properly understood apart from financialization. Amid the design of the structural framework and antidote to the technophobic temptations on the one hand or technophilic on the other, lies in the necessary attention to the conjecture, incipient, and experimental aspects of new forms of counter-hegemonic articulation in the key, for example, of the social, technical, and political readjustment of capitalist financing mechanisms and technical scientific apparatus. So germs of a new society are not only residues of the dynamics of capital, but an integral part of its own adaptive mechanisms, sources of stress in the system that catalyze the operationalization of its metamorphosis. The political and social struggle is not, therefore, an exogenous element, but an endogenous variable to the reproduction of capitalism. It is evident that the appearance of elements of a possible transition to a new society does not, of course, imply that this process is completed in the end, at least not in the way we wish. Punctuated by unpredictability or of political struggles and developments, it is, and it's worth repeating, an open history, a development that cannot be predicted at its point of arrival. It is a matter of recalling that destruction is always around the corner, as an option or a threat. War, catastrophe, and environmental tragedy evidently emerge as consequences and drivers of the dynamics above described. All in all, after more than 2 centuries of capitalism structural changes responsible for a persistent overcoming of the self-imposed barriers to the capital system, the question arises about the capacity of capitalism due to the expansion of credit and the singularity of the application of science to production to continue overcoming obstacles and creating new barriers. Investigating AI from the point of view of political economy is paying attention, as I think, above all to this. The fundamental tendency to be taken by the present state of the encounter between finance and technology in which contemporary innovations are enveloped is an increase in inequalities, social conflicts, and geopolitical tensions. This is the indigestible reality hidden under the technological excitement that is sharpened in the face of the lack of solutions to the impasses that accumulate in the world economy. So far, moreover, the so-called fourth industrial revolution has not been lavish in delivering the bright future that his speeches promised. On the contrary, the datafication and platformization of everything, which has been taking the service sector in particular, has become the backbone of intensified exploitation, precariousness, and growing informality in the labor markets, something that is deepening in the context of the pandemic. The truth is that both technology and finance undergo in their adventures a broader social and economic configuration, a way of organizing and socially distributing the fruits of labor among the different classes and economic agents. This makes it clear that there will be no financial or technological panacea to take us out of the situation in which we find ourselves. From a political point of view, which is crucial here, To innovate is, above all, to imagine and collectively realize, to make concrete other ways of organizing life in society, a need that becomes increasingly imperative in times of crisis like this. And here, finally, there is another significant factor emerges in a contemporary research agenda on AI. So this is what I was about to say. Thank you so much for your time, your attention. Again, sorry for this internet break. And I hope this broad, rough theoretical notes present some contribution to our debate here. Once more, thank you. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Rafael and Sarah and everyone involved and make this happen. And above all, for your patience for listening to me for this minute. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eder Mson, for your great presentation. These notes are very intriguing for us to think about a long-term research agenda, which can insert or can treat more artificial intelligence, AI, in the context of the metamorphosis of capital and the historical development of capitalism. I would like to pose one question here, and then I guess I will take also two from the Q&A, and then we can have at least 2 rounds here of question and answers. First, you both mentioned the fourth industrial revolution, of course, with different aspects. While Matthew was talking about its reading inside the framework of Carlota Perez, of techno-economic paradigms, Eder Mson was talking more about the promises that are made for transformation and a bright future that fails to materialize. Anyway, I would like to dig a little bit more in this idea of if there is or not a fourth industrial revolution, in the sense that when we look at Matthew's presentation, you're taking from other authors the idea that one was the steam engine, the other was the assembly line, and so on. And therefore, we would have a third industrial revolution that was based on ICT and telecommunications, and a fourth industrial revolution based on big data, and I don't remember the other, and artificial intelligence. And wouldn't that be necessary developments? Of course, it's not necessary because it's socially determined as well, but more a continuation of the process of digitalization, in the sense that once the digitalization process achieves certain maturity, you cannot make sense of too much data by trying to find mechanisms to synthesize them. So would it be really a fourth industrial revolution, and in which sense? And I would like a little bit for you to dig, both of you, a little bit more, and how AI might be touch the productive side, or it's more associated with the appropriative sides of rents and financial assets, and to which extent it's a merely redistribution of value, or it helps create value. Thank you. I believe I will make these 2 questions, and then I will do the Q&A.
Do you want to go first, Mson? Because I already answered that.
Yeah, since Matthew already spoke before, I'm gonna have Eder Mson to start. Okay?
Oh, all right, I go then. Thanks for your words, answer on the presentation, and well, these 2 interesting, important questions. I try to reflect a little bit on this. First, fourth industrial revolution. I think there is not much now, but some years ago, I mean, 2016, 2017, there was a kind of a hype around fourth industrial revolution, around the circles such as World Economic Forum and so on and so forth. But one point that I think is necessary to highlight is that the so-called fourth industrial revolution is not exactly a concrete material pointing of what is exactly happening. It's more some statements on what the future can and will be based on some expectations, and these expectations are mainly political or geopolitical, so to speak, driven. So the fourth industrial revolution, which is in fact one way of presenting this, because the United States were presenting a different way, Japan, these national programs were presenting this, governmental funded programs for technological development within these new phases. We're all attached to, at that time, Obama's integration of globalist agenda, which shifted towards a more, obscure scenario with Trump and conflicts with China and so on and so forth. And now I think the humors of this debate has shifted a lot, has changed a lot. That's why mainly we are not listening so much about fourth industrial revolution anymore, because the terms that are being used are changing as well. And in that sense, I agree with you that in concrete terms, maybe what is called fourth industrial revolution is mainly deepening, a strengthening of some trends and tendencies of the last, so to speak, technological revolution of ICT, digitalization and computation and so on and so forth. And I think it's not our interest here to, define exactly what technological revolution will succeed the other and why, what parameters. Not exactly, I guess, our agenda here. But in that sense, if it was the point, I guess it's more a deepening, a strengthening of the tendencies of the past than something exactly new. And that relates to the question of AI, because in that sense, it's necessary to look to a more, in a medium term or a long-term research agenda on the qualitative versus quantitative changes that AI is bringing about. And what is going to be in the medium long term in terms of sector transformations, and it's not quite clear yet. And it's necessary to investigate this point, and also taking into account that, and every industry is realizing that these transformations take a little bit longer, some decades maybe, to present some productivity, growth or results in terms of productivity. So maybe it's necessary to frame this as in a more qualitative way of investigating how economy are structurally changing, and to see how the sectors are moving from one place to other, and the laborers and so on and so forth, capital, and more than this, overly optimistic and somehow neoliberal technophilic agenda of fourth industrial revolution, which is a ideological discourse within a geopolitical agenda that's now not in place anymore. It was changing, for good, I guess.
Thank you, Eder Mson. We'll now listen to Matthew, and then I'm gonna pass for other questions from the organizers.
So I'm going to take a little bit of a different stance and say the idea of the fourth industrial revolution is, I would agree that it's a sort of particular political construction. but is nonetheless approximating the sort of a shift that is happening. And so if you actually, when you look at Perez's work, I'm arguing this in a paper basically, that what is called the fourth industrial revolution is actually the sixth industrial revolution. If you go back to and you periodize according to business cycles and according to new technologies and redefined industries. So for Perez, the ICT revolution, which is the sort of began with the invention of the microprocessor in 1971, is actually the beginning of the fifth industrial revolution. And so when you have this sort of surge of computerization with the associated sort of hysteria in the 80s and 90s, really, if you think about like really what was ICT and computerization, like the fifth age is a distinct age in that way, and you have the sort of long installation and deployment of that technology led by the US, and then the rest of the world following. And as the rest of the world follows, you see huge like increases in globalization and increasing telecommunications and standardization. What the graphs in the beginning of my presentation were pointing to was that the so-called fourth industrial revolution, which would be the sixth or the second machine age, or whatever you want to call it, that is trying to name the new surge, the sort of beginnings of an eruption period of sort of technological development. And the organizational paradigm that characterizes that is the platform, right? So because it's impossible without global mobile datafication, and global mobile datafication didn't happen until like even in the beginnings 2007-ish, right? And then you see 10 years later more and more, and then now more and more, and it's changing social processes. So it's changing the I guess the idea in the presentation is to show that it's changing the makeup of capital and the dynamics of accumulation by introducing this assetization of data. And I didn't get to talk about some of the other elements, but there's various papers sort of looking at rentierization, and like Kean Birch has a lot of great work on rentierism. Montauban, there's a paper in the Cambridge Journal of Economics about sort of the platform as a new regime of accumulation. So he uses this sort of regulationist paradigm framework of Fordism, post-Fordism, and the sort of financialized mode being characteristic of the late 20th century. Now this new platformized, like meta-platformized mode. There's another paper called The Internet of Landlords, which is also sort of trying to capture this, by Sadowski. So I think, and this kind of speaks to your second question, Esther. So if we're trying to if we're trying to understand AI and how the history of computerization and the history of AI, really, because a lot of the algorithms and the ideas were developed between like the late 50s and 80s and 90s, and now we just have the compute power and the mass amount of data that we actually need to really have this next surge. What it does is, because we've already automated so much of goods production and the sort of production for human necessity and human reproduction, most economies are service economies. But now what you have is a sort of subordination and automation of a lot of that sort of more routine cognitive labor. And now we're getting into the non-routine and the creative. And so all of these sort of factors, I think, to me, are kind of compelling enough to make a sort of break and say, you know, this is the age of AI, and it is changing factors, but we're just at the sort of beginning, sort of frenzy period, right? So, you know, there's a lot to develop from here. And this kind of speaks to, I think, some of the questions in the Q&A, which I'd be happy to go into as well, but I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Matthew. Before we read the questions from the public, I'm gonna invite the organizers to pose a couple of questions. So first, would like to open the floor for Johnny Penn at the Cambridge University, and afterwards, we're gonna pass to Rafael Grauman. Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you, and thank you to both of our speakers for an excellent session. My question is brief. I'm curious to know what you make of notions of solidarity in the dynamics you've described, like given that the materiality and geography of work is changing. What, if anything, would you, or what? Just curious for your thoughts on what solidarity looks like today and what it could look like in the future. Would we rally around the identity of the worker, or is there other identity frames that might connect people that otherwise might not see each other as in arms?
Thank you, Johnny. I'll now also take Rafael's questions and comments, and then pass again to our speakers.
Okay, thank you guys for your amazing presentations. There are many automation discourses and narratives on the left too. And I'm very curious, what do you think about perspective like those Aaron Bastani, fully automated luxury communities, or Gavin Miller with the renewal of Ludis, or Aaron Benanav? It's only what's your opinion about one of two or three of this perspective? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna start on reverse order now. So we would start with Matthew and then Eder Mson. Please, Matthew, and I'll have the floor.
Sorry, just finding my unmute button. Okay, yeah, so question of solidarity. I mean, to me, this is a very straightforward one. I've never thought of solidarity being something that you express based around identity categories. It's a sort of position out, it's a relation to capital. So in that sense, you know, capital is more and capital is more distinct, and the rich and the sort of owners, the sort of platform oligarchs are more, you know, visible than ever, and also the divides are more stark than they have been since before the Second World War. So in that sense, I mean, I think we need this sort of renewed labor movement, and you see actually in terms of, at least in the UK and the US, there was finally this sort of return of young people to unions, and you know, as people's material circumstances get, you know, eroded, which they have been for like decades now, but only now I think is it reaching a point where people can sort of become more conscious that their alternatives are possible, partly due to the internet itself actually making information available. But yeah, I think just solidarity is shown across identity categories. You know, like that's what sort of solidarity is to me. It's recognizing mutual material, like shared experience and mutual material interest, and oftentimes that has to do with your economic class relations. So that's I don't think we need a new identity, or there is a new identity. I think actually identity is becoming much more sort of plastic, or actually sort of more mercurial and blending together, despite the fact that liberal politics tends to work in the opposite way. There are benefits of visibility, and obviously like the diversity and equalities legislation has undone some of the historical like racist patriarchal relations within the labor movement. But that means we can actually have more of a universalist kind of labor movement now than we could before. Questions around, I didn't catch the second name, Miller? I wasn't sure.
Yeah, Gavin Miller from Breaking News at Work.
Yeah, so I know these three people personally, actually. I actually have a thing coming out, a little opinion piece on Miller's book, maybe tomorrow or the next day. I broadly agree with most of what Gavin says about the inherent politics of machinery, as machinery including virtual machinery, embodies the social relations of the society in which it's produced, i.e. capitalist class relations, right? So, the way that surplus value is extracted from workers and embodied, and the value then becomes sort of coagulated or in the machine as it sort of automates the production. Value kind of weaponizes the machine against workers. So unless we own those means of production and they're sort of democratically organized in society, machinery is always a sort of politics that unless there's some way of workers controlling it, it's a tool of capital, right? So I agree with it. Mueller. I think Aaron, while he's a very sweet guy, is far too optimistic. He's sort of far too techno-utopian in his thinking, although I recognize the political importance of utopian thinking and why that's important. And obviously, like, fully automated luxury communism is a very catchy word and has, inspired lots of people to start thinking more about like what is possible. So that's good. I think Aaron also has like, I've read all three of these books, and Aaron's book is very good at the end when he advocates for a post-scarcity society. And I think he's spot on with his critique of universal basic income as essentially like throwing cash at a problem when what we need is decommodification and basic services and free time. I don't think he's correct that he says actually that it's the sort of problems with work are because of global overproduction rather than technology. I think the evidence shows overwhelmingly that it is a combination of technological factors and the reduction in worker power. I also have a long piece that I've written about this that may or may not be coming out over the next few months, but we'll see.
Thank you, Matthew. And now, Paraná, you have the floor.
Well, I'll try to present some broad comments that I guess could envelope all these questions, and maybe to also react to what Matthew said a few minutes ago on the first round of responses, and which is that, the transformation or the changing or the shift for one regime of accumulation to another, so to speak, of this Fordist Keynesian regime of accumulation for a flexible one, or regime of accumulation with dominance of financial accumulation, or financialized regime of accumulation, to use the terms of the French regulation school, involve lots of macro, institutional, political, social changes, and not only a shift on technological paradigms. And that's maybe one very important point to be, highlighted, stated here, because sometimes, even in the left, there is some tendency to slide to somehow of technological determinism, which implies that all these changes were brought about mainly by technological change. And the point is, where does the technological change come from in the first place? Because new technologies, the way I see it, and I'm talking not only about AI, I'm talking about ICT, microprocessors, and so on and so forth. New technologies, of course, are maybe a very, central condition of possibility of these changes, but are not a cause of these changes, or not even the main cause of these changes. Maybe it would be possible to think of technological change as and I don't think this way, but just to shift the argument and the perspective, some would say that technological changes are more a consequence than a cause of these changes, that again are macro-institutional, political, social, cultural, and so on and so forth. Let's remember that financialization means new liberalization, means important changes the way state, society, and capital relate, and so on and so forth. And maybe it's necessary to frame technological change within this broad transformations concerning the regime of accumulations, and to ask again what is cause and what is consequence, and how this related depending on the concrete case. I think it's very important, and that maybe was my main theoretical point with this today's presentation. Concerning the acceleration, so to speak, totally agree with Matthew, and remembering that technology and technological development, the way I see it, it's embodied with a social content. There is a social content of technology, and this social content must be properly investigated, understood, and explained the way I just said, taking into account political, social, ideological aspects, and so on and so forth, in order to better balance this emancipatory potential, so to speak, which are not that much the way it is, and this more problematic exploitation and aspects of technology. The way Dave Noble say, of course, there is a struggle within the field of technological development, a social struggle, a class struggle, and the way technological development is going to be depend on that struggle. But that struggle is, conducted in different conditions depending the place you are situated, the class you are. And of course, this struggle is unequal, and on terms of conditions, both sides or multiple sides have to undertake it. Maybe that's a way of broadly address the question concerning solidarity, because I guess solidarity means to address these questions, and I would agree again with Matthew here. And the question concerning these authors, and especially the acceleration, is one that the way I see it, and again agreeing with Matthew, they are not properly considering the social content of technology in that sense, the way I just presented, and even Aaron Bastani, I guess, I mean, he's doing a very good point, but to the other side of the picture, he's not properly considering the social account of technology the way I see it, because there is, the way Matthew pointed, qualitative changes that are very important concerning labor power, concerning shifts towards capital and technological change that, of course, is more important than the way I see it, Aaron is presenting us. So, yeah, that's what I was about to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Eder Mson, for your remarks. And we have here, I believe, more questions than time to answer. So I'll read 3 questions. If we have some time left, we will address the others. Otherwise, we'll finish with these 3 questions. So just a second here. We have from Giovanna. How can we locate the usage of data and big data and AI in capitalism in terms of valorization? As we can identify these technologies in the spheres of service, production, finance, and so on. How could we categorize and place data in the process of value creation and or extraction? We have another one from Leonardo. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we observed a deepening of the use of ICT, especially in jobs that have the possibility of being done at home, with the increase of surveillance systems on the worker. How do you see the future of work, especially in the area of education, in this scenario of control exercised by platforms and by the states? Bruno would like to ask a question. Is that so, Bruno? No, I don't believe so then. So I'm gonna read a 3rd question in here. Question for Matthew. First, from Gustavo. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. I would like to ask your perception about how the concept of alienation relates to this process of platformization and automation of labor. Are there studies trying to understand these relations? So now we'll revert the order and start with Eder Mson Paraná.
So could you recall again the questions? The first one was on data and value, mainly. The second one, because I thought Matthew.
The second, just a second.
If you click on you can click on the chat or the Q&A, sorry, and they're in there too.
The way it's not presenting here. I'm not seeing the Q&A. Here. Oh, yeah. Okay, Giovanna, and now I see it. Thanks. The user of data in capitalism in terms of valorization, as we can identify the technology in spheres of service, production. Wow, it's a kind of big question. How could we characterize and place data in the process of value creation or extraction? And the other was from Leonardo, right? During the COVID-19 pandemic, we observed a deepening of the use of ICT, especially in jobs done at home. How do you see the future of work, especially in area of education, the scenario? Well, Leonardo, I will begin with Leonardo's question. Was just 2 questions, right? Okay. And then the third one to especially address it to Matthew. Well, the first one, I guess there is I mean, brutal, huge changing happening here, and acceleration on some tendencies that were, I mean, somehow to be seen, and with the pandemic were, I mean, very rapidly developed, and which is the so to speak, probably, depending on how it's going to evolve, individualization of the control of the worker and the worker in the working place. Lots of entrepreneurs were a little bit anxious about the possibility of get rid of offices and to lose some collaboration and to lose control over the floor, and so on and so forth. And they just realized within the pandemic that it was possible to do it, and was possible to do it with these platforms and tools that we have now. And this is probably, it will be a very, I mean, important change within not only objective way of organizing labor, but also subjective important changes on how to, I mean, organize, resist, to struggle, and so on and so forth. To be seen, of course, because I mean, with the vaccination and the opening, we are about to see how this is be objectified in different sectors, not only in tech sectors, that of course it's more prone to this kind of individualization of work. But it's a very important trend, because in one sense, if you recall of Marx saying of the collectivization of the fact that the factory, I mean, space, and how this bring together workers and so on and so forth, this is somehow a change in that move the situation, I mean, away from this picture. It's something that is happening some years now, and it was accelerated by the pandemic. No doubt about it, I guess. And well, considering education, I mean, again, it's deepening, intensifying some tendencies that we were seeing some years now, and I guess, of course, it's not be the over of, I mean, face-to-face interaction in education, I guess not, but some very important tendencies about to be consolidated in the post-pandemic scenario. And Giovanna, to be, I mean, more brief, well, it's a huge question concerning a research agenda that I just pointed out, and it's to be defined how data and value in theoretical terms is to be, I mean, defined. But we are seeing that data, it's becoming more and more important, because it's more and more value added in terms of work, in terms of, I mean, and somehow this, I mean, immaterial products, so to speak, are very material in terms of value added work and so on and so forth. And in that sense, it's possible, I guess, to see value the way it is transformed and brought about in platforms and services that are, I mean, commodified and commercialized through markets. I mean, this would be the very straightforward way to try to respond to react to your question. Thanks.
Thank you, Eder Mson. Now, Matthew, you have the floor.
Thanks. Yeah, these are really difficult questions. I don't know if I can answer very well just in this sort of chat, but I'll begin with I guess an easier one about concept of alienation relating to platformization and automation of labor. I mean, I'm assuming you're using a sort of Marxist framework, and there's, you know, the four ways that a worker becomes alienated from the product, the act of production, i.e. the labor process, sort of species being or human nature, and then from other workers. And I think actually this would be, you know, this would make quite an interesting paper to think about how the extraction of behavioral data, if you want to call it that, from like consumers and, you know, the Zuboff's perspective, or just worker and consumer data, you know, how this fits into that framework, or if you need to add another category. I mean, there's been a lot of work done around alienation and emotional labor, from like Arlie Hochschild's work, and there's a few Marxist academics who've written about that, and I think there's definitely sort of research agenda there, but I don't actually know of any papers that I've not come across them any yet. But so the more difficult question on valorization and data, I mean, there's a bit of an older debate around social media and is, you know, Facebook is using Facebook labor. How does the labor theory of value apply in the information age? And Christian Fuchs has a paper that talks about, you know, how labor theory of value can work, and it's an empirical paper in the information age. But I think the question actually ultimately comes down to where you put the production boundary in terms of what is productive and unproductive labor, because only productive labor can create value, and therefore only productive labor can create surplus value. So really what you need to think about and ask is where is that production boundary? And I think there's an argument to be made that data is produced, and in a way that produces surplus value. But the problem is it's basically like produced means of production. So data, the production of data sets, a data set is one of those means of production. Raw data from individuals is a raw material. So Nick Cernisek makes this argument in Platform Capitalism. But I think you can go further than that and recognize that while raw data may be a natural resource, it needs to be processed and labeled, and then it turns into means of production. But then those means of production are these assets that the cost of the reproduction drops very, very low. So I mean, they are constantly updating with new means of production, but they're renting access to it. So you have a sort of, the way it relates to valorization is really complex. And what I think you'd need to do, which is something that I'm also interested in doing, is getting firm level data and mapping this in a really detailed way using the labor theory of value as a sort of methodology. I did this in my PhD work on hospitality work, not around the data question, just around unpaid labor and surplus value, and using Marx's sort of concept of valorization to understand commodification and exploitation. But I think when you introduce global platforms, global datafication, and then these sort of assetization becomes a lot more complex. But yeah, as I said, the main debate, I think, is between people who think sort of all labor is productive and therefore, everything is work, and people who think that actually no, there's we need to understand platforms as essentially rent capturing mechanisms that act as sort of landlords, if you will, through like differential rent, Marx's concept of differential rent, or David Harvey's concept of monopoly rents, which sort of also is more of a mainstream economics term as well, but in a different way. So yeah, that's is that all the questions. It sort of addresses the other one on hospitality, I guess, as well. The last thing I wanted to say was just about the concept of subsumption is a good way to sort of understand this as well, in terms of alienation, in terms of how data and automation is impacting new sectors, and how it's bringing in both previously informal labor processes that were essentially non-capitalist relations. They're just sort of individuals performing services for another person for a fee, not a capitalist relation, just a sort of, there's no surplus being produced, it's just payment, right? So I guess we need to understand platforms as a sort of real subsumption of the internet, and all the kinds of social relations that are affected by that, and all the production processes. I'll sort of leave it there, I guess.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you all guys for this great discussion. And I would like to give the opportunity for both of you to say your final words, to, to maybe mention a couple of words that you'd like for the public to know. And, and I would like to, again, thank you all. So, Paraná, please, if you want to say your last words, and then Matthew.
Yeah, I would just to react a little bit more on this debate because I find it quite interesting, and especially what is Matthew is bringing us, because Matthew, I mean, presented he was saying that he was trying not to be optimist or skeptical, but I mean somehow realist, so to speak, and I totally agree with this kind of way of dealing with scientifically cautious, so to speak, and that's the same way and the same route I'm pursuing. It's not easy, right, Matthew? But we are trying to do this, and I totally agree that concrete investigations are very important here. Although I presented a broad theoretical, notes on the issue, because I thought the best way to deal with the limits of the time and the format. Of course, concrete investigations here are very, very important. And that I would say, again, enforcing what Matthew said to Giovanna, who asked us about data and value. And what I'm trying to do is concerning the necessity of scientifically cautious, concrete investigations in the matter, is to investigate this from the point, as I said, of the relations between finance and technology, because the hypothesis here is that in financialized capitalism, what is happening to finance is quite a good starting point for addressing the problem, and that's my question. For example, I would point a very concrete example: algorithmic trading, or the use of algorithms in an automation of processes and so on and so forth. Started in the 80s within the financial floors of the financial markets. There is, some very important quantitative funds, as you know, the quants, some like Renaissance Technology, and so on and so forth, that in the 80s were the pioneers, the first adopters of this kind of approaching to processes. And only in the 90s and 20s it was properly received by the Silicon Valley, the way we become known as the platforms. So it's very important to somehow look what is happening in the financial sector, the way I see it. And then again, and I think Matthew, it's a very good point, to try to understand this relation concerning value and data from the idea of real consumption of work to capital, because I think it's a very good starting point as well. It's probably what is happening here from a theoretical point of view. And of course, properly defining the boundaries of material and immaterial, productive and unproductive. This debate is very somehow confused and mixed up with lots of different, postulates and ideas. And to better define the starting point, the theoretical starting point, from conduct these concrete investigations, and then from the evidences gathered within this investigation, to bring back these two theoretical debates, maybe is the best way of doing it. It's not different from the Marxist method, the way I see it. So yeah, that I was about to say. Many thanks again for DigiLabor, Cambridge University, Matthew, Esther, Rafael, and everyone in the audience for the great questions. Most of these questions I was not able properly to answer it, but even though it was fantastic to take further our reflections on this, and I could learn a lot from this panel, and once more, thanks for the opportunity to attend to this great discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Paraná. And Matthew, please, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone who asked the questions and thank all the organizers. I'm really interested in trying to understand these questions from a theoretical level, but also I think the only way we can understand or have good theories is by grounding them in concrete research. This is what the dialectic is, right? So yeah, that said, this conference has been really refreshing because I've not had an opportunity to have such a free and open discussion and with people from many different sort of disciplinary backgrounds, and particularly in the context of these sort of technological revolutions. I mean, you have people from economic backgrounds, from arts and humanities, from social science, communication, media, computation, design. Everybody's sort of thinking about this moment from different perspectives, and when you can sort of combine that general intellect, right? I think you have some of the most interesting discussions. So yeah, I would love, anyone who wants to get in touch with me, please, I'm very online, and like my emails, send me an email, contact me on Twitter or whatever. I wanted to say something just briefly too about the project that I am working on, which I think is how Raphael got found me, which is the Fair Work project at University of Oxford. I think it touches on some of the questions and issues that people are asking in the chats about platform governance, about worker solidarity, about sort of policy moving forward, and also the sort of concrete level, because it's an empirically driven qualitative research project. So do check out, I mean, for those of you who aren't aware of it, I'm sure plenty of you are already, check out the Fair Work project. We're working on things in many different hemispheres, in many different countries. And yeah, thanks again to everybody. And yeah, I hope to continue this conversation in some other form, hopefully in real life at some point soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you,
Continue.
Matthew. Now I'm going to say goodbye to you and pass the floor to Rafael, who's going to announce the next event.
Well, thank you very much, Matthew and Eder Mson. Matthew is a great colleague of our project, Fair Work Project, coordinated by Mark Graham in Oxford University. We invite you to know us too. And Eder Mson is a great colleague of other projects with Esther on automatization, digitalization. It is a great researcher here in Brazil and around the world, quoted by Mbembe too, and I'm very proud to be here. We will be back in 7 minutes to drink a coffee, a tea, or a water, and we will be back with Janet Abbate, Chenai Chair, and Mariana Valenti, and with moderation of Maria Clara Aquino. We will be back soon, very soon. I'm back. Maria Clara, can you hear me?
Yes.
Maria Clara in live transcription is my dear Colata. Okay. Hi, Janet. Hi, Chenai. Hi,
Hello.
Mariana. Thank you for having us. Great. Let's go for the next panel, AI and gender. We will thank you very much, Chenai Chair, Mariana Valenti, and Janet Abbate. I hope this will be one more amazing panel with Histories of AI event, co-organized by DigiLabor Research Lab and University of Cambridge. Please, people, tweet with hashtag Histories of AI, and we'll discuss other things. Well, we welcome the moderator of this panel, Maria Clara Aquino. She is an associate professor in communication at the Unicinos University here in Brazil, and researcher of Histories of AI project in Brazil, researching with us women working on AI platforms, and her research interests involves digital culture, gender, and digital activism. Thank you for having us, Maria Clara. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Rafael. Hello, I'm Maria Clara, and as Rafael said, I am a researcher and professor in communication here at Unicinos, and I am a coordinator of investigation in Cyber Event Lab, LEAK. Welcome all to another panel of Histories of IA, Imaginaries and Materialities, hosted by DigiLabor Research Lab and University of Cambridge. In this panel, we will talk about AI and gender. What are the discussions around IA and gender? How does our gender and bias shape artificial intelligence? We will discuss some of these issues with the following speakers. Chenai Chair. Chenai is Special Advisor for Africa Innovation at Mozilla. She is exploring digital innovation and its impact on Africa's social and economic growth, as well as digital rights from a feminist perspective. She developed My Data Rights online portal mapping, AI, privacy and data protection, feminist perspective, and is part of the Quote This Woman Plus database of experts. Her areas of research include youth access and use, gendered issues of access, and internet governance. These areas of research were developed during her time at Research ICT Africa, co-author of Afrofeminist Data Futures report. Janet, I don't know how to pronounce your post name as Janet.
Abbate. Abbate.
Sorry?
It's Abbate.
Abbate. Janet Abbate is an associate professor of science, technology, and society at Virginia Tech. Her research focuses on the history of computer science and the internet, particularly on the participation of women. Author of the book Inventing the Internet and Recoding Gender, Women's Changing Participation in Computing. Her recently research investigates the historical emergence of computer science as an intellectual discipline, an academic institution, and a professional identity. She published the chapter Coding is Not Empowerment in the book Your Computer is on Fire. Mariana Valenti. Mariana is the director at Internet Lab and independent research center in Brazil. She holds a doctorate, a master's degree, and a bachelor University of São Paulo Law School. She's a professor at INSPER University. She was a visiting researcher at the University of California, Berkeley, USA. She's also a researcher at the Center for Law and Democracy at CEBRAP, Brazilian Center for Analysis and Planning, and served as a Creative Commons Brazil coordinator between 2009 and 2021. She works mainly with internet policy, copyright, cultural markets, and access to knowledge and gender equality and its intersections with technologies. Thank you for all for being here with us today. Questions, please, in the Q&A, please. And we will start with Chenai, please.
Thank you so much, Maria. And thank you to everyone for having me on this conversation. If my internet does drop or if there are breaks, please do let me know. And as part of expected with any connectivity conversations, there will be technical difficulties. So thank you so much for that introduction. It's always great to hear my own bio because I sometimes forget what I've done over the last couple of years. I'm excited to be part of this conversation where I will specifically be focusing on the work that I did around AI, where the work is now currently on mydataRights.africa. I'll type the link after the session is done. But what I basically started from trying to understand was the question of, are we all equal in the eyes of artificial intelligence? Really looking at gender digital inequality within the context of South Africa. So I think for me, what was really quite important in doing this work was, firstly, I wasn't finding as many conversations around artificial intelligence, first of all, and then secondly, artificial intelligence in relation to gender and sexuality from the African continent. Most of the work that I had based on my background around gender inequality was mainly so located in the European context and the North American context, with the work that had been done by Sophia Noble as being one of the most inspirational pieces in thinking about algorithms of oppression. But the question was, what is happening within the African context? And I had the opportunity to specifically look at it from data privacy and data protection, because this was the context of my research with being funded by Mozilla and being a tech policy fellow. So I think the methodology, a lot of the questions that emerged was like, what makes this kind of research different? Because if you're looking at inequalities and if you're just looking at gender, surely you can take on any methodological approach and unpack to see where gender is addressed, which is usually men versus women, and if sexuality is considered an issue in all of this. But I took on a feminist approach because I think what's more important in understanding these questions around gender as this particular focus is more locating them in a context. Because oftentimes the conversation focuses more specifically to the technology without actually taking into account that we already exist within these contexts of inequality. In the country that I was looking at, South Africa, there's a triple threat of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Adversely affects women, in particular Black women, because of the historical connotations of apartheid and colonialization. So you already have this historical connotation that's going on, that when technology is rolled out has a different impact on marginalized communities. And oftentimes we see policy solutions that are put forward that do not nuance this difference, especially around gender and sexuality. And when it comes to South Africa, there's a high rate of gender-based violence, which mainly affects women and gender diverse people. And so then you already have this context of a technology that could allow for change to happen, but at the same time could be used to further perpetrate violence. So I took on a feminist approach perspective, drawing on from the work of data feminism has been done by Catherine D'Ignazio and Lorraine Klein. Also thinking about this from an intersectional perspective because of the issues that were there, but ultimately trying to figure out like, how do we ensure social justice if we're going to use artificial intelligence within its already existing context? And so then I think what's also quite important, which is already alluded to, is that when you mention technology and the AI, there's this tech evangelism, spirit that seems to connect a lot of people, especially within the developing world context, where it's a matter of governments and the technical community, when they hear about artificial intelligence, it's kind of like, this is the solution, or rather any new technology, because then it's more so, how do we become the cutting edge? How do we make sure that we are actually quite savvy with this technology? And within a country like South Africa, which is quite one of the economic powerhouses on the African continent, being technologically advanced is one of the things that they push for at a policy level. And so then on my project, when I was mapping the discourse around AI, because the question is gender part of the conversation? A lot of the times it was more so, how do we make sure that we to have cutting edge when it comes to technology as the African continent, the conversation of catching up to development, like the stages of development, thinking about the kind of research, and this is research being driven by university institutions, driven by private sectors, and it's also research like, what do we need to develop, that then comes into the conversation of skills. So a lot of the times there's this drive to increase skill set for people to be able to participate in the fourth industrial revolution, which is then also part of the artificial intelligence conversation. Recently, in South Africa, there have been conversations around the governance models, with the president of the country having set up a fourth industrial revolution commission, which is meant to assess the extent to which the governance models that were needed to take place. What's interesting, though, is that gender is alluded to in this conversation, where there's a recognition that AI could lead to bias and discrimination, but it's not adequately nuanced in the work to actually figure out, like, what about gender? It has this sense of like tick box to say, let's not forget that obviously we're going to have marginalized communities that are going to be affected, and we include gender, we include disability, we include we include racial minorities. So basically tick boxes to make sure that the language is sufficient. And so then I think what was quite interesting for me was actually finding one specific example where AI for Good, based in the UK, had collaborated with one of the biggest non-profit on gender-based violence called Source City. Facebook, and that chatbot was meant to provide support for gender-based violence. And it's quite interesting because this is the one example that I found specific to issues. At the same time, and it's being developed by an organization necessarily based in South Africa. So the question becomes, what is the local technical community thinking about in terms of what are they developing? And so then I think what's important is that in my work, because there was like gap of trying to figure out like, what are the gendered issues within Africa, right? Specifically within South Africa. I then conducted surveys and interviews with experts within the data privacy and data protection space, as well as civil society community, because I was more interested on the for women and sexual minorities. And what emerged was more so the perceived concerns of harms, that when, okay, this is what happens. I gave people about 5 scenarios of artificial intelligence, where that emerge, and there were more so concerns about surveillance. So a lot of concerns about surveillance for sexual minorities who may be sharing devices but have not come out to family members. There were also a lot of concerns of like profiling that emerged out of this like big data that was going to be shared, and like automated decision making that would happen. And so the kind of that would have. There's quite an interesting example which I'm still going to investigate, about like a service, a woman who provided abortion information that was safe and health correct, but being referred to by like Facebook platforms or Google platforms to actually fake abortion clinics. This is something we actually need to investigate in terms of trying to understand where this is happening, and their concern was rightly so that it's happening on these platforms because these are the advertisements that are coming out. And I think another issue that also bias and discrimination at the intersectionality of gender and race. There is one documented case by an engineer in South Africa, a female engineer of Africa, who actually pointed out that she applied for a bank loan and was rejected on, but she's like a tech founder and she money from another angel investor and fit a high level profile. When she did a bit of further investigation and research, she found that on bias and discrimination of the algorithm that decides who is going to have access to funding or not, because it's trained on data that excludes women of color, excludes women from, that flags women as being likely to be bad debtors, and one should probably give them high rates. And this is a case that's ongoing within the banking sector in South Africa, which actually makes a lot of use of AI-based systems for automated decision-making and algorithms to determine who gets access to what. So just to round up, the issues that emerged, I think what was most important in my research was that within the policy conversations, what was lacking was a privacy and data protection law had been created that was more compliant for the European context, but hadn't taken into account the local context of actually trying to figure out what are the privacy concerns, what are the data protection concerns that are relevant to the African level, to the South African level. Another issue, of course, that's always that once you follow a European law model, it focuses more on the individual right than community right. Yet we exist in this context where one of the philosophies that are pushed around Ubuntu, which is about community and respecting another person because of who they are, simply because they are a person. So this is one of those issues that emerge in terms of like, if you're thinking about gender and if you're thinking about context, how the effect is more so, and artificial intelligence, the effect is more so at a community level. And then also just generally a lack of nuance of trying to figure out what gender and sexuality harms. So having conversations with policymakers to actually point out that there is a gendered issue that needs to be unpacked, and highlighting examples where there's been data misuse and how it affects women and gender diverse people at most, and just generally getting a sense of not understanding what the issue is, because as far as the lawmakers are concerned, if it's broad enough and neutral in its language, everyone should be able to benefit from it. So I think for me, just to wrap up, one of the most important things that I put forward as recommendations as we try to nuance gender is basically everything has to be located in context and assess power dimension already existed. Because even though consent is thought about, even though we may think about like everybody, artificial intelligence doesn't necessarily target an individual because it's at a higher level. We really need to think around capacity and understanding of these issues within policymakers, communities, and users themselves. And South Africa, there's a gap for policy. There's still to be an AI policy to be developed. And so the question is, how do we ensure that the policy and regulation that's to be developed is actually responsive to this community? And then also generally, again, to come back to the point of there's a need for research and documentation of the examples of benefits and harms of artificial intelligence when it comes to gender and sexual minorities. Because basically my research relied on existent work from Europe and North American context, but it would be more powerful to form an argument that's context-based on research that actually documents from context. And also building public awareness. A lot of the people that I spoke to in terms of civil society activists are aware that there is an algorithm being used to determine the kind of content they have access to. Their content is being banned because an algorithm flags it as problematic if someone overly reports it. So the question becomes, how do we respond to this? And there's a need for public awareness. And lastly, engaging with the technical community. I think at the different levels, most of these conversations tend to focus on the big global social media companies, but there's actually a need to engage with the local technical communities and their responses and thinking about gender issues, because they're more closer to the context. They actually have lived realities in this space. But if they're designing for a market that's more foreign and being compliant with other states, we're going to exist in the space where gender is going to continuously be an add-on by people who are more interested in developing for markets that are lucrative. So yeah, that's what's my take on my research, and looking forward to the further conversations.
Thank you, Chenai. Now we'll have the Janet that will talk to us about women in computing. Please, Janet.
Great. I want to thank Rafael, DigiLabor, and Histories of AI for creating this event and inviting me to participate. It's been pretty amazing so far, and I'm honored to be in this company. My interest in AI and gender stems from my work on gender in computing and on issues of equity in computing. The themes I want to talk about today center on gender definitions of intelligence and critical reexamination of the purpose of AI. Gender has been central to definitions of skill and intelligence, and gendered hierarchies of intellect carry over to AI. Abstract thinking has long been associated with masculinity in Western culture, and the privileging of abstraction is foundational to artificial intelligence. Early AI projects focused on extremely abstract problems, such as proving mathematical theorems. Alice and Adam and others have shown in particular how the game of chess, which is an abstraction of warfare, became the symbol of intelligence and a benchmark for artificial intelligence programs. And I'm just gonna stick a reference in the chat as I go along. Chess matches between computers and men, and they have all been men, are conducted with great fanfare, implying that something important to humanity is at stake. Garry Kasparov squaring off against Deep Blue in 1997 is like a medieval jouster defending the honor of the human race. The assumption that it takes more intelligence to play chess than to cook a meal or clean a house goes without saying in the AI community, despite the fact that computers can do the former but are not especially good at doing housework. Embodied skills are generally not included in notions of intelligence. And of course, the idea that abstract thinking is a masculine trait continues to be reflected in the hiring practices of Silicon Valley. While abstract intelligence is culturally coded as masculine, consumer AI systems are often presented as feminine, as several people in this conference have already noted. These AI and robotic systems are designed to automate stereotypically feminine tasks of providing assistance and nurturing. Interestingly, in a more recent development, these so-called caring robots are often designed to resemble animals, such as dogs or bears, which I would argue is the logical next step down the hierarchy from men to women to animals. And if I can do a quick screen share. All right, can you see the bear?
Yes.
We just sorry, I lost my zoom here. Okay. So this is the RoBear, a robot bear designed to care for elderly people. And the inventor explained that bears are powerful and also cute, which is the same combination of non-threatening competence that feminized AIs such as Siri or Alexa are supposed to have. And so I'm trying to stop, oh, there we go. Just try to stop the screen sharing there. Okay. So I think there's kind of an interesting gender species thing going on there. He also notes in this interview, our product is white, so it will be associated with cleanness. So there's a lot going on with the RoBear. It may seem like a paradox that intelligence is seen as masculine while AIs are feminine, but unlike the supposedly masculine skill of chess playing, feminine skills are only automated on a superficial level through physical appearance, voice, and a vocabulary of polite subservience. There is no attempt to make the machine actually care about the user, the way the chess playing machine actually plays chess. A simulation of feminine competence is deemed sufficient. This harks back to one of the foundational texts of AI, Alan Turing's Computing Machinery and Intelligence, published in 1950, which Simone Natale brought up yesterday. As Simone noted, the Turing test is based on a deception, but its origins are specifically a gender deception. It's based on a party game in which an unseen man and woman answer questions and the questioner must guess which one is the woman. And we should note, it is always the woman, never the man, who is being imitated. A woman's behavior is assumed to be a kind of performance that can be adequately mimicked by a male partygoer or a machine. So the AI becomes a simulation of a simulation, mimicking the woman who's performing the emotional labor of the female role. Turing himself, of course, was practicing a similar kind of deception in his daily life, pretending to be heterosexual because homosexuality was criminalized in England at that time. Perhaps this gave him an appreciation for how much skill a successful gender performance requires. It is notable that when real social intelligence, rather than a simulation, is needed, as with online content moderation, this work is quietly delegated to human beings, as Sarah Roberts has shown. These workers, who are often women, remain invisible. Thus, the industry avoids exposing the gendered gap in the types of intellectual work that are valued and whose automation is deemed worth investing in. I mentioned earlier that embodied skills have been traditionally devalued in AI. This may be partly because the experience of gender affects how computer scientists themselves understand intelligence. One of the pioneering female computer scientists I interviewed for my book on women in computing was Ružena Abbate, who emigrated from Slovakia to become a leading roboticist in America. I'm just gonna stick this in. In 1972, she was the first woman hired as a professor by the University of Pennsylvania's engineering school. Abbate started a robotics lab in 1978 based on an idea she called active sensory perception. This idea of active perception was her critique of the dominant view at that time that vision or sound could be understood by machines simply by taking in data and processing it in a disembodied way. She argued that the computer needed to physically interact with the world, which meant building robots. In her words, we don't see, we look. We don't touch, we feel. There was a process of feedback, situatedness, and intentionality in her definition of intelligence that was missing from her male colleagues' models. Without claiming some kind of essentialist feminine viewpoint, one can observe that Abbate, both as a woman in a male-dominated field and as an immigrant to the United States, may have been more acutely aware than her colleagues that perceptions of the world come from an embodied standpoint. In short, I want to suggest that gender is a key term mediating both the tension in AI between abstract and embodied knowledge and competing views of AI as either the highest intellectual achievement or a mere deception, a charade, a party game. The second question I want to consider is, who decides what does and does not get automated? This speaks to the purpose of AI. The priorities of commercial AI are not that different from the priorities of the computer industry in general. Recently, I looked at the origins and promises of the coding movement, the organized effort in the United States and elsewhere to teach young people to program with the promise of socioeconomic empowerment. I found some striking differences between the coding activities run by dominant white male industry groups and coding events run by and for oppressed communities. One difference was in questioning the very purpose and social value of creating an app to automate some task. The industry CEOs promised children that they could, quote, change the world by learning to code. But their vision of change was narrowly confined within existing structures of power and logics of surveillance capitalism. They certainly weren't envisioning a change to their own dominance. In contrast, some of the groups run by and for African Americans went beyond the mechanics of teaching Black youth to code to challenge the purpose of software and what kinds of applications were worthwhile to create. A hackathon in New Orleans that was sponsored by the musical artist Prince called out the distorted priorities of Silicon Valley. As one leader explained, "We are not interested in building more photo sharing apps or finding pizza at 3 a.m. We want to build and design technology that makes sense to a population that needs it." Empowerment here didn't mean being hired by Mark Zuckerberg. It meant redefining what an app is, who can produce it and who should benefit. These counter movements challenge us to denormalize AI as practiced by large tech companies. We don't need to accept that what powerful companies and countries have done with AI define the limits of what AI is, and that all we can do is resist or try to make it marginally better. We could ask instead what AI made with other priorities and other moral economies would look like, and work toward that goal and that alternate definition. Looking more specifically at gender, the work on data feminism by Catherine D'Ignazio and Laura F. Klein, which Chenai mentioned earlier, shows how we can unlearn dominant assumptions about what data science is and who it is for. Just gonna stick that in. They gave the example of Latina high school students in New York City who used data mapping techniques and interviews with people in their own neighborhoods to analyze whether a state-run lottery was serving the interests of people in poor neighborhoods. These girls were the creators, not the objects of this knowledge, and they also decided on the criteria for judging the outcome. Perhaps not surprisingly, their assessment of whether the lottery was a social good contradicted the view promoted by the state of New York. D'Ignazio and Klein push back against the privileging of abstraction in AI and call for contextualized data that retains its cultural specificity. They also call for demystifying data science and putting it at the service of the people whose lives are reflected in that data. The data feminism approach brings together the two questions I have raised about the meaning of intelligence within AI and the purposes to which it is applied. If AI is to be used for the benefit of people who've been excluded from power, then the intelligence embedded in the system, the data, the logics, and representations need to reflect the situated knowledge of those people. Recognizing the gendered hierarchy of skills and ways of knowing in dominant practices of AI shows the limits of its claims to intelligence, as well as its inadequacy for projects of liberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Now we have Mariana. Finally, we have here Mariana from Internet Lab in an event from DigiLabor and Unicinos. Thank you, Mariana, for being here, with us. Now with you.
Thanks a lot, Maria Clara. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'd also like to thank Rafael, DigiLabor, Histories of AI, and Janet Chenai for the wonderful presentations that precede me. So just as an introduction, Internet Lab is a think tank on internet policy and law and technology more generally. And we've been doing applied research in gender and digital technology intersections on different issues like gender-based violence, representation, social movements, discrimination. And this presentation, I'd like to separate in two. The first part, I'll dwell on more familiar themes in the discussion of AI and gender and plug a little bit into what Janet especially was saying about virtual assistants, talk about some contradictions and paradoxes in a particular case. And in the second part, I'll present some reflections based on recent research to slightly drive the policy conversation to other sides. And I'll leave aside for a moment discussions which I hope we can take on later, like women's participation in the core IT sector in Brazil and beyond, algorithmically mediated social struggles, labor issues. Let's hope that we have time to discuss all those things. So as an introduction to both parts, I think I should start by repeating something that both Chenai and Janet mentioned already, which is that gender norms, they're produced and reproduced every day, as well as strengthened, challenged, weakened. And this is because they're not fixed, right? They're power relations, and therefore they're mutable, not only in time, but also from society to society and within societies. When in 1851, Sojourner Truth, an anti-slavery activist in the US, famously delivered her speech today known as Anti-a-Woman, saying that she did not fit in the stay-at-home, delicate stereotype being pushed at women, as arguments against their suffrage. She was very powerfully arguing against major truth claims about gender and opposing, of course, her experience both to men and to white women, making it explicit that there's no one single way to be a woman. And her point being, of course, that race was at stake too. I'm saying that because AI is also about algorithms taking conclusions and making predictions built on top of models that embody gender assumptions, right? Based, of course, on selectively available data. And that will inevitably not include all present forms of being a woman, let alone the future forms still there to be invented. Yesterday, Gustavo Fischer in his presentation displayed several examples of how artificial intelligence is depicted in advertising in Brazil. And he displayed this one particular example, which I would like to repeat here. It's an advertising from a large bank, Bradesco, a very recently showcased campaign against the harassment of their chatbot called Bia. And Bia is presented as a woman in their previous ads. And I'd like to show that ad to you again, because I think some of you probably weren't here yesterday. So very quickly, it's a 1-minute video.
Mariana, the sound is off.
Yeah, and this is not the right video. I'll show it to you in 1 second.
Okay. You can share again with audio.
Yeah, just a second. I think I got the wrong one. Here it is. Let me try that again. I shared the sound. Let's see if it works this time.
As ofensas a seguir são reais e acontecem todos os dias com a Bia, a inteligência artificial do Bradesco.
O Bia só é imbecil.
Não entendi. Poderia repetir?
O Bia, eu quero uma foto sua de agora.
Foto? Apesar de falar como humana, eu sou uma inteligência artificial. Chega de assédio. A partir de agora, as respostas da Bia serão contundentes contra o assédio. Sem meias palavras, sem submissão. Essas palavras são inadequadas. Não devem ser usadas comigo e com mais ninguém. Para você pode ser uma brincadeira. Para mim, foi violento. Novas respostas da Bia contra o assédio. Bradesco, aliados pelo respeito.
So, I want to spend some time analyzing that campaign because I think it reveals, just a second, it reveals quite a lot. First, it is true that Bia gets slurs, sexualized jokes, and that it is frequently stereotyped by users, as is the case in with many virtual assistants, chatbots, virtual agents supposedly powered by AI. However, the very choice of recognizable female voices and characters as the only option or as default for assistance is the norm for the local deployments of these services, as Gustavo was showing yesterday. It's also the case for global platforms and services such Alexa, Cortana, Siri, to name a few. And of course, as Janet was also mentioning, that's no coincidence, right? One of the reasons companies choose to create those female-like virtual agents and virtual assistants is their likeness. There's market research showing that they appeal more to consumers because most people would perceive female voices as cooperative, helpful, while male voices are instead considered authoritative. There's one good story on that, by the way. In the 90s, BMW released a car that included a female voice for navigation, which was a very rare thing by then. And this car was actually recalled in Germany because so many drivers registered complaints about receiving directions from a woman, which is quite revealing. So back to our virtual assistants and chatbots. Those choices, they do not only reflect gender norms, but they also reinforce them. These stereotypes of women as subservient, obedient, or performing specific roles of assisting in everyday duties. These patterns are being reinforced inside homes, everyday tasks, cars, when people are most relaxed, in front of children, crossing domestic relationships, which let's say are the very traditional site for gender norms reproduction, right? And the second thing regarding this case is that beside the issue of the choice of the character, the very culture of verbal sexual abuse against such AI-powered agents was boosted by the first generation of virtual assistants whose built-in responses to abuse, and let's please stress that intentionally built-in, were either flirtatious or responded to such abuse timidly, let's say. And these built-in reactions, they embody a very particular understanding of women, perhaps of specific groups of women, and perhaps of the role of secretaries and assistants, of course. One example, the name of the 2019 UNESCO report on virtual assistants, AI and gender is "I'd Blush If I Could." It was by then how Apple Siri responded to the phrase, "You're a slut." Moving back to our BIA case and why it's so interesting. So it's a bank ad. And that particular bank is known to have ignored and mistreated several complaints of internal harassment and a toxic culture regarding women. That bank has recently also backed the worst of Brazilian politics, including a very misogynistic president. So it's clearly trying to surf a wave, and how is it surfing that wave, right? And I think one thing that's important is that when Bradesco advertises BIA and the harassment it is again anthropomorphizing the machine, feeding into those narratives of AI as the substitutes of humans. I think it's very troubling, and that through a net like this, harassment and violence against women gets really trivialized. We should say that over the past 2 years, feminist campaigns and activism were able to bring some of those relations to light. Recently, Apple announced that their assistants won't have female voices by default. And of course, that is a reason, a victory of a fight that was fought culturally. But we know at the same time that we're talking about the very surface of these systems, right? And we might also not be talking of systems that are currently used by so many people, especially in the South. And to be able to dig deeper, we'll have to speak of data. So moving to the second part of my presentation, at Internet Lab, we recently finished a research project looking into data practices around one welfare program called Programa Bolsa Família, which is the largest welfare program in the world. It consists of cash transfers to over 15 million families in Brazil. And why is it a gender issue? By law, it's a program that will privilege women as the family unit leads for several policy reasons, and therefore about 90% of beneficiaries are women. And we're speaking of very low income, mostly Black women, and we're speaking also of a benefit that currently amounts to maximum $40 a month, but on which these families depend. And the Bolsa Família program, it relies on a lot of data collection and data processing to select beneficiaries, follow their monthly compliance to the so-called conditionalities, and to detect fraud. And fraud detection operations, they have intensified a lot in the past years following new austerity policies in the country. And what does this all have to do with artificial intelligence, right? It doesn't seem like the Bolsa Família program uses any AI. It basically processes data to determine this eligibility continuously. But, and this is the last point that I want to make, in that process, it publicly releases a lot of information, including lists of beneficiaries and some of their documents. That's considered a good diligence practice, but it clearly lacks balance and doesn't follow data justice considerations. And in our case studies, we clearly identified how that data serves to feed into stereotypes, now particularly regarding poor Black women in Brazil. Patricia Hill Collins has this very useful concept of controlling images in her book, Black Feminist Thought. I think that's quite useful here too. She's speaking, of course, of the United States, but she dwells on how one of the images that's created and reinforced daily to maintain social hierarchies is that of the welfare queen. It involves very discriminatory ideas of laziness, of women who don't want to work and instead want to rely on taxpayers, and many ideals of maternity. And all of that fits very well into our context as well, and welfare programs in Brazil. So what we were seeing in our case law research was that this data was being used against these women in complaints that reported, for example, that they weren't spending well on children, that they bought alcohol, frivolous spending, etc. And those complaints were based on these data that were publicly released. The thing is that this data will also feed into intelligence systems, be crossed with other data for multiple purposes, and will create particularly invisible representations, especially because of the power dynamics at stake. And besides that, we're talking about data gathering practices which are not always guided by principles of justice, and even less informed by reflections on gender justice. So data that serves the representation of populations involving race, gender, religion, class, all these data are being gathered in a continuum. And in cases such as the Bolsa Familia, this is particularly troubling because these women are not in the position to consent or to disagree about how data about them will be released and processed, and the representations created by information systems, as we know, carry this false sense of objectivity. In this case, after the research phase, we're currently finishing a policy paper that was already discussed with policymakers involved in the Bolsa Familia program and other welfare programs in Brazil to inform this case specifically. But what I want to say with this story is that addressing gender justice in AI from a policy perspective will have to involve also sectorial policy that's not just about AI, because we're speaking of a datafied world in which data gathering and processing happens at multiple sites and involve multiple actors in this continuum. And I don't even have the time to explore how this data is processed by foreign companies and the data colonialism discussion. But a gender approach by design will have to be embedded in multiple and potentially all policy fields where data is being gathered and processed. And these will not always be the most obvious regulatory discussions. So I'll stop here for now.
Thank you, Mariana. Now we have time for some questions, and I have some questions for you all, I think, and listen your talks, and I love your talks. Thank you all. I have one question that how can we think about IA and to improve knowledge about gender to help people in social networks to solve or think to solve the problem of disinformation in these places and these ambiences. How do you think about it?
I'll go first. So for me, I think how we can think about it, in particular within the context of disinformation and the emerging conversation around gender disinformation lately is more so that I think what's quite important with the topic around gender is actually bringing in people with expertise on gender issues and gender dynamics. I mean, there's been conversations around advocating for bringing in social scientists and humanities students into the design of systems and technologies, but oftentimes we're bringing in so that they can be asked if the system makes sense without actually really explaining the basics and understandings of the technology, involving them within the whole process of actually thinking about like design, development, and implementation. I think it comes to the point that Janet was talking about, people being trained to code to fit into a system. So you bring in other voices so that they fit into the system and design without really being critical and thinking about like what are the issues at play. I'll give you an example. I was speaking to someone who designed systems based on data, and they were basically saying, but the data is correct. So we're not wrong, but the data is correct. And that for me was clearly a result of the conversation of that there is need to actually then unpack that critical thinking that places these issues within more social context to actually point out that the data may not be correct, but what it will do is replicate existing biases and discriminations. And that doesn't mean that we should absolve the designers of the technology, but what we're basically saying is there's a need for more capacity building across both sides, technically both aisles, in order to understand to demystify the technology, but at the same time to build up understanding of what the social impacts and the nuances are of these systems when they're rolled out into these places. So I kind of gave it as a broad overall response, but I think maybe Mariana and Jenna can take it down to disinformation.
Thank you, Chenai.
I haven't looked at disinformation from any kind of technical point of view, but I think at bottom, it's an issue of trust and who people trust to get their information from, which is not really a data question, but to ask, what kinds of social networks do people, I mean, actual social networks, not platforms, do people rely on to get their information, and how are those relations of trust built and maintained both offline and online? And I don't know if people have looked at that really from a gendered perspective. That's what I would love to see.
I guess what I would add regarding that topic is that when we're speaking about gender disinformation, we're not necessarily speaking about information about gender, but about using gender beliefs, which are so widespread, to reinforce disinformation, which might be of other nature, right? I think this is something that's being more and more observed. I've seen more people speaking about this and describing how this happened in different countries. And I think it relates to our discussion because we're trying to survey all these relations, right? How gender norms end up reflecting on certain strategies and digital strategies and constructs. And I think there's still a lot to discover on that field.
Thank you, Mariana. We have some questions and the Q&A. We have a question that is from Anshnish, I don't know how to pronounce this name, Sen Gupta. In AI projects, gender is classified as a male-female binary, with many countries recognizing a broader range of gender identities. How are AI projects incorporating these different national requirements into global product service designing? These questions was made when Chenai was talking. I don't know if Chenai wants to answer
I will pass it on to Janet and Mariana. I haven't, in my work, it's something that I would have to take a look at to see if this is something that's actually addressed, because I think within the African continent specifically, we still have many conversations of looking at gender regardless of AI or any other space as male or female. We're currently still advocating for that recognition of gender diversity because it's considered deviant. In some countries, it's actually quite illegal to identify as anything other than male or female. So I don't know in a specific context, but what I do know from an African perspective is a conversation that we're actually trying to get people to recognize gender diversity and sexual diversity, because most of the time, everybody just goes with male or female.
I don't know what's actually going on, if anything, with this, but just based on the stereotypical way they responded to binary gender, I'm not anticipating anything good coming out of this attempt.
I don't have studies specifically on that, but I've seen some studies coming out, especially about facial recognition and how facial recognition is designed to find traits which are very binary, and how they're not working on people who are not. I think this film Coded Bias that came out very recently, it has some a part addressing that as well, but there's some research about it in Brazil too. And I think it's a big issue. Of course, there's a paradox there, right? I think it relates to what Janet was saying. And do we want to include people in facial recognition or question facial recognition technologies, right? Which I think is the conversation we should be having. But at the same time, because they exist and they're excluding these people, this is also an important subject, right? And I think I would say this doesn't happen just with facial recognition. I think Chenai is saying, well, it's really hard to recognize in some contexts gender beyond this binary, male and female. And that for sure excludes people from many different contexts. I think this is something that more research should be looking at. And I'm sure there's more things out there that I don't know, of course.
Rafael wants to make a question in video. Please, Rafael.
Great. Thanks so much for your amazing presentations. To all of you, what projects do you know to struggle against gender inequalities in AI, in tech, like Algorithmic Justice League, like Design Justice, or like Oracle for Transfeminist Technologies? In Brazil, we have Maria Lab, for example. Just let us know some examples to audience. And to Janet, I want to hear more about your chapter on Your Computer is on Fire, with a simple question like why coding is not empowerment. Thank you so much.
I guess I'll start. So that's one of two historical pieces I wrote about this idea of learning to code, which goes back to the 60s at least, when there's civil rights unrest in the United States, and the computer industry responded by having these training programs, and they were just as problematic then as they are now. But there's sort of several briefly things wrong with them. One is there's this implication that it's a pipeline problem, that we just need to train more women and Black people and minorities in coding and everything will be fine, which completely ignores the rampant discrimination at the hiring stage and retention of people because they're in hostile environments and they drop out at much higher rates than white men or South Asian men. So partly it's just simply pushing responsibility onto the next generation. It's a very convenient argument for the tech industry to make. And it sort of argues that the women and the people of color are the ones who need to change. They are deficient in skill and they need to get this, and then everything will be fine. And there's no critique of the tech industry needing to change, to be less sexist, to be less racist, to have different ways of operating. So again, it's basically blaming the victim for their own exclusion. And it doesn't question anything like the priorities of the industry, what the tech is being used for, whose interests are reflected there. So there's a lot of kind of hypocrisy and deflection in that, and a disconnect between training people and hiring them. I'm not saying it's bad for people to learn to code or for people to have access to skills they didn't have access to, but that doesn't automatically lead to economic empowerment and improvement. And if you don't hire them, and there's all of these socialization aspects about, this whole thing about how you do an interview for a tech job, and there's a whiteboard, and there's this whole kind of ritual that people who go to top universities get trained to do, and other people who might have coding skills don't have that socialization into this is how you behave, this is how you fit the culture, which is kind of something people look for. So there's this whole disconnect, this kind of invisible curriculum that's not technical, but about socialization into this monoculture. So I have a lot of issues with, with that whole discourse that this is going to solve everyone's problem.
I can pick up. I think that's a very interesting discussion that Janet is bringing, that I think reflects that discussion on certain paradoxes that I think are present sometimes in these discussions about artificial intelligence and discriminations and rights, which is precisely whether we just want to bring in everyone to that mess that's already there, right? Or if we shouldn't be questioning these things altogether. And Janet was mentioning a few projects that that do the discussion from very different perspectives. We have a very vibrant civil society in that subject here in Brazil, actually. There are networks, coalitions of people doing both the discussion of internet rights and a more hands-on approach with coding and developing apps from a community perspective, from an activist perspective. I even separated some examples. I think I'll share my screen for just 1 second, if it's possible. Because before coming here, I was actually separating some of them to show. And I think it's important. So you have Data Lab, for example, that's a group that's doing data analysis in the regarding peripheries. And they're also doing data viz and maps for journalist projects. We have, for example, Preta Lab. That's an initiative that gathers information and discussions about the presence of women, and especially Black women, in innovation and technology, and they're raising number, promoting conversations and critical conversations all the time about what the tech sector should be doing too. There's this. The Zoom bar is kind of on my way. Info Preta, for example, it's also a group that's providing actually technical support to especially Black women, but vulnerable communities generally, and they're promoting courses, lectures, but also they have a campaign for equipment as well. for thinking also of environment and of providing equipment for people who need it. Maria Lab is also promoting discussions about feminist knowledge and technology and coding. And Minas Programam is an organization that's promoting coding courses for women in a critical, also with a critical perspective. They just opened a call for their new course, and I heard they got 1,000 applications. So yes, they're going pretty well. Anyways, I think it's important to mention this because the resistance is already out there, right? People are organizing, and I think when we're bringing these critical perspectives, sometimes it could seem like this is something that's beginning to be thought of, but I think people affected, they know pretty well that they're effective. And as my colleagues were saying, this organization, I think, is going all around.
I think to just add a different perspective, sitting on that side where of the conversation around the digital space has really been more so around access and connectivity. This is a movement that we're actually starting to build up in terms of like thinking about data, especially from a gender perspective. I'm going to share like a research that I just completed with a colleague of mine called Nima Aya. It's called Imagining Afrofeminist Data Futures. And the purpose of that work is really to work with feminist social movements into trying to understand data and how they are interacting with technologies, because a lot of us are organizing on these online platforms, but we also experience like shadow banning and content moderation getting taken down after we call out misogyny and patriarchy on the online space. So from that perspective, it's more so a community that's building and trying to understand that. And then you do have the standard digital rights activities that are organized on the continent. Quite recently, we're the Digital Rights Inclusion Forum that's done by Paradigm Initiative. And then you also have women in data science that are movements that are focused on coding. I think the critical thing that whilst these movements are existent, the most critical thing is actually trying to figure out how are they unpacking these issues? Are they building up a movement in order to fit into the system, which is often my cautionary tale when I speak to like women in data science programs. It's, you know, that we are training coders so that they enter into the workforce, or are we actually then having people who are quite critical and building in response to the issues that are there? And I do think that there are people who are building in response to issues that are gender-based, right? But the challenge is visibility. So then if they are not in the right spaces, if they're not in the spaces where people get visibility, and if they're not getting funding because maybe their work is not as attractive to funders, then you are going to have the problem around that. At Mozilla, we're currently working with, we are, you know, specifically looking at Common Voices, which is like focused on languages that have small data sets, and opening up that so that it can be used for development purposes. And one of the initiatives is looking specifically at Kinyarwanda, a language in Rwanda. And that for us is something that we're also thinking about from a gender perspective, especially since most women are affected by literacy to be able online. So if this is designed in a way that they can use it, because almost everyone has access to a mobile device. So for us, we're thinking around that design perspective, and also generally just building the movement, because that's really quite important from where we stand.
Thank you all. We have two more questions. One from Ileana. I'd love to hear the panel's input on AI virtual agents built and used for sexting, intimacy, and emotional support.
I don't have a lot of knowledge on those assistants, on how they work. Perhaps, I don't know if my colleagues do, Janet and Chenai, perhaps the person who made the question could share some material in the chat. But that scares me just to think of.
I guess I'd be curious as to who is making them. If people are making them for their own use, I think that might actually be interesting to explore. If it's some company selling them, I would be, yeah, a little bit more critical.
Yeah, I think it's for me. It's always like, who is designing this, and how are people getting like paid for this, in terms of like what is the knowledge exchange that's being done? Is it more so extractivism? But I'd actually really would love to learn about it more, so thinking about that influencer dynamic that has just been mentioned in that.
Okay, now we have a question from Beatriz Blanco. Do you think there is a relationship between the subservient persona of AIs and the emotional labor required of internet influencers, mostly women, in things like acting as caregivers for their fan bases, answering questions, being a kind of friend?
People are making really interesting questions. I don't think I know much also of that environment of influencers and those expectations of care. But from what I'm getting, it's not much different from what's very commonly in many societies expected of women, right? To do the care work, the nurturing work. And that's something that's seen in so many different layers, at home, at work. I wouldn't see why it wouldn't be also an expectation with this kind of profession or activity that's being an influencer, right? But then speaking of specifically of virtual assistants, yeah, the whole discussion that's being made scholarly and in the activist communities, I think it's precisely that. Why is it that this market research shows that people feel more comfortable asking things, giving orders, and having a friendly voice inside their homes of a woman, right? And what expectations are tied to that idea? And it wouldn't have to be like that, right? We could think of voices which didn't imitate either male or female voices. I mean, these voices exist already. So building them into a voice that's actually thought of as a character, because that's how these voices are thought of by corporations, right? There's this whole character that's built, how that person is, what her humor is like, what her history is like, besides all the problems involving anthropomorphizing AI, which we discussed in many other panels here. It will feed right into those stereotypes. And I think one thing is the discussion on specific training that was given to these virtual assistants to respond to specific questions, such as jokes, verbal abuses, and I think that's really interesting because it reveals really an intentionality there. But then there's another thing, which is an indirect form of harm, right? Which is feeding into understandings of social roles. So yeah, although I don't know much of the influencer scene, I would have no reason to believe that it's different from many other spaces, professional spaces, right?
Well, I think influencers is a really wide spectrum of what they, what types of content they produce. And I think there's a lot more agency and also community among them than, think of AIs as being in a community at all, unless it's a dystopic science fiction where they're taking over the world. which is kind of interesting in itself. But yeah, so I think with influencers, it might be interesting to see how their work is mediated by algorithms that tell them, or how many likes they got, or the response and the kind of feedback loop between the data about their performance and then what they do. I think might be, is there a kind of discipline there? I think that might be interesting to study, but I don't personally know about that.
Sorry, please, Chenai and Mariana, can you talk to us about the projects that you are working in Mozilla and Internet Lab, please? A little more.
Sure. I mean, so basically, Mozilla has been thinking about trustworthy AI. That has been its work focus over from last year up until the next couple of years. That's around the change that we want to see. So we have been investing in sort of like building up open data sets on like languages that are often not available online, and also just getting this like making it a public good where people can donate their voices, especially recognizing that like voice assistants, there's a variance in accents from the African continent or other smaller language sets. There's a difference in context that are often context that's often not picked up in the way that once. I might say one word in a higher tone, I might say, and it means another thing. I might say it in a lower tone and it means another thing. And these things are not completely picked up. A lot of the times people rely on Google Translate, but we know that Google Translate is actually not always correct. And I think it's one of those platforms that's responsible for pushing a lot of gendered stereotypes, because when you put something into translation that is neutral in your language, you either get he or she. And oftentimes it's those like gendered stereotypes from within English-based languages. So our work with Common Voices, and we recently released a press release with NVIDIA, is just really to try and support the building up of that open data set that then can be used by other people in order to build up technologies that respond to issues that are relevant within their context, and working with the on-ground movements that we have, so that it's not just like a project that happens at an extractive level or us coming in with a technology, but it's also more so partnering with the communities and thinking about really something that's driven at a localized. So there's more to come in future around like ways specifically we're going to work, but the most recent project we was focusing on building up the Kenya Rwanda data set, and also a little bit of curating around Kiswahili. So that's the kind of work that we're working on in terms of thinking about how most so do you bring about innovation existing issues, and really work with communities so that it doesn't become another technological solution that someone comes with and basically extract data and then like exits the building.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chenai. That's really, really interesting. At this point, I think there's something that I'd like to share. It isn't directly related to artificial intelligence, but I think it relates to our discussion as a whole. We're developing this research about hate speech against women, and it involves online hate speech. It involves several different parts of research. But what I think is important to highlight is that something that became clear to us over 2 years of research, and wasn't very much at the beginning, which is also kind of troubling, is that we don't have in Brazil, and I see that that's the case in most places, legislation to deal with public discrimination against women. So our discrimination laws, they don't include gender. And that's the case also with many laws around the world. And one thing that we've been realizing in this research is that we're looking into case law, particularly of hate against women. online. And we're realizing when we're reading the decisions and seeing what kind of framing judges find to deal with the cases, that discrimination or violence or harm against women is still very much tied to the idea of domestic violence. So it's really hard to find a framing to deal with discrimination that has to do with open spaces, public sphere. And that happens to be the case in different places. This is a research that we're developing in partnership with India, with IT for Change from India, and they're finding out the same thing there, that you have legislation. Sometimes it's not the best legislation. In the case of Brazil, it's pretty good, the legislation to deal with domestic violence, but there's this whole framing around the kind of violence that can happen to women that sort of excludes violence in public spaces, and that has to do a lot with stereotypes and with how even in the position of victims, you know, how a woman is seen, what kind of violence she might be subjected to, you know, and that reflects a lot in legislation. That's one thing. There's another thing, which is there's a group doing studies now on algorithmic discrimination, but aiming at starting research in the second semester about social mobility, because we feel that this is something that's quite important in Brazil, because also of the whole discourse around how technology can help social mobility, discourse in many cases realities, of course, but we want to look into how discrimination plays into that field. And there's another thing that I wanted to mention, and I didn't have time in my presentation, and I'd also love to hear if my co-panelists, they have something, some thoughts about that too, which is not only data itself, but how algorithms in general, and of course artificial intelligence in particular, how when we're talking of social networking especially, how they become mediators also of social struggles, right? We did this particular research 2 years ago in the International Women's Day, in which we were looking at how the conversation was evolving. International Women's Day, our intention was to find what themes were most prominent, and we ended up finding out that conservative conversation or memes, content coming from Facebook pages which were actually mocking International Women's Day were much more prominent than feminist conversation. And it was, I will leave the link here, it was pretty surprising. And at the same time, it sparkled some conversations on how algorithmically mediated social struggles, they're also subject to criterias of visibility, of engagement, and all that, and what's behind all that, of course, which can be, of course, we know that part of the conversation is interest in this kind of content in a conservative society and all that, but it also puts some questions on this form of mediation, which I think is also interesting.
I have 3 more questions, and one is for Janet, and the other I think is for 3 of you, and I will do the first for Janet. Do you think that the association of intelligence with masculinity and disembodiment contributes to hiding the embodiment of IA and in public discourse, meaning the actual infrastructures and natural resources that are necessary for AI system to exist? Sorry, do you understand? Did you understand?
Yeah, that's such a good question. I hadn't really thought of it specifically in gender terms, but that's good to think about. I mean, I think it's part of the same broader mystification about these systems, about AI, about the cloud, which is deliberately constructed as this thing that doesn't really exist anywhere and is kind of immaterial, but it's actually very material. It's local. There's submarine cables and data centers that have a large environmental footprint, and then there's the whole supply chain and rare metals from conflict countries that feed into the physical infrastructure. So I think there is in general a really problematic mystification and obfuscation of the materialities of computing. I haven't quite thought about it in gender terms, but that's a really good question to think about. Yeah, I'll just leave that at that.
The other one is in the US, there has been a decline in women in computer science jobs since the 1980s. Are there similar declines in other countries or increases in women in the IT-related jobs? And how does it impact the development of AI? Sorry.
Okay, so from the African region context, there's actually been more push to get women into what they call the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics programs, so STEM. So we haven't seen a decline. And mind you, it's also, again, that context of colonialism that most of us have come, I mean, like 1980 for Zimbabwe, it's 1980, South Africa, 1994 with apartheid. So there isn't a decrease. Can't say there's a decrease. There's actually been now more so a campaign to get more women into these programs, because before they didn't have access to the education that allowed for them to be part of it, right? So that's the one response to that. But just quickly touching on the question that Mariana raised, I'm part of a feminist network. And most of the times what we've realized is that when we organize within ourselves and have a hashtag that we go and push content. And most of the times what we do find out is that hashtag is then co-opted by often people who are determined to shut down those voices and for women to speak. So I think that the example that you raised is something that I realize has been ongoing in terms of how then the content that's pushed or emerges at the top is really important. It's based on those more so coordinated plans external to the social network platforms that then they do take the same language and same mechanisms and then are able to push that content. And I think it's quite interesting because oftentimes we say it in jest that they figured out how to game the system. But I think that is something that's worth really investigating in terms of how then does it happen that if you push a particular feminist conversation, it gets co-opted into another space and it ends up, the messaging ends up completely shifting because, as we say, they know how to game the system. But I think it's quite a need to assess that content moderation and the algorithms involved.
Just a quick note on numbers. So the numbers that I have from Brazil, they show that there's a rise in numbers of women in technology, but not in relative numbers. I think there's a general rise in numbers of people in the sector of technology, but the participation of women in the core IT sector from 2007 to 2017, it went from 23% to 20%. So it's really important to investigate the reasons. And we don't have data on that, but if I had to bet, I would say that the situation will probably get worse after the pandemic, because of the whole economic crisis and how a lot of women are being pushed to home care, to perform duties of care in general.
I have a last question. is it possible to create the AI without gender, or would the gender roles be always associated with certain AI? Because in general, sadly, we interact differently with women and men. What do you think about post-genderism, post-humanism debate? The future may see different genders altogether, so we will design AI that are more in accordance with new genders, or is it utopia? Do you think that hiring more women or no binary engineers to design AI is the ultimate solution for the gender and IA debate?
I mean, I would want to question why the AI needs a gender or a personality at all, and like what is behind that. When I type in a search to DuckDuckGo, I don't need to talk to the search engine or think of it, it's got a little duck mascot. I don't need to think of it as having any personality at all. When I turn on the light switch with my hand, I'm not talking to the light switch. So if I asked a device to turn the lights on, why do we even need that? And does that have to do more with, I don't know, servitude or a kind of discourse about this is your servant doing something, and like what the personification is even about, I would want to get to before thinking about gendering it. And can we kind of get around that? Or again, is this a kind of mystification of the machine to kind of ignore what's actually behind there? I think it would be a bit better off knowing that this is not a little person doing our bidding, but this is something that is run by a big company, and there's a giant server somewhere running algorithms on data, and to kind of think about the nuts and bolts so that we can be critically aware of what might be wrong with it, rather than, oh, it's my little friend Siri is doing that. So that would sort of be my reaction to that.
Okay. Now you can say some final words.
Thank you. It's been really fun.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for having me on the conversation. So many learnings, and some of the questions were really interesting. So I'm hoping to read up further on some of the issues that were raised. And I just look forward to continued engagement on this topic. It's so important for it to have a platform in terms of like having a conversation and really unpacking it.
Same, I'm really happy to be here. Thanks a lot. I think we touched upon really important subjects. And not just here, but the whole event. It's really, really interesting. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I am very, very happy to be here too. And I loved your talks. And thank you, Rafael, too. Now I pass to you to announce the next panel. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Maria Clara, Janet, Chenai, and Mariana for your amazing discussions and presentations. We hope we will meet personally in another opportunity in the future, in other futures too. Now, in Brazil, we will have lunchtime, and we will be back at 2 p.m. Brazilian time, with two other panels. The first of one, AI and Work, with Sarah Roberts and Julian Posada and me. I invited myself to talk about it. And the last panel with AI and Music, with Jonathan Stern, Andrés Segura, and Adriana Amaral, and the closing keynote with Sarita and Ruth from University of Washington. We invited all of you to attend the last part of our Histories of AI, Imaginaries, and Materialities. See you there. Hello, Camila. Thank you so much for having us. Great to see you again.
Hello, Rafael. Great to see you and great to see everybody.
Hello.
Hello, Julian.
Hello, Julian. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
We are waiting for Sarah.
How the event is going, Rafa?
I don't understand you.
How the event is going?
Very much. We had almost 900 of people registered.
Oh, that's so good.
But at the same time, simultaneously almost 100 or something like that. And we are broadcasting on YouTube too. And only yesterday we had 600 of visualizations views on YouTube.
That's so nice.
Yeah, and many interesting research, such as Julian Posada's research, very interesting research. And Sarah is our leading research in this issue.
Rafa, you are going to put here the questions that the audience make on Zoom and YouTube.
Yeah, only by Zoom through Q&A button on below, and the people chat with our chat too.
Yeah, but I mean, I have to get in the other room so I can see the questions.
No. Only Q&A button.
It is like the Q&A button here. It's the same that they have there. Okay.
Yeah. The people are watching here too. Here's the main room.
Entendi.
And
the YouTube. I thought that we were streaming in another
Yeah,
room.
Streaming is only for recording.
Okay.
For people that can't register or.
So if I need to talk to you, I need to send like a private message here.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
For the people who are watching us, we will be back in 6 minutes with the next panel of Histories of AI. Hello, welcome to another panel of Histories of AI, Imaginaries and Materialities, co-hosted by DigiLabor Research Lab and University of Cambridge. Sarah Roberts from this panel has not come yet, but we will start, and then when she comes, we will hear her. Okay, this afternoon, this Brazilian afternoon, we will have two more panels on AI in work now, and then AI in music with Sarah Roberts come. Yeah,
Sarah's here. Yeah.
Sarah is here. Thank you. And then after the closing keynote with Charita and Ruth, we are very, very proud with the presence of Julian Posada and Sarah Roberts, and a qualified audience like Antonio Casilli with so many questions for us later. And we'll pass to moderator of this panel, Camila Acosta, is a PhD candidate at the University of São Paulo and researcher of Communication and Work Research Center. Welcome, Camila, and thank you for having us.
Thank you, Rafael. Hello, everybody. Hello, Julian. Hello, Sarah. And hello to our audience. Good afternoon to everybody, and we are really glad to have you all here today with us. Our panel today will talk about AI and work. So many great authors nowadays have pointed out that there is no artificial intelligence without human work. Otherwise, this approach, however, seems to go against the most common sense narratives in today's society, that machines will replace men in several aspects. So we have here three amazing guests, so they can share their point of views on this issue. We are starting with Sarah. So without any further ado, I will present her resume so you guys can know her better. Sarah is an assistant professor in the Department of Information Studies at UCLA, and she holds a PhD at the University of Illinois, and it is author of the book Behind the Screen: Content Moderation in the Shadows of Social Media. She was previously an information technology professional for 15 years, and as such, her research interests focus on information and work on the social, economical, and political impact of the widespread adoption of the internet in everyday life. Since 2010, the main focus of her research has been the uncover of the ecosystem of content moderation of major social media platforms, new media companies, and corporate brands. She also participated in the award-winning documentary The Cleaners. Welcome, Sarah. You have 15 to 20 minutes for your presentation. We are not hearing you.
Muted. Hi.
Okay.
Hi there. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's great to see everyone. Thanks for including me today. Is it possible for me to share my screen? I'm going to do that if I can. It looks like it is possible. Awesome. So let me go.
I guess it is possible.
Yes, it is. I'm going to go ahead and do it. And let me see. Is everyone able to see? Bring your shared window to the front. What do you mean? Can you see the presentation at all?
Yeah.
All AI is human. Great. Okay, so I'm just going to give a few remarks, really. And Camila, you basically said it all, which is that I'm just going to introduce a polemic here. On the occasion of this conference, to talk about this notion of actually what do we mean when we say AI, and how does that intersect with concepts of labor. And so I'm going to just give just some brief thoughts that hopefully we can take up in discussion, and that will be harmonious with comments from others included. So what is AI? That may seem like a simple place to start. However, I can tell you that this is a problem that we've been wrestling with since the dawn of this type of computing in the field of computer science. And you can see here in this quote, and now I'm going to have to figure out how to shrink my own screen here so I can read it. Let me see. I lost my own, hold on a sec, folks. I lost my own icon. I'm just going to read it this way. Can you still see it?
Yes.
Okay, so work on artificial intelligence, we were told by two of the founding fathers of this type of computer science in the field of AI, John McCarthy and Patrick Hayes, back in 1969. They were wrestling with this idea of intelligence itself, the critical part, one might say, or at least as important as the artificial part in this concept of artificial intelligence. And back in 1969, in this foundational paper to the field of AI within computer science, they said work on artificial intelligence itself, especially general intelligence, which we hear a lot about now, will be improved by a clearer idea of what intelligence is. One way is to give a purely behavioral or black box definition. In this case, we have to say that a machine is intelligent if it solves certain classes of problems requiring intelligence in humans, or survives in an intellectually demanding environment. This definition seems vague. Perhaps it can be made somewhat more precise without departing from behavioral terms, but we shall not try to do so. In other words, as early as 1969, the founding fathers of this field were at pains to give a definition of what artificial intelligence actually was without resorting to a tautology about what intelligence is. And they actually clearly decided not to define intelligence itself and turned to some of the kinds of phrases and criticisms that we use today to talk about the opacity of AI solutions. Things like black box, right? We don't know what's going on inside the AI. It seems kind of mystical and magical. It seems like it is doing things that humans do with their own intelligence, but we don't even have a definition for human intelligence, much less what it looks like when a machine does it. 40 years on, even more than that, and O'Reilly Media, of course, the kind of ubiquitous publisher in the area of computing and technical work, for those of you who've been in the IT field, say themselves, defining artificial intelligence isn't just difficult, it's impossible. Not the least because we don't really understand human intelligence. Paradoxically, advances in AI will help more to define what human intelligence isn't than what artificial intelligence is. And so we set up a relationship here from the very beginning of artificial intelligence and coming in 40 years on that suggests to me that artificial intelligence is in fact inextricable from humans. It's inextricable from being related to humans and from being in a definitional conceit against something that humans do or don't do. And yet these things are nebulous and confused, and that's one of the problems we have today. Now, what are the benefits of investing so heavily in something that is so nebulous and so hard to define? Well, there are many of those things that we could talk about, but because this is a panel on labor, I thought I would turn to a very kind of important, if you're looking for evidence, publication, which is Forbes magazine, right? The magazine of the capitalist class par excellence. And in 2016, they opined on some of the benefits of AI to the capitalist class. What did they have to say? Well, here it is. Here's the evidence right here. The benefits that many, and think about this in the context of COVID, by the way. The benefits many employees enjoy today, like health insurance, unemployment insurance, pensions, guaranteed wage increases, paid overtime, vacation, and parental leave, have increased the cost of labor significantly. With new work models emerging, these benefits create an incentive for companies to minimize their headcount. How might we minimize headcount? I editorialize here. Well, we might feign human intervention by using computation, right? And it's not just because we can, it's because there's a real return on investment here that is being identified by Forbes. Forbes, of course, is read by the investor class as well. So these are comments geared towards investors. Thanks to technological advancements, they say, it is much easier and efficient today to manage distributed teams, remote workers, and contractors. What is the point in housing thousands of workers, often in some of the most expensive areas of our cities, when communication is mostly done through email, phone, or Slack anyways? I don't know the last time I talked to a coworker on the phone, but okay, we'll grant this description to understand that what Forbes is saying is that these computational tools that feign or mimic human interaction have a cost benefit. And that benefit is to lower headcount and to do things like, let's just cut to the chase in the interest of time, to do things like eliminate a site of labor organizing, right? Or eliminate a site of solidarity building where workers go, see each other, interact with each other, and have natural affinities form, right? This model, which both relies on the reduction of a workforce and relies on the distribution of a workforce from outside a traditional work site, goes to both ends. And yet, what I want to argue today is that computational problems at their root require humans all the time, even when claims are made to the contrary, even when claims are made by the investor class, for example, that the workforce can be shrunk. I will argue, and I would argue to you, that simply what is happening is that through some of these very means that they describe, contracted labor, for example, outsourced labor, the buck is simply passed, as well as where the human intervention comes in the chain of the AI apparatus. So although a computer may actually be undertaking very sophisticated decision-making processes, all of those decision-making processes, or all of those computational processes that the AI affects, had to come from human intelligence in the first place. And it had to be pre-programmed in at some point in the chain, either prior to the tool being used, so through training data, through decision-making, through sorting and other kinds of human intervention that goes into the product, or in the audit of the outcome of the product, which happens after the AI tools are applied and humans come back in again to vet whether the decision-making was sound. Of course, as Camila addressed in her bio for me, my case for this that I return to frequently because I think it is both still very much contested, but also stands in for so many problems that we have in for those of us who have a critique of tech in our lives, is commercial content moderation. And when we think about commercial content moderation, which is of course the adjudication of social media content to make decisions about its appropriateness based on social media platforms' rules, community guidelines, and other expectations that it has. When we think about that practice, it is really fundamentally a quintessential example of what we are talking about here, of the human-computer hybrid. I will also point out that there is an aspect here of aspiration. I think that's a genteel way to put it. But on the part of the firms, there's a sentiment of aspiration that we're always just hands reach away from achieving the AI solution that will allow us to remove the humans from the process altogether. And yet, that never seems to be the case. If anything, we keep pushing the humans further out, whether it's putting them in different places where they're rendered less visible or even invisible in the production process of things like social media and other digital artifacts, let's call that, or we literally are geographically going further afield to find workers to do this work who are not visible or tangible or understandable or seen by consumers, by the actual customers of these platforms who are their advertising partners, etc. I'll just give a brief anecdote here to talk about how I came to understand the intractability of the issues of human within the AI scheme by telling you that when in the early days of trying to sort of do the detective work of finding out who and where and how commercial content moderation was being undertaken. This was back in 2010 when I first kind of stumbled across this concept, and thanks to a small article in the New York Times, which I always feel I must credit. I was still a graduate student at the time at the University of Illinois. Again, Camila, you mentioned that. I was at the University of Illinois. It's a well-known school, university for its engineering and computation. In fact, it's the birthplace of things like Telnet and Mosaic and some other tools like that. But of course, I wasn't in engineering. I was in like the lesser funded side of campus. So one day I decided to walk over to this engineering side of campus, and I went to the NCSA, the National Center for Supercomputing Applications. And I went in to speak to a research scientist there to just question him about my thinking and see if I was correct that there really wasn't a way for computers to act on their own in this process of content moderation. Of course, this was 2010, and I want to acknowledge that the state of the art has changed. But I went in and I spoke to him. He was in one of those visualization cubes. It was all blacked out. And I explained the problem. Look, there's this content that's unwanted. It's pouring into platforms. I think that the sentiment is that computers somehow are able to contend with this content. What do you think of that? And he listened, and he sort of indulged me, and he kind of quietly listened. And he pointed and gestured behind him, and he said, "See that?" And I said, "Yes." And he was pointing at this very plain, big oak rectangular table. And I said, "Yeah, I see the table." And he said, "Well, right now in this space, we're working on making the computer reliably know that the table is a table." And in that moment, I understood that the problem was intractable. That, of course, I'm not here to claim that in 2021, computers can't identify a table as a table. But the problem is that the complexities of the media get more difficult. The demands on the companies and the firms to recognize and identify the material grows every day, seemingly with every horrible situation that arises that is streamed onto social media. The Christchurch shooting, for example, a horrible example that was not caught by any sort of AI detection whatsoever, and therefore went on for a period of time. And so that was the state of the art in 2010. But in 2021, if you find an engineer or a computer scientist who's willing to really be frank with you, they will tell you things like this, that all the tools and techniques that I've talked about that are AI, machine learning, sentiment analysis, natural language processing, but even simpler, older tools, telling something that the table is a table, they're all subject to failure because they're either overbroad or blunt, or they're unable to reliably identify nuanced or ambiguous material. And I would add to that, I should have added new material, emerging material, right? So in essence, these tools are always behind human intelligence for being able to quickly process and recognize material as being unwanted, bad, problematic, or even just recognizing it at all. They're also subject and largely a representation of the quality and reliability of the source material used to train the algorithms in AI and the inputs that have informed the tools. In other words, the work of humans that I talked about a few minutes ago as data sorters doing data training on these sets of media that go into making the AI tool more sophisticated or a little bit better at what it does. And here the old adage from CS of garbage in, garbage out, which you've all probably heard, applies. And we're pulling back the curtain to find human perspectives going in at the very creation of these tools, not only in terms of how the algorithm itself is written, let's say, or what the tool is designed to do, which of course we know is entirely a human representation, abstracted of some perspective that is born of people's input, but also the data that is used to train. And so depending on how that gets done, the tool will respond accordingly. And that is an entirely human process at this point, creating a whole new source of labor, I might add, belying the Forbes sort of dream that we're going to eliminate humans somehow and eliminate having to care for them as laborers. And finally, this is the big one to me, the likelihood of these tools and processes ever being so sophisticated as to fully be able to take over without human input or oversight is pretty much zero. I have talked to many people in industry about this. I have queried them. I have talked to computer scientists. People will not relinquish the human controls at any point. And so this idea that AI will suddenly become so intelligent as to take over really is bogus, right? And yet we hear it again and again in the media, and again from firms themselves, that it's just out of reach. It's aspirational at best. I think that's probably a fairly genteel way of putting it. I will invoke a colleague, Jathan Sadowski here, who calls it Potemkin AI, right? Potemkin AI. And of course, this is an image of the Mechanical Turk, which, you know, is Bezos having a laugh at all of us by calling his product Mechanical Turk? I mean, just recently, you may have heard of a company in Utah called Banjo that was under investigation because it came to light that the CEO had been convicted in another state in the United States of a variety of crimes relating to a white supremacy organization. And this firm in Utah, Banjo, had been given millions and millions of dollars to provide AI-based services that it claimed it could do. When it came to light that the CEO had this criminal background, the state performed an audit on this company, Banjo, and found that there was no cause to be concerned about their algorithms or their AI tools because none were present. None were present. There was no AI. What was there? Probably humans, probably people watching live streams, all kinds of other things, but were there spectacular special AI tools? No. But even in such an egregious case like that, where it's you know, one could argue it's fraudulent, you know, I'm not claiming that all AI is fake to that extreme, but what I invoke it by trying to just close these comments to remind us that they're inextricable. Human intelligence and artificial intelligence are one and the same. One is probably more sophisticated, more nuanced, able to process more inputs, be reflective, have thoughtful engagement with material, and one is a blunt tool. I don't know why it has become, by industry, so prized to have the lesser of the two, except to say that the reason is an issue of scope and scale, speed, which fundamentally translates into profit. And I guess I'll leave it there because I don't think I could say it better than that. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for your thoughts. Now we have here with us the assistant professor in communication at the Unicinos University, Rafael Groman. He is coordinating all our event, and he is the coordinator of DigiLabor Research Lab. He's a principal investigator for the Fair Work project in Brazil, and he's also a board member of directors for Labor Tech Research Network. He's a researcher of histories of AI in University of Cambridge through an International Research and Collaboration Award. He's also a member of a scholarly council of the Council of Center for Critical Internet Inquiry of UCLA, Welcome, Rafael. You have 15 to 20 minutes.
Well, thank you, Camila. I'm very proud to be here.
Rafael, maybe
amazing.
We lost your connection, Rafael.
Okay. Now?
Yes.
Okay. My connection is unstable exactly in my talk. Well, if we can pass to Julian first, and then I turn.
Oh, okay. So just a minute. Julian now will present, and Rafael can be the last one, so he can get a better connection. Welcome, Julian. Julian is a PhD candidate at the Faculty of Information at the University of Toronto and a junior fellow of Massey College. His research combines sociology, political economy, and software studies to explore social reproduction and the personal networks of outsourced platform workers who contribute to developing machine learning algorithms. Before joining the University of Toronto, he worked as a research assistant for the Laboratory of Computer Science of the French National Center for Scientific Research. He's also author of 2 articles that I mentioned here. The Future of Work is Here, toward a comprehensive approach to artificial intelligence and labor, and another one named The Platformization of Labor and Society. Welcome, Julio.
Thank you very much for having me here. So when I got invited to this panel, I remember the email from Rafael. He was saying, let's try to keep this informal, and it was difficult for me because I usually am a very visual person and I love having slides, but this time I want to try something different. And I want to share with all of you an essay that I wrote for the iNow Institute. It's going to be published in June, but I wanted to share with you first here in its drafted version, also to start a discussion and to receive feedback from all of you. I'm also going to keep it short. I mean, it's a short essay, so I don't think I'm going to speak for like 15 minutes. So that will be great for us also to have more time for our discussion later. So a bit of context, my essay, it's a product of my ongoing fieldwork. So as a PhD candidate at the iSchool at the University of Toronto, I've been studying what computer scientists call crowdsourcing platforms, and many of you in the social sciences know it as micro-work, crowdsource, ghost work platforms. A year ago, when I was so one of the biggest questions about crowdsourcing platforms is, who are the workers and where are they located? One of the things that I did last year was that I did a survey of some of the most used, some of the platforms that are there that people know about. And I tried to look at the web traffic from these platforms. I realized that most of the workers come from the usual suspects. If you see, for example, the GeoNet project from the OII, headed by Mark Graham, you can see that most of the workers come from the Philippines, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan. But then following a clue that was given by from Schmidt from Germany, there was this nascent rise of workers coming from Venezuela. And what I discovered last year was that, yeah, many workers come from Venezuela. So I started contacting some of these workers, and in the end, I started doing field work by contacting many of these workers. So this essay that I'm going to read to you is the fruit of this ongoing field work with workers in America, but maybe mainly from Venezuela. And the title is Why AI Needs Ethics from Below. So every day, Melba wakes up at 4 a.m. to annotate data for machine learning algorithms. She's one of the many workers worldwide who log into crowdsourcing platforms to perform tasks for technology companies developing artificial intelligence. Many of these workers are present in her home country, Venezuela, which is currently suffering a deep economic, political, and social crisis. Like many in the country working on the internet, she has to wake up early to get a stable internet connection and work until it slows down closer to noon. After a week working full-time, she can earn between 15 to 20 American dollars, enough to supplement her pension that, after the ongoing hyperinflation, is now worth $1 per month. And I quote her, "Not enough to buy half a dozen eggs, not enough to buy a piece of cheese or bread." The dire economic situation exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic has pushed many in her country to work for online platforms, which provide low barriers to entry and a steady income in dollars. These platforms are run by companies in countries like the United States, Germany, and Australia, providing access to cheap labor for developers of machine learning algorithms. However, they're not employees of any company. They are considered freelancers and are called raters, labelers, or annotators by these companies. From above, they are invisible ghost workers who have fueled many of the recent advances in artificial intelligence with little recognition. Machine learning developers often consider them a necessary burden because of the need for human labor to annotate data, combined with the fear of their subjectivities becoming embedded as biases in the data sets and ultimately in the algorithms. So what I argue in this essay is that this vision from above fails to see that human labor is not a cost, but an asset, and that data are never neutral and therefore never unbiased. From below, these platforms present an opportunity to survive the economic crisis in Venezuela. For Juan, this platform allowed him to return to his family after a year working on a Colombian plantation. He would earn the same working online, the difference being, and I quote, "the comfort of my home, working at my own pace, and being next to my family." Like many others, he started working for these platforms because a close family member recommended it. Then he had to learn. Tasks are usually instructed in English, which he doesn't understand, so he has to rely on services like Google Translate to read the documents. Then he needs to practice the different tasks ranging from segmentation of images to their categorization. These tasks can take a single click to several hours depending on their complexity. When he started, he was making less than $10 per week, but with practice and experience, he increased his quality and speed, both measured by the platform, to the point where he was earning $40 per week and even $70 one time. Then he was banned, and the platform refused to pay him 2 weeks of wages. He never knew why, and he couldn't ask because there was no recourse for him. So like Juan, many other workers constantly face the threat of being banned, which is a tech term for effectively being fired. Platforms always remind workers of this risk in their instructions and interfaces. Most workers experience being excluded from a task because the algorithmic managers use techniques such as asking for the same input several times to test the worker's accuracy. If they fail, they get expelled from the task. However, the ultimate price is being banned from the platform, and in most cases, like Juan's, workers never know why. In the case of his platform, there are open channels available between managers and workers through Discord, but they're heavily moderated, and voicing any concern could get the worker expelled. This happened to Roberto, a Black worker whose identity could not be verified by the platform's facial recognition system and was removed from the Discord server after asking for help. And I quote him, "I was astonished. I didn't do anything. I was expelled for asking a question. Moderators are really harsh. The easiest thing for them is to expel you instead of answering your questions." So this AI labor system is designed from top to bottom. Workers seem to be considered worse than the robots they help train: cheap, unreliable, and disposable. From the instructions designed by developers to the platform interfaces, everything is made to constrain workers' judgment and reduce the labor process to a single click. Nothing else seems necessary from above. These workers, however, are the silenced voices of humanity in AI creation. For years, scholars and policymakers are debating what ethical principles should govern AI without asking those who will be the most affected by its deployment. We constantly ask how to make AI align with human values and understand the plurality of perspectives on this planet. These questions are essential, but we cannot find any answers if we continue to look from above and design systems that disregard the voices we so desperately seek to incorporate. We are a fundamentally normative species, and work from annotators can potentially bring ethical perspectives from below to help create AI systems instead of seeking futurely to be unbiased and look rather for justice and collaboration. So platforms never inform workers of the uses of the data they annotate. Some workers infer that it's destined to train AI, but they never receive any details beyond the annotated instructions. Some workers, however, inquire, especially when the tasks are perceived as creepy, worrisome, or unethical. One of the most cited tasks in my research is the annotation of objects in in-house interiors. All the images seem to be taken from the floor and recorded in different rooms. And this is a quote from Roberto. "I think these images were taken without the consent of the owners. It was very strange to me, and on many occasions, there were naked people in the images. You would see people changing their clothes or naked in the bathrooms. I questioned what I was doing, but I never asked. As I told you, you can risk being expelled for anything. The workers also discussed this task on a platform forum before being silenced by a moderator. And this is a discussion between 3 workers. When I wonder where they get these pictures from, I freak out. Do you know the purpose of these tasks? I myself don't know why I'm doing this, but maybe it'd be nice to know. To teach a robot, AI learns from humans. These people gave their consent to have pictures of the household taken and examined by internet strangers, because look at the picture of the naked woman. And the worker says, if robots ever dominate the world, that's on us. And the original worker, the original poster, saying, I know, I'm legitimately worried. Pretty creepy, the things we do for pennies. Another worker says, I think they are aware that robots can take pictures, but I don't think they know that they are humans looking at them. It's probably in the terms and conditions no one ever reads. And then the moderator enters. Okay, guys, this is strict implementation regards. This should not be public. This is a project. You can read the platform rule. Thank you. So this example shows that while workers currently do not have a say in how artificial intelligence is developed, they have a unique ethical regard for their work. Platforms know this and not only threaten to expel workers, but also bind them to secrecy and complacency. In one of the instruction posts of one of the platforms from a major tech company, one of the frequently asked questions included, I got a task asking for something illegal. What do I do? The post answered the following: drop your morals at the door. This is the interwebs. You will see tasks with porn fetishes, torrent downloading, file sharing, etc. We are not the internet police and annotate these tasks as we would any other task. If you are truly uncomfortable with the content of the task, you can just release it, meaning you can skip it. What I argue here is that it's in the best interest of humanity that these workers do not drop their morals at the door. These testimonies from crowdsourcing show that after several years of reflecting on ethical principles for artificial intelligence, many coming from the global north, they have not necessarily trickled down through the intricate and exploitative data supply chains. So we need ethics from below to ensure that these systems do not benefit some groups at the expense of many others. A way of addressing biases that transcends, and biases, and as how the term is used, that transcends the limits of often discussed mathematical and statistical models. And this cannot be possible without workers' empowerment, recognizing their labor's value, and the protection when they voice their concerns. And this remains essential steps to justice and collaboration into developing artificial intelligence. And I end here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Julian. Rafael?
Okay, now I'm in. It's a conspiration against me. Well, I am researching many issues like platform co-ops and so on. But as a fellow of the Histories of AI project, I and other colleagues here in Brazil are researching the working of Brazilians on AI or on micro work platforms, and we discovered the click farm platforms. We are talking to you today, and I would thank you very much to amazing researchers with me in this research, like Evelyn Matos, like Alison Soares. Initial remarks. I have many trouble with the expression of gig economy, principally related to Brazilian reality, because the history of Brazilian economy is also a gig economy before the emergence of digital platforms. And there is a geography of micro work too, of online work too, like Julian also mentioned in his speech. This means that we have many local scenarios from so-called global platforms, like Cheryl Soriano and Jason Cabanes said on world-class workers versus proletarianized labor. Maybe this can reinforce colonial imaginaries on work, on future and technology and so on. In Brazil, my colleague Matheus Viana Braz, who are attending us today, discovered we have about 40 micro work platforms acting here in Brazil in many activities with different profile of workers and different worker activities. We have so strong research and micro work here in Brazil. For example, my colleagues Bruno Moreski and Gabriel Pereira, who talked yesterday in our event, researched Brazilian on Amazon Mechanical Turk between memes and many struggles. For example, until recently, workers received gifts, not money, to do their work. In another research, my colleague William Araújo and me researched Brazilian workers at other micro work platforms like Appen, and Lionbridge. And this piece will be on Peter Verdegen's forthcoming book. Peter was here earlier here. An interesting thing is that we found these workers via LinkedIn and via LinkedIn's profile, because they say on their profiles, I am an AI trainer. And this is interesting because it activates technological and AI imaginaries. A worker once told us, I tell my family that I work on something super secret project. And this activates this impression of world-class workers in Brazilian workers. But about ClickFarm platforms, most literature is focused on Southeast Asia, from, for example, Jonathan Ong, amazing research. And in Brazil, we have many ClickFarm platforms based in Brazil, like Ganhar no Insta, it's like earn money on Instagram, Siga Social, Jizu, and Farmar Social. And through these platforms, celebrities, politicians, influencers, and other professionals buy package of likes, comments, and shares on social media platforms, mainly in Instagram. But these purchase boosts are not completely automated. Just like other forms of micro work, it's heteromated labor, like Amit Ekbia words. Thus, such information flow is built by workers who spend days liking, sharing, commenting content, earning up less than 1 cent of dollar for task. Many, it's like, I will share, it's many, less than 1 cent. And the low rate is justified by one of the platforms. The value may seem low, but due to the number of actions carried out per day, you can have a good extra monthly income. Click farms are a consequence of social media platforms ever increasing incentive for metrics and the terrible expression social media engagement. Furthermore, the Brazilian companies are located in smaller cities, and the ClickFarm platforms try to create local fissures in the mechanisms of the global social media platforms being dependent on their infrastructure. It's like almost a parasite, to say in the metaphor of Joseph van Dijk platform tree, this ClickFarm platforms acting like a parasite on platforms tree. And the ClickFarm platforms affordances foresee that worker will need fake accounts to do their jobs. And the platforms encouraging workers to use up to 10 profiles is such artifices prohibited by the terms of service of social media platforms. But if workers are blocked, they are fully responsible for infractions. Under this condition, to earn a minimum amount of money, the people create and working on many fake accounts. We interview people that have 200 of fake accounts. I interviewed a woman worker of these platforms, interviewed by our colleague Evelyn Matos, say, we create fake accounts, otherwise you don't make money. So faking is a survival strategy for these workers. and they share tips on the importance of maintaining backup accounts. So in case of blocks, they always have viable profiles to work with. To reduce the risks of blocks, Brazilian click farm platforms define minimum requirements to add an account to their system. It's very interesting because one of the requirements to add an account is the personal names must to be Brazilian. I don't no idea about what can be a Brazilian name. I don't know, Rafael, Camila, Julian, or Sarah. It's even Brazilian. What is a Brazilian name? Well, some strategies deployed by workers to avoid being reported or prosecuted for using other people's picture are pick up photos of celebrities or family account. Well, these bots serve to, while the use of fake allows workers to multiply the potential earnings on click farm platforms, the workers use bots too. This means that they feel like human bots, but outsourcing bots and sell and buy bots and fake account to survival in this parallel market. One worker said to us, we can only make money if we use bots. Those who do only manual work are actually unable to get by. So this automated labor is further outsourced to machine as workers pay for bots designed to automate their click tasks. And the people often borrow computers and phones for other people of family so they can run bots on more than a machine. In addition, they also share among themselves in WhatsApp groups and in Facebook groups, in WhatsApp group mainly, screenshots and pictures of daily earnings achieved through the use of bots. Similarly to drivers and riders, they share the earnings, the daily earnings, and they share the screenshots of the bots running. It's very interesting. I have, and they share with us some of these screenshots. The images of bots running in the screen of workers reinforce colonial imaginaries of technology about wow, the bot can work in that way. Furthermore, Facebook and WhatsApp groups are turning into marketplace for selling and buying fake accounts and bots. They saying, I sell accounts for 30 cents. I have customers who have been using without blocks. The accounts come with a bio, 100 followers, 5 photos, and so on. And ads for bots in these groups describe their potential of this bot. Well, it's very interesting because in early this year, some click farm platforms built their own bot. Thus, they sell the bots then directly to workers, not the bots in a parallel market. This means that some resistance or tactics from the worker side are incorporated by mechanisms of the platforms. Recently, workers have also experienced some changes at work for click farms because Instagram has been blocking workers more often and faster. They have been giving few taskers. Thus, in order to not to lose profit, platforms decrease even more the value of each task without communication to work in advance. The scenario resulted in a first proto-strike of these workers. Some workers state, if you want to live with the rules, start by following your own rules, saying to the platform. And the owners of the platforms are lodging because we are working for less than 1 cent of dollar, and the strike is very necessary. And the workers circulated this content through WhatsApp groups and to YouTubers, and discover the cell number phone of a platform owners. This is a proto-resistance of the more invisible workers than Amazon Mechanical Turk and then others. And the click farm practice is based on a gray zone of rules, and there are also appropriation of workers' experiences, like this parasite of the platforms tree. So we are there are other researchers on click farm platforms, like Matheus Viana Braz here in Brazil, and my point is that we have not social media platforms, we have not influencers. We discovered, for instance, politicians and TV presenter by to boost this click farm platforms. And there are not media, there are not ads without these workers, these invisible workers of Brazilian click farms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rafael. So to our audience, we are open for questions in our Q&A box. I will ask Sarah the first one. Should most developers of AI see themselves in solidarity with traditional labor movements? Many AI projects are about saving labor costs and often have disproportionate negative impact on already marginalized communities. Do you got the question? We have here this writing down on our Q&A box.
Well, I think I'm open to anyone answering that, but I mean,
probably.
My immediate reaction is that
presentation. So
yeah, my immediate reaction is that anyone who's in a position vis-a-vis the owners or management of a firm should have a worker's identity, should understand herself as a worker and should have solidarity for that purpose. But I think what the question gets at is the paradox, right? The paradox of a person who's a developer of some of these tools that then have deleterious effects on other workers. So I think there are examples now of recent examples of workers in other areas of tool building and engineering, software engineering, and other kinds of engineering within giant tech firms of resisting and doing things like withholding their labor and walking out and going to the media and doing other things like that. So I think there are examples that suggest that there is room for resistance. At the very least, I think the developers should know a lot more about what the impacts are of the tools that they create. And I think the savviest ones are starting to ask those questions. But for too long, those questions weren't asked, in part because all of these processes are atomized to the point of absurdity, and the big picture is rarely available. We know that that's a pretty common technique of a variety of in a variety of contexts and different regimes to get people to do things that they might not otherwise do if they had a larger understanding. So it's a complicated question, but if I understand it correctly, I think it's pointing at the paradox of the people who are making these tools sort of in a position of labor organizing, although I think everyone ought to be doing that all the time, including academics.
If Julian and Rafael wanted to comment this question.
Yeah, only a thing, I strongly recommend the work of Ben Turnoff and Moira Vogel from Logic Magazine and the book Voices from the Valley. beyond the CEOs, the voice of workers. And in another piece on tech workers movement, they built upon the concept of Eric Wright about class contradictions and localization of contradictory classes, about the potential of upper of managers of the tech industry to build upon and work together in resistance of tech industry, including AI.
And the other thing I could add is that that's a great question that speaks a lot to the heart of the essay, in the sense of labor is not a commodity. And workers are not just a cost or a burden; they're an asset. They're an asset that can be used for good. And the example of, the heart of the essay is, if you keep having these structures of exploitation when workers don't have a say of anything they're doing, that's just fueling the inequalities again and again. I would just keep producing them. So just to answer the question, I definitely think that labor movements are against that idea that labor is a commodity. It is not. There are humans behind it, and humans should be treated in a dignified way. So I think that, the question asks, it speaks a lot to the essay in that sense. And I would say that, yes, they should, to answer the question.
Thank you. I will ask you guys, to all of you, a question that goes in this line of thought. Do you believe that because of this, because these platforms and companies are global, it is more difficult for local governments to do something about workers' rights? Does this debate even exist? And it is harder to regulate these click platforms. It is harder than regulate, like, for instance, transport platform. Do you think because transport and the riders, it is something that it is there, everybody's seeing?
Julian, Australia.
Oh, you go ahead, and I'll go next. Oh, okay, I can go ahead. That's something that many people have been asking a lot, because the problem is that, yes, it's a global market, and especially for platforms, because they can just, I can ask for experience from the fieldwork I'm currently doing virtually because of the pandemic, is that these platforms arrive to Venezuela because of the access to cheap labor, in a sense. And they're not registered in the country. They have programs for the country. They say this program here is for workers from Venezuela only. Give you your ID and so on, so they can prove identity. But they're not registered in the country. They don't pay taxes in the country. So how can they be regulated at the country? Unless, I guess, you just pull the switch and block their IPs. It's very tough to regulate these platforms when they're in this type of international market, and when they're not implemented in a specific country. So I always think of, for example, Mark Graham's research. He's a geographer of the internet, so he knows about these things of geography, and part of the spirit behind the foundation he's directing the fair work is that then regulate where because these platforms are not located in the country where the workers are, but they're located in some countries. They, as I said, they come from the United States, Germany, Australia. The platforms are implemented in Venezuela. So that's maybe how can you regulate them if you target these countries where the work comes from, sorry, where the demand of work comes from. But again, it's very tough. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an expert in international relations, and that's why I also would love to hear what Sarah and Raphael have to say.
Just some brief thoughts. I see Antonio has his hand up too. Just some brief thoughts on the point. I guess I wouldn't take the proposition at face value that all countries are hostile to this kind of work, or that all places reject it. And then I would also I want to bring two thoughts into the conversation. One is that even within these geographic borders, or these political borders of nation state, there are these carve-outs in many places of special economic zones and other kinds of extra state zones that even if there are labor laws and other kinds of things that would impede upon this kind of predatory labor practice, it doesn't necessarily apply when some of these firms or their activities can be found in special economic zones where the rules are different and where the rules apply much less evenly as they would right next door in a part of the country that isn't designated the special economic zone or doesn't have this carve out. And these are found all over the world. The thing that I wanted to also mention was the other thing. Oh, right. In Julian's talk, he was talking about the case of Venezuela, and I think to a certain extent in Brazil as well, and in parts of the United States, we can't disaggregate economic precarity and maybe even a national economic collapse from the fact that then these labor providers or labor extractors, as the case may be, find their way to these places in the world that are ripe for this kind of work. And I'll give one other example here. When I was in Barcelona a few years ago, visiting a Facebook call center that was run by a German company. Now, those of you who are in South America will be amused when I tell you that Barcelona, where the language is Catalan, it is not Spanish, and when it is Spanish, it's Castellano de España, right? Like super different Spanish. The call center that they put in Barcelona was doing content moderation for Latin America. And so I kept asking them, like, why would you do that? And I knew the answer was because it was a German firm and it went to the very cheapest place it could find that would have a concentration of work or that could attract it, which was Barcelona, because Spain was in an economic crisis. And I couldn't get them to admit it, but it didn't matter because I knew that was the reason. They wouldn't admit it. And then they had all of these people in Barcelona, again, not even a Spanish speaking predominantly place, doing all the content moderation for Latin America. It was just, the geographies and the nation state borders that we imagine in our minds are upended by these labor practices. Those things no longer are the defining features of how these practices are undertaken. And so things that make no sense on their surface make sense in a bottom line kind of way or in other kinds of ways that cause a rearrangement, quite frankly, of geographical and political borders, cultural and linguistic borders, and so on. And so I see this as also a chase and a race to the bottom line. And where do they go? They take advantage of a situation like the economic crisis in Venezuela to find the cheapest labor possible. And the expectations that we might have no longer make sense under these terms.
Great. Thank you so much, Sarah and Julian. I totally agree. I just add some words on Fair Work Project, who I am principal investigator in Brazil for drivers and riders. But we have the online work is not a word that I like. The online work and gig work, this thing, it's very interwoven and interconnected. But in the Fair Work Project, we have 5 principles on online work, and the people are researching from many parts of the world. And I think Fair Work report on micro work platforms will out in 2 months or something like that. But the first result is well known because it's very difficult to these platforms to get a minimal decent work principles. And the principles is a very basic principles on decent pay, on decent working conditions, including health, fair contracts and fair management and fair representation. And it's more difficult than so-called gig work presentation. And I recommend the work of Winifred Poster about the ascent on call centers, and it's very interesting about this example from Barcelona.
Thanks, you guys. I want to invite our special guest, Antonio Casilli. Is an incredible author, and he's here with us, and want to ask a question to our other guests.
Salutations, all of you.
Hello,
I didn't know I was a special guest.
Of course you are.
I'm just a participant. Thank you very much. Really, that was splendid. 3 very, very impressive papers, and although admittedly the indication provided by Rafael to be informal was, respected in an even way. Anyways, I want to ask questions to Julian, because we work together on a deep lab research group, so we have many chances of exchanging and especially about his incredible research. But I really wanted to first of all congratulate Rafael for the preliminary results of your ongoing click farm research. Of course, this is really a very important work, because there are so few actually research fieldworks on click farms, and this is so important. So I just wanted to give you a couple of pointers. The first one is probably if you haven't already done it, and if you have, forgive me, to probably get in touch with Johan Lindqvist, who is an anthropologist at Stockholm University. I kind of remember that you already mentioned it, but he did some incredible qualitative work on Indonesian click farms back in 2017-18. And there are a lot of continuities, a lot of common points between your approach and his, and your results and his findings, especially in what you call outsourcing to bots. And he calls it basically semi-automated click farming, which is something that brings to mind another very important and interesting, let's say, domain or field of research, which is video gaming. And so my question would be, have you found evidence of continuities or back and forth between click farming on social media and goal farming in, online video games? Admittedly, this was a thing that developed even before probably click farming, but it is interesting, and I would be interested in knowing if you have some evidence of this. And before I stop talking forever, I just wanted to probably ask Sarah, but this is more I wanted to make a plea or cry for help, actually, because all of us who are working on debunking the myths surrounding AI face a certain type of, how could I say it? Mistrust, but also misconceptions. In a way, whenever we point towards human labor beyond or behind algorithms and automation, an increasing number of people call us conspiracy theorists, or people who are just imagining things. But and so this is why eventually I started, asking myself, are we really falling into some kind of counter culture or whatever, a subculture of our own, and also to probably get out of these dangerous thoughts, because they would probably also prevent us from going on with our research. I would like to point towards 2 approaches that, in my opinion, are extremely important. The first one is the approach that the 3 of you are adopting, which is a qualitative in nature, giving voice to the workers, be the scribes to an extent of these workers, being the witnesses, and also empowering them by your record of what they do, but also helping the people who read what you publish to change their mental categories, to change their vocabulary, to stop talking about brain intelligence and learning and adopting, another set of words and another semantic universe. But there is also something that is extremely interesting to me, and I wanted to know all of you, your opinion on the quantitative approach to this. To an extent, if I think about what Sarah was mentioning, the Forbes article, the emphasis that she put on minimizing head counts, yeah, I would like to stress the count part of it. We need to recount heads, like electoral recounts. We need to actually look at the actual numbers. And this is so difficult. I mean, ourselves here in France, a couple of years ago, tried to estimate the number of micro workers in France. And I mean, we were conservative and we came up with a quite humongous number, 260,000, which is quite impressive for a relatively small country. And we were attacked for this because people were incredulous. And the same thing is happening now to Otto Cassi and Willy Le Donverta and Fabian Stefani, who just published an estimate of the number of what they call online workers, online labor. So how many online workers are there in the world? They came up with, and yet we are still talking about the conservative estimate, 160 million. And again, they are facing a lot of mistrust, a lot of criticism. And this is something that to me is also, a signal, a symptom of the fact that we are producing on the qualitative side and on the quantitative side, a type of knowledge that is disturbing to some because they are comfortable being lulled by their own vocabulary and their own ideas that these technologies can actually minimize the headcount. So I just wanted to have your reaction on this, and I stopped because I've been definitely too long. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassili. Who wants to comment first?
Sarah.
I just want to say the point on worrying that you're becoming a conspiracy theorist. My gut instinct is to say if you're worried that you're a conspiracy theorist, you're likely not one. So, just so you know, I would say the conspiracy lies on the other side, if anything, right? We all have done extensive studies, yourself included, to find and provide evidence, ample evidence of the cases we talked about. Both of my colleagues on the panel today have empirical evidence of a qualitative nature. I have it as well. I also have the very conservative quantification that I do when I'm asked to do it. It's way too low for commercial content moderation, but I just go by the public numbers, and even those numbers, the public numbers as disclosed by the firms, right? Which we always know are underreported, but that gives us a baseline. When I started my research in 2010, I thought that the issue was that all I had to do was prove it. All I had to do was prove it, and somehow that was going to do something, right? And I started out in my work alongside my colleague Safiya Noble, who was doing something called proving bias in algorithms. And both of us began to assemble evidence, and we began to show it, and people would say to our faces, "You're lying." People in our graduate program, people online, when I would go on programs, the comments, if I accidentally would see them, would lead off with things like, "She's lying." And so the psychology that is behind the denial is very powerful. And it's really another, that's a study in and of itself. That's a fascinating thing to think about. Someone in the Q&A raised the question of Elon Musk, who, I don't want to give airtime to, because the man is dangerous. He's dangerous. He's out there touting his self-driving cars, and people get killed because they believe his BS. So, you know, there's something about the psychology of belief. It's aspirational at best. It's zealotry and quasi cult-like religious at probably more accurately described. So what we're up against, we're not, I don't think we're the conspiracy theorists, we're the people with evidence, but we know what has happened to people with evidence throughout history. You know, that's not enough to persuade and to sway. As long as the money is flowing, it's going to be a very difficult battle, in my opinion. And I'll let someone.
Great. First of all, thank you very much, Antonio, for your reference. You mentioned before the work of Johann Lindqvist. I read, but I didn't got in touch with him. But it's very interesting research. I have to say that this is an ongoing research, and first preliminary results. We started this research with Histories of AI project. And our initial project was to let's interview some Brazilian women working on many microwork platforms in Brazil, with a diversity of platforms, with a qualitative way, and so on. In the midst of way, we discovered the click farm platforms and the people and the gendered work of on click farm platforms too. And we are writing an article with some other colleagues, and I would thank you very much to other colleagues with me in this project, like Adena Amaral, Maria Clara Aquino, Alisson Soares, Evelyn Matos, Carol Govari, people who are in this event too. I have no evidence yet between the articulations between a gold farm and click farm, but it's a very interesting point to research. And beyond the hypothesis or the gag about the parasite on platform 3, Joseph van Dijk, we have another hypothesis that click farms can play an important role in the circulation of disinformation here in Brazil, including hate speech from Bolsonaro supporters. For it, we have a little evidence, but I think this is an important point to public debate and to media too. And I really like the point of Antonio's about another semantic and how when we visibilize and show and supported these workers and supported collectively in an ethical way about what we can say and don't say in public spheres and so on, and how these materialities of labor can turn on into other language and other discourses about micro work. I really like the debates about the words who we are used to and the platforms used to refer to these workers, micro work. And these workers, and Antonio mentioned too in other panel we did, like Amazon Mechanical Turk and so on, called these workers, you are a micro work. It's very interesting because we use our entire body, workers' body, to do whatever work job activities, and even these platforms reduce their skills, their abilities, like a micro or other forms. And it's very interesting point that it's very difficult to name these things. It's very difficult to name how can we do behind the screen and ghost work and micro work and click farm. It's very difficult to do this.
And just to follow up to my response to Antonio, I have some quantitative data collected from my dissertation, and the thing that stops me from doing any inferences, that applying any inference statistics to it, is that I don't have the population, and it's tough because one would say that even the platforms know how many workers they have, and the answer is no, they don't know. Not even the platforms know, because from what I've been observing from my research is that one account does not equal one worker. For example, the worker that I interviewed, the one that got fired and lost 2 weeks of full-time wages, he kept working with his wife's account. And there are many cases where I saw where the entire family was working with a single account. Also, one of the things that platforms are very strict about, or they do, is saying only people 18 years old or older can work for these platforms. You have to show an ID. That's why the facial recognition thing that the Black worker couldn't do, because the facial recognition system didn't recognize them. Well, there are many kids also working for these platforms that they just use the family account. We're in a pandemic right now. A lot of people are at home. There's an economic crisis. Kids are not studying. And so I heard of cases of kids also working for these platforms, and the platforms don't know because they think that one account equals one adult. Again, not the case, which makes it even more difficult to assess how many workers are out there. It's usually, and I know you said, Antonio, conservative estimates, probably even more than what we think. And also to link what Rafael was doing, and oh yeah, this is Harris' comment, like they don't want to know, and that's, yeah, they don't want to know, and I feel the same. And I about terms as well, and what Rafael was saying, actually this essay that I wrote is for an AI Now Institute a project called A New AI Lexicon. And again, to reveal these terms that we keep telling each other so much, as well, like ethics, bias, alignment, that actually Karen Howe made a very funny, published a very funny lexicon as well at the MIT Tech Review. And I agree with Rafael, like some things are not micro in these examples. And as he said, with a worker who didn't understand English, had to translate the instructions, which are 30-page long instructions, then try to practice, to learn how to do a segmentation, to learn how to identify the objects. And that can take hours to do just the segmentation of one image. And that requires skills. And then with time, all of these workers learn and improve their skills for the platform, which is only reduced to a single click or a single task at a time. So I think definitely we need to continue criticizing or reflecting on these terms that we use, especially the companies use, definitely.
Thanks, Julian. We have three more questions here. The first one is from Gustavo. I would like to ask about how the Marxism concept of alienation involved in its 4 elements with the platformization of work. Are there any research focus on this relationship, alienation and work platforms? I know there is. I don't know who wants to comment on that.
A quote, recently Jean-Christophe Plantin published as Data as Factory about alienation in data labor, but I can theorize more than this now.
Okay, so another question from Caio Augusto is the one that Sarah already kind of commented. While many people in the AI industry consider the possibility of AI becoming completely independent from humans and going rogue to be very unlikely, we often hear about tech experts like Elon Musk referencing to this possibility. How do you think these people benefit from maintaining this sort of narratives? Could it be that the reproduction of the idea of AI is an independent entity contributes to maintaining the invisibility of workers, such as though in crowdsourcing platforms? And I would like to add that I would do the same question that Caio did. So I here enforce this question.
Well, I looked last night and Tesla's trading at something like $700 a share, more than that. Elon Musk is a hype man. He's a snake oil salesman. He'll sell things with his mouth before it exists in the real world. He's a person who would not shut down Tesla's factories when there was a mandatory order to do so for COVID. People make cars. Human beings make cars and assemble them. And he wouldn't shut down the factories in California. He has made comments that he intends to move to Texas, where the labor laws are less stringent, ergo more favorable to him. He is not, I don't think, someone to be venerated or emulated, but I don't think a lot of rich, powerful people should be venerated or emulated, you know? And I guess I'm in the minority or something. But no, he's a snake oil salesman. He wants to go to Mars. Let him go to Mars.
I wanted to add to a question, just to read aloud what Antonio was writing in the chat, which is, I think, is very relevant. Antonio says, platform year one, when talking to venture capitalists, we have 12 million workers. Same platform, year two, when talking to the judge for classifying subcontractors as employees, we have 1,000 workers. So it's just an example of how many companies just blend or like change the discourses depending on who they're talking to, who they are addressing. That's actually one of the core aspects of a paper that I wrote with Professor Leslie Shade here from UFT about how platforms present themselves as, present workers as workers to the client, saying like, these are our workers. And when facing the workers, they're actually saying, oh, you are the freelancers or you are the contractors. So again, the discourse depends on how the discourse can benefit the speaker in a sense. And I think that what the question is alluding to, the fact that, the idea that AI could take over and go rogue and kill people, that's a discourse that benefits some people and some organizations in a certain way. And that's why it keeps reproducing and we keep hearing it. But when you actually ask an expert, a computer scientist who knows about AI machine learning, it's like artificial general intelligence is nowhere near here. That's not going to happen. And even if quantum computing can happen and something, that's going to be like in 70 years. That quantum computing today is like nothing. It's just in its infancy. But we keep hearing these things and they keep reproducing, and there's a discourse that we keep hearing. And what I'm saying is there for a reason. Is there for a reason to benefit someone? That's everything I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think the other way, in the same way, but other dimension is how can we stress both with media and policymakers too, to put visible this work or the title of Sarah Roberts, Your AI is a Human. An example is that recently, the last few weeks ago, the Brazilian government launched the Brazilian strategy for AI. And it's not only, there's no mention to workers or these many platforms, and they become more invisible. And to make a log or a gag for the Silicon Valley expression, you made to change your mindset. Well, our policymakers and our journalists and so on need to change their mindset and so on about artificial intelligence and about work behind artificial intelligence. And Julian has a good piece on the future of work and how these narratives on future of work invisibilize more and more these workers and only emphasize the skills, the necessary skills to do your success and so on and so on.
So we're heading to our last question. It's from Leonardo Ferreira. He's a researcher of DigiLabor with Rafael. and he's researching commercial content moderation and mental health. So for those who feel free to answer, okay? How do you perceive the political and mental health implications of micro workers regarding working conditions and content worked, which may involve hate speech and extreme violence, and as in the case of content moderators? Anyone wants to go first?
I can go first, but I think Sarah has a lot more to say.
Well, I'll just say that I think it's a crisis to come, that there will be a bill that comes due, especially when we're talking about the kinds of numbers of people involved in this work. That this is a work type that many people move on from, but they have long-term damage. And I don't think from a social perspective, societal perspective, we're prepared for the long-term results and effects. And of course, because of the way that the work is structured organizationally and geographically, the companies that cause the harm by demanding this type of work will disclaim any responsibility. We've seen some lawsuits around this, but there's many, many people that will be affected into the future. That's my take. Julian?
Yeah, only recently one of the platforms that I'm studying started putting a filter, like a badge next to the task saying, careful, this is a not safe for work task, before you can open it. And there's a lot. So these platforms this is not mechanical Turk. These are not mechanical Turk. These are platforms that are many startups exclusively to annotate data for machine learning. So there's gruesome content, like blood. There is the one task is like just annotate if it's real blood, if it's fake blood, and it's usually to train computer vision systems. So it's not content moderation, but still they just put the badge recently, and from the interviews, some people were saying, yeah, I opened that, I saw it, and it was like, okay, I can't do this instruction at all. However, some workers were saying like they could manage it because they were we're helping here. We're helping train as something. We're making society better. Like the sense of, oh, if we're seeing this here, so we're seeing this here, so people in the future don't have to see this. But and the thing is, I was struck about, and actually one of the heart of the essay that I wrote was that there were some things that were not correct for the workers. Like this task of people being naked at their homes, and you have to tag all the objects around them. But then the people were the workers asking, where did this come from? Why are we doing this? When this is thing that they think is not correct, it's creepy. This is the word that came most. It's creepy. It's not okay. That's also the one that when they were like commenting the most in these cases.
Great. I would add some explanation from Leonardo's side. He's a psychology undergraduate student here in Brazil, supervised by me, and he researches the media representations of mental health of moderators, and we will share with you when the research is ready. And I strongly recommend for those who don't watch it, the documentary The Cleaners. It's very, very impressive. And the Invisibles, or Les Invisibles, or I don't speak French like Antonio, a great documentary series coordinated by Antonio Casilli too. It's very useful to add to other documentaries like Coded Bias and so on. And I hope The Cleaners will go to Netflix too.
Guys, we are coming to the end of our panel. I would like, first of all, to thank all of our guests. It was an amazing afternoon. We learned a lot with you guys, but we will keep the event on this 4 o'clock panel, AI and music. And Rafael, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I will thank you very much to Sarah Roberts, Julian Posada, and Antonio Casilli, three of most successful researchers on work in AI, my inspirations too. It's very interesting because we have most Brazilians here watching us, and mostly could know you yet. It is very interesting point. We'll thank you very much. We are already interviewed Sarah and Antonio, and soon Julian too in DigiLabor, and we invited to this task. We will be back in 25 minutes to the last panel, AI in Music, with Jonathan Stern, Adriana Amaral, and Andrés Segura. And after, we will have the closing keynote with Sarita and Ruth, and we are very proud to hear too. Thank you very much. Let's
Bye-bye.
drink a water, a tea.
Yeah.
Check, check. Kittens, kittens.
Hello,
Hey,
how are you?
good. I'm out of presenter view now. There we go. How are you doing?
Fine.
Hello, hello.
Hey,
Nice to meet you, Jonathan.
nice to meet you.
Andreas.
Great shirt.
Nice to meet
That's
you
an
too.
that's an optimal Zoom shirt.
Yeah, it's my basic t-shirt. It's my old normal. Thank you,
Perfect.
Adriana, too.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity, guys.
Hello, Andres.
Nice to meet you, Andres. Are those cassettes on the shelf behind you?
Those are CDs, actually.
CDs. It's all
Yeah.
vintage now.
Yes.
Well, that means I'm vintage too, because I've collected them since I was a young kid. So there's plenty of stories there.
I'm sure.
I still buy them, by the way.
Yeah, I'm in some music communities where people are really into that, but I never liked the CD that much compared with LPs. So
Yeah, I know that
I
too.
usually just like there's one band that's releasing an LP that I really like. And I'm like, when can I just go to Bandcamp and buy the files? Like, that'll be
Yeah.
fine.
I get your point. It's
Yeah.
just probably it is bug that bites us collectors.
Yes. Yes. So, Raphael, is there anything we need to do before the panel starts?
No, we'll only waiting for the time, and I will thank you very much for your acceptance, and both Jonathan, Andres, in my name, and Adriana, and other co-organizers. We are very happy with this panel and to hear about that.
That'll be great. I only wish this was happening in person and not,
Yeah.
well, not right now, not right now, but I wish the conditions were such that it could happen in person.
I hope to in Brazil and other countries too.
Yeah, is like our Brazil universities online right now, and how does that even work?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are all
only-
online.
But can you expect all your students to have like connections so they can like zoom into classes and stuff? Do you?
Depends. The federal universities are more complicated, but people did some things like fixing computers and trying to offer internet connection and this kind of stuff. But I think there is a large people who are attending the classes, but a lot of people has been struggling with this model, and some people have canceled the semester or stopped it for a year.
Yeah, I'd say it was real mixed for my students too. Some adapted really well to it. For some students with disabilities, it was actually better in some ways. Because like, I mean, especially in Montreal in the winter, not having to go to campus if you have a mobility impairment is like a good thing. But yeah, it's tough. And like to do everything on the screen, like even I feel it. I mean, I've been online since like forever. And I mean, I'd rather like go out and see people, but I should be comfortable with it. And like, it's exhausting.
Yes, the same for me. I like the not going to campus like every day and this stuff
Yeah.
because I live kind of far from Unicinos, but it's exhausting because you have everything in just one setup. You know, you have like talking to your friends and working, and it seems like everything is working.
Yeah.
I totally
Sorry,
get that.
trying a new thing, which is attaching the notes. I have all these Post-its and I'm attaching them to the top of my monitor so I don't look down when I'm giving my spiel. I'm looking up. So
Are you drinking what, Adriano?
I'm drinking guarana in order to keep to not to fall asleep. I still have one class by night. Yes, after this panel, I have one class at 7:30, but I have a guest speaker, so at least
those are the
I'm
best.
Yes, at least I'm not alone. And I have a TA also, so it will be fine.
TAs were good for moral support too.
And Carol is not here already? Carol?
Carol?
She was having trouble with the connection. I will check her on.
If she has connections problems, I can assume the moderation.
Yeah, she had already sent me one question that she had. Let's see.
She hasn't even seen your presentation yet.
Because she has prepared something further. She was my PhD student. She is very, oh, there she is.
There she
Hi,
is.
guys.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys. I'm
Where
here.
are you?
I'm fine, you?
Good. No, I said where though.
You can listen me well?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. I'm having some kind of trouble with my connection, but I think it's okay now.
Yes. Carol has studied at McGill. She spent one semester with Will Straw.
Oh, yes.
Yes. I miss Montreal so much, and McGill as well.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I like, at this point, I haven't set foot there in a year. So there's all sorts of things I miss from Montreal too.
Yeah, I believe so. And Montreal has a beautiful music scene. I went to a lot of shows, and I'm so glad I went to Montreal not in a pandemic, not during the pandemic, so I could see a lot of shows.
No, I'm really worried
amazing.
about I'm really worried about the venues.
Yes. And the pubs and bars and Fofon Electrics. I went a lot of Fofon. Fofon. I don't
Electric,
remember.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more Casa del Popolo.
Oh yes, the one more.
Volvo Tilo.
I don't. Mayoan, right?
Huh?
It was a neighbor Mayoan. I don't remember.
Island, yeah.
Mayoan, yes.
Yeah.
I went one time to Casa de Popolo with Will and Espaço Rosa, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My goodbye party was there.
Nice. Yeah.
Like US has received a lot of Brazilians.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that though. It's good. I mean, I love having, we don't have any visiting students right now because we kind of can't. But I love that part of it where people are coming through, and yeah, I've had tons of Brazilians come be with me too. And it's a real delight. And I learn all this stuff that I wouldn't know otherwise because I don't speak Portuguese. So it's good for everybody.
We don't speak English as well. We try to speak.
Oh, you speak English.
No,
you speak English just fine.
Just fine. But when I was in Montreal, I sound like bonjour, ça va? Désolé, je ne parle pas français. So I'm going to speak in English.
But that's what you do. You apologize. That's the politics of it. If you apologize for your French, most people are cool.
Yeah.
It's the same in Paris if you apologize. No, Montreal is not so rough as Paris for.
No. So it's pretty okay, I think.
I feel like Paris has gotten a little easier too over the years.
Yeah. No, I was just joking. When I've been there in the 90s, it was like very rough. But the last time I went, it was okay. And the countryside is also very. I've been to Angoulême Festival, and it's in the countryside, and people were very relaxed. But I speak a little bit of French, but not enough, not like English.
Yeah, don't. Désolé, je ne parle pas français.
You do that really well.
Yeah. Je m'appelle Caroline. Désolé, je ne parle pas français. I'm going to speak in English.
and we try to speak Spanish to our Portuguese.
Yes. No, my Spanish is awful. I don't even try because it's Spanglish or no, it's Portuñol. It's Portuñol.
Well, let's go.
All right.
Here we go to our last panel before keynote speaker from Sarita and Ruth. You are in Histories of AI, Imaginaries and Materialities, co-hosted by DigiLabor Research Lab and University of Cambridge. We already discussed gender, work, colonialism, infrastructures, imaginaries, and so on and so on. And now we will have the panel AI and Music, and the moderator is Caroline Govari. She has a PhD in communication at the Unicinos University. She also served as a visiting scholar in the Department of Art History and Communication Studies at McGill University. And she is a researcher of Cult Pop Research Lab and is also a researcher of our Histories of Artificial Intelligence project in Brazil. Welcome, Carol.
Thanks, Rafael. Hi, guys. As Rafael was saying, I'm Caroline Govari, but you can call me Carol. You can call me whatever you prefer. And I'm PhD in Communication Science from Unicinos University. And I'm really glad to be here. Thanks for the invitation. So welcome to another panel of Histories of AI, hosted by DigiLabor Research Lab and University of Cambridge. In this panel, we'll talk about AI and music, and we have three wonderful guests who will share their knowledge of music, AI, streaming platforms, sound and music studies, music genres, and other stuff with us. Please welcome Jonathan Stern, Adriana Amaral, and Andrés Segura Castillo. So let me introduce the speakers. Jonathan Stern teaches in the Department of Art History and Communication Studies at McGill University. He's author of the books MP3, The Meaning of Format and the Audible Pass, Cultural Origins of Sound. His next book is Diminished Faculties, A Political Phenomenology of Impairment, and with Mara Mills, he's writing Turning Time, Histories of Sound and Speed. He's working in the project The New Sound and Look of Media, AI and the Politics of Culture. His goal is to examine and critique how AI is being used to shape the so-called content of media, especially the look and feel of audiovisual texts. Adriana Amaral is professor at postgraduate program of communication at Unicinos University, and she is researcher associated with National Council of Scientific and Technological Development. Her research interests are digital culture and humanities, youth and subcultures, pop culture, fun studies, music and sound studies, and digital media. She was visiting researcher and professor at University of Salford and University of Surrey in UK and University of Duisburg-Essen in Germany. Andrés Segura Castillo is coordinator of the Research and Technological Innovation Laboratory and researcher at the Universidade Estadual à Distância de Costa Rica. He's co-author of the articles Folk Theories of Algorithmic Recommendations on Spotify, Enacting Data Assemblages in the Global South, and Genres as Social Affect, Cultivating Moods and Emotions Through Playlists on Spotify, working with Inácio Siles. So, Jonathan, you can go first, please. You all have actually 15 to 20 minutes. I'll let you know when you have 5 more minutes, okay?
Okay, thank you, Carol. Thank you for that introduction. I want to thank DigiLabor and the University of Cambridge for the invitation. I'm coming to you today live from Jojage, which is known as Montreal. It is unceded land. And if you haven't thought about who was on the land before that you're on before you got there, you can do some research online. One resource I've found quite useful, it's not perfect, but is nativeland.ca. I also want to thank the other panelists. It's not lost on me that I'm the one Anglophone among 3 Lusophones, and we're doing this in English. So thank you very much, but I will continue. Okay, so I'm going to give you a short spiel about AI. Sorry about this. I'm trying Post-its on top of my monitor, so I'm not looking down, I'm looking up. How I got into it, how I understand AI, and some findings and questions from my research. And I won't be doing a PowerPoint, I'll just be talking to you about this. Okay, so when I finished MP3, The Meaning of a Format, one of the major themes of that book was this idea of a human listener and its gaps and absences that got written into the code of MP3s and the way that MP3s were encoded. And I actually finished the book while I was in Silicon Valley. And so I'm surrounded by all these other tech startups and not startups, just tech businesses. And it was very clear to me at that moment that this thing that I'd sort of teased out in the MP3 was true in every audio technology I could encounter, not just a model of the human listener, but models of how the world works, how music works, how sound works, what good sound, what bad sound are. All these things are being built into and encoded into software, sometimes at the level of code, sometimes at the level of the interface, sometimes just in everyday practice, sometimes in user manuals, sometimes in performance. And so I started looking at software technologies designed to process sound. The engineering term for this is signal processing. And the way I like to explain it is this: signal processing is the cooking part of making media and distributing media. So, and media study doesn't talk about it a whole lot. So it's as if the anthropology of food covered like agriculture and eating, but didn't say much about actual cooking. Signal processing is where sounds get converted into other things in their states as signals, and where the sound and also look, when we're talking about video, the look of media really gets set and designed. So for the last decade or so, I've been doing this sort of string or series of essays on signal processing. I'm calling it my ghost book right now because it isn't a book. But I've really been interested in the different kind of models of the world actuated by different signal processing practices, protocols, regimes. And because of this interest, I sort of stumbled into the world of AI from a slightly different standpoint than I would have otherwise. I was, for instance, I spent a semester at Microsoft Research New England, and at the time there was already a booming group of machine learning researchers. But in 2014, everything hadn't been rebranded as AI yet. And so the connections between machine learning and what I was interested in weren't immediately apparent to me. But when I came back to Montreal, I found myself on panels with people from a company that would eventually be called Lander. Lander is a company, you can go to their website, it's landr.com, and they'll explain themselves to you. Lander is a company that has attempted to automate the process of music mastering. And actually before that, they tried to automate the process of music mixing. And let me just explain what these things are for the people who don't know what they are. Music mixing is what happens when you have, you're recording a song and an ensemble performs it, and all of the different instruments are recorded separately. So what the mixing engineer does is they set the relative levels, say, of the vocals versus the guitar versus the drums, as well as setting their general sound. And there's, I mean, that's a very simplistic description of it. Music mastering is after the mixing engineer has finished and puts the final shine on the piece. So you can think of music mixing as like the editing stage of a manuscript, and then mastering is like when you've gotten to page proofs. That'll, for the academics in the audience, hopefully that'll make more sense. So I first met them when they were Mix Genius and trying to automate mixing, but I really got interested when they were Lander and trying to automate mastering. And with my friend Elena Rozlogova, who's written about Spotify and radio and sort of other automation technologies, we visited Lander, we interviewed people there. We also looked at their role in the local music scene. I spent some time working with the software, actually trying to figure out how it worked and sort of reverse engineer it from a user standpoint. And we also interviewed some other people in the community who'd consulted for them or had other relationships with the organization. So Lander's interesting because they're trying to automate a process that's shrouded in mystery, and that is not generally well understood by musicians. So mastering is sort of like, it's often treated as a kind of wizardry, a kind of highly specialized expertise. The mastering industry is fairly concentrated in the sense that for music, there's really a pretty small handful of mastering engineers who define how most of the commercially released music is supposed to sound. A surprisingly large number of them are named Bob, but that's for another paper. So mastering is not something that's necessarily well understood by musicians. And in fact, when I spoke with a number of mixing engineers, they said they often had to explain mastering to the musicians who came to record with them. So Lander's trying to automate this task that's not well understood and not widely widely known. And so part of the process of automation, and this is one of the things, this is sort of one of the pillars of my approach to AI, is that you treat it as a thing that actually exists in the world, and you treat it as it is today, right? This is the insight of Kate Crawford and several others who said you have to understand artificial intelligence, not in terms of the promises that companies make their investors or breathless journalism or advertising, but in terms of like what it can and can't do today and how it's actually operating. Now, some of that actual operation can also be bullshit, as in the AI part of the process might well be oversold. So one of Lander's competitors, Isotope, I saw a presentation of them that they did at a trade show. And at one point, the computer was working and it had that little, spinning processor thing, progress bar kind of thing. And the person doing the demo said, well, now it's doing some machine learning. I assure you no machine learning was happening at that moment. It was like straight up marketing bullshit. And in talking with computer scientists, I've also found like one of the first questions they always ask about some of these applications is how much of it is really machine learning or AI versus something else. And that's something we can't totally answer. Jenna Burrell's written about corporate secrecy in the study of algorithms, and I think that's absolutely an essential, like almost a constitutive feature of studying these things out in the wild. In the case of Lander, and I can go into more detail about this, but I want to leave some time for a couple other anecdotes and stories. In the case of Lander, the conclusion we reached was that ultimately on the user end, what it was doing was feature extraction from a snippet of the music that you uploaded to their server, and then choosing from a series of presets for how to master the music. The other thing that Lander did is in the process, it kind of redefined what mastering was. And this isn't unique to AI at all. Sociologists of automation have been writing about this for decades now, that anytime a task gets automated, it has to be, separated into like discrete subtasks. It has to be given a temporal series, and it has to be sort of strictly ordered in a way that a human being wouldn't necessarily do it. So in the case of automating mastering engineering, the process is highly simplified when you run a piece of music through Lander, and it doesn't necessarily work in the same way that a mastering engineer would if you sent them the same track. However, the end result can sound similar. And so in Lander's case, oftentimes they were selling mastering services to people that weren't otherwise using them, or for instance, just uploading their music to SoundCloud or YouTube without any mastering. And in talking with music mastering engineers, I couldn't find anybody who said that they'd lost business because of Lander or they were threatened by it. In fact, some of them said Lander had actually brought them more business because people would do their tracks on Lander and then not be satisfied with the options. Now, this may not be the case, for instance, if we looked at mastering for video games or audio mastering for film, but I was not able to talk to any Hollywood mastering engineers for the project, and neither was Elena. So that's the sort of Lander story, right? Redefine a task to automate it, hide the labor process. And then the other thing about Lander is mastering wasn't enough. And I don't know if it was not enough for for venture capital or whether they simply weren't able to turn a profit, because in the sort of early histories of companies, you never know. But Lander sort of moved to this platformization strategy where they were trying to create a social network space where musicians would comment on each other's work, and where they would also provide other services like publishing and things like that. Right, so this leads to the question of who actually wants AI to serve that role in music. Lander follows a pretty standard tech industry disruption model. But if you start from musicians or audiences, you get a very different story. And so as I've been moving forward in this project, I've really been thinking on the musical side about people in music, specifically musicians and musicians in relationship with fans and audiences. So automation in music has a long history. The first record players actually came with instructions to crank them at 78 rotations per minute, which is something somebody had to physically do until they installed governors in them, which were a kind of automation. SMPTE sync, which is a strip on the edge of magnetic tape that allows it to sync up with other things, also on film, was a way of automating the synchronization of different machines in a studio or in a projection booth. Audio compression, which automatically raises or lowers the volume of a sound of a sound, basically automates somebody running the volume dial. So when I speak quietly, it would turn it up. When I speak loudly, it would turn it down. Beat matching for DJs, another kind of automation. Pitch correction, auto tune, another kind of automation. And so if we're looking at AI and music, the question should not be, for instance, could an AI compose a song or master a track in a way that's indistinguishable from a human being? You know, so in other words, the question of the Turing test is absolutely the wrong question. The question should be, who wants automation, where, and why? And I'll just give you one, and also what kind. And I'll leave you with one final example, which is automated creation of techno. If you are creating techno, you do not need a neural network. You do not need deep learning. You do not need any of those technologies. Some very simple randomization algorithms can produce very credible techno in terms of a drum beat and a 303 style bass line, if that's your goal. And there's lots of software out there that already does that, and musicians will often use these sort of randomization-based prompts as the beginning point of a composition, or like a way to develop their work. So in that case, there is a desire for automation, but it's built into a larger sense of a creative process. And I think we would see the same thing on the audience side, that fans' desires, that listeners' desires for automation are very different from the kinds of promises that are coming from sort of more corporate perspectives on automation and machine learning in music. Of course, there's lots more I can say, but I've been going on for 15 minutes, so I'm going to stop. I'm going to say thank you again, and I really look forward to hearing what my other panelists have to say.
Thanks, Jonathan. People have questions, actually can send through QA button or in the chat. Now we can move on to Adriana. Adri, please, welcome.
Yes, hello everybody. I'd like to thank Rafael, Digilabor, and University of Cambridge, Histories of AI, and Andres, and it's a pleasure to be here with Stern. That is a great influence on my work, and we've been in a panel in 2010 organized by Simone Pereira de Sá in Rio de Janeiro, and it was a very good event. And we also have the translation of the MP3 as a political artifact in the book that we organized. So it is very good to be here and to discuss a little bit about these questions on AI and music. And I'm coming back to some things that I wrote in the past few years. And because of this research with Rafael that we are doing, me and Carol, and I had to to try to step back into these studies because I have been away a little bit discussing more fan studies and pop culture, but it is all kind of connected. But my goal in this talk is to discuss briefly the Brazilian scholarship on music and AI, their main themes, and to propose a discussion on how can we incorporate this important debate, not only in our research, but in our everyday practice and the relations between creative industries and the practitioners and music scenes we've been studying for a while. So I'd like to emphasize that music and sound studies in Brazil and its relation to media studies and science and technology studies have grown in the last 15 years with national and international publications and research projects. And the core of these studies are produced mainly in the southeast and in the south of the country, which is already problematic and show how our geographical structures still affect and create some exclusions. And also there is the problem of the music streaming services, that they took a while to arrive in Brazil, even though they have been founded like in 2003, MySpace and Last.fm. I researched Last.fm and MySpace intensively during 2007 and 2009, 2010. And so that was my first enter in this field of AI and recommendation systems, and to understand more how the algorithm by that time was making some things that we're going to discuss later. And from the first data we've collected so far, and there are three main fields in Brazil that are studying these relations, but in different intellectual traditions. The first ones are the arts and music, also musicology. And most of the core of these works are oriented to composition studies in a more classic and usually electroacoustic perspective, and also from sound art. Most of these works, they discuss more about the creative process and music techniques and the materialization of the creative projects, usually emphasizing humans over machines or the combinations of both. And also they have this tendency to critique what they call marketing-oriented music or pop music. And usually they discuss that maybe commercial musicians can benefit from AI, but the musicians that are into real art doesn't need, they are not going to benefit from it. On the other side, there are a few works that discusses the expansions on how producing practices can function and how creation and creativity can be taken into account. The second field that have studied a little bit these discussions are the works and research doing on IT. And usually there is a line of research in a few postgraduate programs in Brazil that is called computational music. And so this core of works, they are focused on how the algorithms are created and how the recommendation systems can be categorized, or how to improve categorization such as including human and non-human curatorship in platforms such as Spotify, Deezer, and so on. And this, what they call systems of music discovery, recommendation, and musical visualization. The main problem with a few of these works that they lack the criticism in discussing the economic part or even the social parts, and sometimes there are problems with UX and design and this kind of stuff that usually the IT approach doesn't talk. The third one, and are the ones that I'm going to discuss a little bit more, are the ones located in media and communication studies. And the researches that they do, they try to discuss material and cultural aspects of music platforms and recommendation, and also in connection to musical genres and music scenes. It also has been a little bit discussed, like categorization and folksonomy practice inside platform systems. My own work that I presented in AIR and Simone Desai in 2009, and also in a panel with Nancy Bain and others, we discuss about this this folksonomy and this kind of categorizations, and how people improved and try to rearrange this genre categorizations, music genre categorizations. So there was a great example on people categorizing some pop music into brutal death metal, for instance. And also, this discussion of categorization led me to, and other researchers, to the discussion on taste, performance, and consumption practices. So these taste performances, they are expressed and they are discussed sometimes in other systems, other social platforms like Facebook or Twitter. And so these discussions migrate from Last.fm or Spotify or any other platform through the circulation in other social networks. And also, there was this discussion on human and non-human curatorship, and also the platforms during this period, they have been upgraded the human curatorship after a lot of discussions and controversies around how people organize their collections and how they categorize that, because Spotify, for instance, doesn't have the opening for categorization like Last.fm did, and others. And also, by this time, that is around 2016, there's been the work of Leonardo De Marchi on YouTube and Spotify about the political economy aspects, and that are crucial in any place, but in Brazil even more. And it's interesting because in YouTube is sometimes in Brazil mainly also considered a music platform, even though it's not a Spotify or Deezer or Pandora or anything else, or Tidal, because a lot of people use YouTube not only as to see videos, but to listen to music. And so it creates another ecosystem and another platform and another practices around YouTube that a few researchers have been discussing. And YouTube, for instance, is central to the circulation of funky carioca and other peripheral genres alongside with their videos. And also there are now some discussions on playlists and the ecosystem that revolves around these mediations of playlists, like in Eder Mson's new book released last year. And also now there is some other discussions about the interference on Spotify retrospective and how the glitches and the datification of users have been researched and conducted in this platform, and also mediations between other cultural products such as literary books of literature and Spotify playlists from Brazilian writers that are using also these platforms. In terms of consumption, also there are a few themes that have been discussing, like the nostalgia also on playlists or on the commentaries of music videos on YouTube. And also during now the pandemic, that Spotify and others have said that have released some data saying that music, traditional music genres like rock or pop or anything else or jazz have been decreasing to be hearing. And we have more the development of listening to podcasts or lo-fi genres. Lo-fi genres as relaxing music for studying and work, and podcasts with information and content. But usually podcasts have been studied more for their information side or their content on journalistic information. And so it escapes a little bit from our discussion. And also some studies have not discussed the streaming services and how they impact on Brazilian production. And also things like levels of compression and what some technicians call loudness war, that they have, the producers have these patterns and how they mix that connects a little bit with Stern said before in the Lander platform. That is also used in Brazil, but there are right now, as far as I know, no one has discussed that. The field of production, it's also very difficult to study here in Brazil because it's not institutionalized a lot. It's not so professionalized. We have a few graduate and undergraduate programs, like here in Unicinos, that we have Produção Fonográfica, that is an undergrad. So we don't have this tradition of the producers. The producers are all main figures on the mainstream, or on the underground, but it doesn't have this professional instance. I also noticed some challenges that we should discuss a little bit more, and even though in the scholarship outside Brazil, but here it's more urgent. And the challenges are questions on social class, gender, age, and other categories and identities that can be taught in this context of music scenes and genres and music platforms. We have to discuss that more, focusing on taste performances, on controversies like tretas, discussions that Simone just like to use this term. Another thing is the virtual performers that are beginning to be perceived as something that connects AI, and also musical visualization, the uses of audio vision of AI with sounds, and the live gigs on the internet. Also the emergence of a platform such as Twitch that was more connected to gaming and this kind of stuff, but now it's been used by musicians because their monetization is better than Spotify or others. And also the imaginary of AI in music, we see by this body of works that we don't discuss this as much. And on the other side, public policies that have not been organized, as we discover at the Poor Music Scenes project that Carol worked with me a few years ago, and also the question of archiving and memory, and the relation between music labor, musicians, and the monetization of this platform. And in one last work that I published with Rafael and we presented at Yaspen, we discussed we discovered that the world of work is one of the ways that we can understand the material aspects of music by looking at the subject from this physical material aspects of work and activities to the media material, which at the same time is an expression of human work and the production of something meaningful using those very means, and looking at it from the perspective of global chains of production, circulation, and consumption of music, which we understand through the way they are articulated. But work and labor are not openly mentioned or discussed in these Brazilian studies of music, as can be seen from our analysis that we did in this paper, but we also features across the subject area through synonyms, reference such as practices, industry, professionalization, and the meaning of work, therefore, circulates in this background because it plays a supporting role. And now in the pandemic, we see, but we organize this in three fields, three areas. The first one, that is industry, business, and the markets. The second one, work activities, practice, and collaborative networks. And the third one, work as background to understanding spaces and scenes. That is, scenes and spaces are and territories are very studied here in Brazil. And this doesn't mean it is completely invisible, but it would be beneficial if these areas could be identified and organized around the subject of work. And also the reorganization of these venues and the music gigs. And we checked, as far as I know, with all this material that we gather for this first part of this research, that we discovered that AI is much more like a marketing label, that it's not so well discussed, and it doesn't appear also on the everyday practice of musicians. So I'll leave it to that, and we can discuss more later.
Thank you, Adri, for those interesting thoughts, actually. And Andreas, the space is all yours now.
Well, thank you very much to my colleagues here, and especially DigiLabor and University of Cambridge for this opportunity. On behalf of our group, we are very pleased to be here, and we would like to share with you our experience, not only as researchers, but also as music lovers, and also in technology geeks that love to talk about this. And this all started with paying attention to our students and the way they were approaching to music. Ignacio, and a colleague of mine who forms part of a group, and I were one day drinking coffee and asked ourselves, well, what is this thing about Spotify that make them engage so much into music, and how are they doing it? Because although Costa Rica is a small country, we have a fairly wide rate of adoption of Spotify, not necessarily the paid service, but most people here know about Spotify and use it on a daily basis. So we started asking ourselves, well, what are the genres that people are listening to? How do algorithms affect those choices, and how those recommendations, for example, start to affect the way that people perceive Spotify and the technology? Are they aware that there is an algorithm recommending them their weekly discovery, for example? So we started our research on our first phase with 30 interviews with different populations. And we discovered that there was this practice around playlists that we weren't very aware of. For example, it's like a ritual. People do playlists, share playlists, but in connection to certain moods and emotions that have mostly to do with social rituals, for example, parties. We found examples, very interesting examples of people that before a party gathered together to just elaborate a playlist for that specific party so that the mood could be enhanced during the party with a playlist. Or, for example, some users expressed that when they were, for example, in a relationship, and they wanted to express something for their partner, they'll create together a playlist so that they have something to share. And they weren't very aware of whether the algorithm was learning about them something from that or not. They practically didn't care. But it's this emphasis on moods and emotions that makes the platform so attractive for most people. And that led us to a very interesting discussion in terms of, well, what is happening then to genres? Because most of the people we interviewed didn't pay any attention of whether their playlists were constructed around pop music or rock music or jazz or whatever. They were mostly built around moods and emotions. And that intimate feeling, I think it's something that Spotify has very intelligently adopted as a means for the algorithm to provide more recommendations. Of course, we don't have proof of that because, as far as we know, the algorithm is basically a black box. But we are very suspicious about that because even when you hear, for example, Spotify representatives, they don't talk about genres or music itself. They talk about sound, the experience of sound, and how it can, for example, create a new experience while you're working, while you're doing something during your daily life. Because at the end of the day, their business model, it's based on the consumption of the sound during all day in order to have some profit. On a second phase, after we found out that basically users were not aware of what the algorithm was recommending them or why. So we started asking them, why do you think it recommends that? And could you please show us with a rich picture? It's a technique we use from the subsistence methodology. Who do you think Spotify is, or what do you think Spotify is? And that led us to folk theories. And we found two very interesting ones that generally appeared among the people that we interviewed and the focus groups that we enacted during our research. And basically, the first one is a personified Spotify. They draw, for example, a little like a person who was right next to them, always asking them, so what would you like? What don't you like? Something like someone like stalking them to some extent. But they found that this kind of surveillance was very helpful for their music tastes and helpful for their moods and building their playlist. So a big part of the people we interviewed identify themselves with Spotify as a person. It's this personification is their way to understand the algorithm to some extent, but also to engage into the platform as a normal practice, right? And then there were others that understood it as a machine, but a very customized machine. It's like they had Legos or something to build into, and it was very interesting because one of the people we interviewed was an engineer, and he described it as a platform to build blocks and buildings around music. It was very, very interesting to know from that experience and to see to what extent people understand that the algorithm is extracting features, for example, and those features are feedbacked into the algorithm so that something similar can come across and to some extent create these moods and other playlists or recommendations that people like. Right now, we are at the point where we ask ourselves, well, what does this have to do with musicians then? Are they aware that people, for example, are consuming music from these perspectives? Do they design to some extent their music to fit this criteria, or is it just a byproduct of the engagement that the user has with the platform? So we were recently working with people here in Costa Rica, but also people here in Mexico, which is a much bigger music industry than ours, kind of to have a wide perspective of what could happen from the musician side, who is striving to be seen on this huge sea of music that is Spotify, and probably doesn't know very well if there's something he can do for the algorithm to make him more visible, for example, other than the views or the followers that he has. So we've been asking, and we found very interesting so far ecosystems, very different indeed. Costa Rica has not really a very professional music scene, so to speak. You don't find agencies to promote artists. You don't find, for example, businesses around music promotion. Most cultural scene here is publicly funded. So in comparison to Mexico, where you have those agencies, you have also the machinery to create like a product from an artist. It has been very interesting, but in both cases, it's like musicians really don't care that much about adapting to the algorithm rather than changing their practices of music production. That means they've seen, for example, that it is more effective to produce one song, or in order to get one hit to be visible, than producing a whole album, which is something that has been widely discussed. But from the musician's perspective, this poses like an artistic issue, because they need to, most of them don't want to express just in one song, but want to create a story through an album, for example. And that concept has been changing, and most playlists won't feature an album. They will feature a song. So that has changed a lot for musicians. And also something that we recently said, there artists that are emerging and have lots of views and hits do not necessarily have the musical background that we might think you have. They are more open to experimentation. For example, they don't count into the reference. They're producing rock music, so to speak. They don't mention Led Zeppelin among their influence. They just say, we just want to do the rock the way we want to do it now. And that seems to have more engagement and more possibilities to be like a success hit, so to speak, among current generations. And I don't know to what extent, be sure about that. The algorithm also has something to do with that. The novelty of this kind of music and how is it promoted within this ecosystem is also something that we are still looking for. And so far, so good. I'd love to hear all your questions about that, and hopefully discuss more about this topic, which we are thrilled to be here.
Thank you for your speech, Andres. Now I think we can move on to the questions from audience. Yes, and discuss some of these issues with the speakers. Actually, we have 3 views of 3 different points in 3 different places in the world, and that's really good. So who wants to open the debate? We have some questions in Q&A. I don't know if you want me to read, or Rafa is writing, panelists can ask questions by video, just let us know. We have a lot of questions, actually. Let me see here. The first one was to Jonathan. Jonathan, do you want me to read the question to you? You mentioned that you have studied how signal processing shaped the subjectivity of listening. Please, can you explain more about your discoveries and bring up any specific case?
Thanks for your question. I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole just because I think it'll take us away from some of the interesting cross-panel discussions. So the first thing I would say is that I don't believe that the way to frame it is that signal processing shapes listening. I would say signal processing encodes practices at a particular moment in time and space. And in doing that, you could say that it sort of temporarily settles or takes a position within controversies, and it exists within a whole set of social relations. So let me give you a really concrete example, which is digital, like software that emulates analog guitar amplifiers. So guitar amplifiers that use either valves or transistors or both to make an electric guitar louder, but also to shape the timbre of its sound. There have been many different attempts to model guitar amplifiers. A lot of people have gone in, like even down to the component level. But then the results are heavily disputed, like what they mean. So for instance, in a double-blind test, a good modeler from 2021, most people are not going to be able to guess successfully more than half the time whether that's a digital model or a recording of the original amplifier. Now, a guitarist standing in front of like a giant amplifier that's the size of a bookcase and like literally flaps the fabric on the legs of their pants may feel very different about the experience of that versus a digital model inside a computer while they're listening on headphones, right? And so what's at the core of that is like, what is a guitar amplifier and what is its purpose? In this case, it's been turned into a sound treatment rather than a physical entity in a room. And that makes sense from a recording standpoint, and even from a musical practice standpoint that wants to use an amplifier precisely for its signal processing capabilities. But even that definition of amplifier is historical. So originally guitar amplifiers were designed simply to make guitars louder, and distortion was a problem that was understood as something you wanted to eliminate. And it was only in the digital era that suddenly, when the engineers finally successfully eliminated some of that distortion, that all of a sudden musicians started saying, well, where's that distortion? It was the same with analog tape and other technologies as well. So you could say that what digital modelers do at first is they encode this sort of historical sedimentation of aesthetics, but then in the hands of musicians, very quickly they become their own thing. You could say the same thing about automatic beat matching in DJ software, where at first it's seen as like a labor-saving device, and then it opens up other sort of vistas of creativity for musicians. Although DJs will, like some, vinyl DJs will turn up their noses at people that use beat matching, but of course, some guitarists will turn up their noses at DJs, and some music school people in, I forget the way Adriana described the arts and music world will just turn up their noses at the guitarists, right? So there's like a, somebody's always insulting somebody. So another place we could look that might be more apropos and actually gets at some of the stuff Andres and Adriana was talking about is genre, right? And feature extraction of music. So one of the interesting things about Spotify and about software that was designed to understand musical genre is it is very, very, very hard to do that from musical information alone. Right, so most of the genre research was done with human beings tagging it. And the result of that is when we hear about Spotify moving away from genre and to these other categories, it's because those are much easier for Spotify to organize because they actually can't do genre. Now, genre was originally also a commercial category that was then taken up by musicians and fans in very meaningful ways. But its abandonment in Spotify is a technical and commercial problem, because actually Spotify, which is like one of the most advanced audio AI companies in the world, still fundamentally cannot build a machine listening system that can listen to and understand music in the way a human being does. And I'll stop there.
Thanks, Jonathan. Adri, do you like to add something? Andres?
No, I think
No?
Jonathan has covered it up about this part, because we have other questions, I guess.
I'm gonna read the other questions.
Just before the next question.
Okay.
I would like
Go
to mention that point that Jonathan says, that it is easier for the algorithm to extract features from the behavior of the users, right? And that is also a question to what extent AI is actually learning, or is artificial intelligence, or just the gathering of enough data to know the patterns in which people behave. That also leads us to the question, to what extent does the user have agency on top of that? And that's something that we've been very keen of, because the algorithm is probably not the same as it was 2 or 3 years ago. It must have changed according to what people uses of it are. And that is something that we cannot forget about. But for example, the experience that we've reported is something very local, right? But it also fits a worldwide system that to some extent might extract patterns, whether right or not, are probably the most efficient way to understand these music practices. And I agree with Jonathan that it is, to this day, also the issue for Spotify to understand how people does understand music from a very human perspective, right? So far we have mathematical models of likelihood, but we don't have that sense of appreciation that a human can have about music and how it moves emotionally with it.
So the next question, I believe, is to you, Andres, but Jonathan and Adri can contribute. AI-based music recommendation systems and playlists favor bigger artists at the expense of small artists and male artists over female artists. The companies and individuals developing AI for music have same level of ethical responsibility as AI for healthcare or justice or financial systems? Anyone want to answer that?
I can say a little bit about it. Yes, you are right about the recommendation systems and playlists. They favor the bigger artists, but I think we haven't discussed this ethical responsibility on music and creative process in order to make policies about that. Of course, we are discussing it in other contexts, such as Uber or any other platform, but I think music right now is music industry right now is one of the most problematic fields because of the pandemic, because it was hugely affected, because live music is not going on, we don't have venues, and so there is there are whole scenes that may fall and we won't have it anymore. So that's a good question for us to think about. And as I was discussing with Felipe Estivalet, that made a PhD on indie musicians in Curitiba, and he discovered that they were like accommodated, and instead of trying to discover new streamings or to fight against Spotify, they were like, oh, okay, it is like this, so we put our music there. So it's kind of a problem right now about that, because the algorithm of Spotify has lots of bugs and problems that favors injustice, and also, of course, the economic part that is another platform like Twitch is paying like 3 times, or even TikTok, even though there are a lot of things that we can discuss from this on.
I'll chime in real quick, just to agree with Adriana. There's a scholar at Wellesley named Kay Goldschmidt that's actually looked at how this plays out in the case of race, where white artists are seen in the US are treated as having many more subcategories and generic affiliations than Black artists. For instance, even if the Black artists are actually combining more influences. So the simple answer is I don't tend to use ethical responsibility, because that puts it on the shoulders of the engineers. I say political responsibility because that makes it a question of policy and constituencies. And so I would say absolutely they have the same responsibility. And I think it's interesting to compare what's happening now with recommendation systems with earlier scandals around music recommendation, like payola in the history of popular music, where labels were paying radio stations to promote their music. And Spotify has relationships with labels. Any agreements they have aren't public or subject to public scrutiny. This is not a problem of like indecipherable algorithms. This is old-fashioned corporate secrecy. And I would be shocked if this hasn't already come up at the conference, but AI companies are very fond of presenting themselves as benevolent intermediaries, even as they are directly attacking the livelihood of people whose work they feature. And I think that's exactly what's happened with Spotify. So like, as far as ethics go, buy your music on Bandcamp if you can, if it's there, and or get it however you want, but don't go to Spotify if your goal is to support musicians. But you can enjoy it in other ways. I'll stop there. Andres?
Yeah, and this is also a very interesting point, and a call for artists to find ways to engage with other platforms that are more fairly designed. For example, Bandcamp, and why not find themselves others? From where I see it, Spotify is not going to change. It's not their purpose to help the artists, but as I mentioned earlier, make profit with sound. There's also a very interesting case, now that Adriana mentioned podcasts and other content that is available on Spotify. From a music business perspective, there's nothing feasible for artists to make themselves profit from Spotify unless, as you mentioned, there are clear policies that dictate the percentages that they should get, and how the distribution of the money goes into the writer, the creator, and the artist itself. That is very fuzzy business there in Spotify. So I would also recommend to go to Bandcamp and enjoy music there. You can do. There's not such algorithmic intervention, or at least not as much. But I think from an indie perspective, and from the possibility of getting your music really more freely available and also get profit from it, Bandcamp is the only alternative to this point.
Thank you, guys. We have 4 more questions and other comments in the chat. You can read there if you like it to answer one of the questions. Actually, we have here a link Nish Sengupta. I don't know if I pronounce this correct, but this is a link from Rolling Stone. It says, should AI be used to create new music using historical data from an artist, create both word and sound? I think Adri and I was talking about actually in the group from Histories of AI. Do you remember the AI of I don't know, Kurt Cobain, Amy Winehouse?
Amy Winehouse, yes.
Yes.
They are. This is like a advertising company that has made this music, this tracks with AI, but it's much more like advertising than actual AI. This is the funny thing is because, as Jonathan said, most of the AI, it's not real AI, it's much more marketing, and they use this for a campaign for people not to kill themselves. But this, I don't know, the songs were recorded by real musicians, someone is saying here. I didn't get into it very much, but I don't know. For me, it's more like publicity and this kind of stuff, more narratives than other things.
Jonathan, Andreas.
Yeah, I call bullshit on the whole thing. Like, until I want to see it, that it's actually all AI generated and that there weren't like a bunch of human interventions to make it. I mean, yeah, sure, AI, there are other examples. I see we have a question about Shimon Robot. Somebody in the chat was mentioning Holly Herndon. I mean, these are very different examples. Holly Herndon's an artist who's very intentionally interacting with this thing. We have Shimon Robot, which is like a robotics laboratory. It's not a musical project, it's a robotics project. Can the robot make convincing music? Sure. If you like randomize a bunch of parameters and you do it smartly, you can make convincing music. So there's no reason why AI shouldn't be able to do that with the same amount of human assistance. But what we see over and over with AI as it exists today is that it needs a lot of human help to succeed, whether that's the sort of AI's last model of Mary Gray and Siddharth Suri, or these kinds of projects. Another great one is the automatic remixing of Massive Attack's Mezzanine that was done. I'm forgetting the name of the Goldsmiths professor who did that. But again, that was done in collaboration with Massive Attack. And again, that's a case where there was human intervention to make it sound good. It wasn't like this purely automated, disembodied intelligence. So again, my question is not, can a computer produce music that seems like music made by a human? It's why, who wants it and why? Is it a program music firm that's trying to like cut into the TV background music and hold music business? Is it a musician like Holly Herndon trying to do something creative? Is it an advertising company trying to do a PR campaign? Or is it a robotics lab trying to promote its work? Like, all of those things are very different. And music is fundamentally not just the sounds, but this whole set of embodied and institutionalized social relationships that are also manifested sonically.
So I think Jonathan has already answered the question about Shimon Robot. Does anyone want to add something?
Yes. And just one thing that says how is music creativity seen in AI? Music is also mathematics. Of course, music is mathematics. And so that's why this AI can function and can emulate things and create things that sounds like music, and depends, you see. But as Jonathan said, I agree, there's too much human intervention still. And also as a fan of electronic music, hardcore fan of electronic music, I think electronic music is the best example we can have with this mixture of human and non-human elements, but also organized and featured by humans. And about Spotify, someone said something that I have discovered that they are going to present new features soon, such as karaoke. So they are not thinking about, of course, the musicians. They are thinking about the products that they can sell and how they wrap it up on this marketing stuff. There are some people in Brazil who were complaining, some indie musicians, that they were sending more promoting stuff for people that made podcasts and for the musicians, just to give a brief example. But there is also like SoundCloud and Bandcamp. There is also some, I have seen during the pandemic, lots of live gigs on Twitch and on other platforms.
Okay, thanks, Adri. Let's go to the next question. It's from Gustavo Ferreira. Does it matter that people receiving automated music recommendation or listening to automated mastered songs understand or are aware of this process? How would this opaque system be made visible and comprehensible since they are created by a very specialized work? In other words, could we have regulate AI bullshit? Who wants to open this debate?
Maybe Andres can talk.
Yes. If I understand correctly, well, we have to understand algorithms also as a socio-technical entity, right? It's not totally true that people ignore completely what's happening or that they don't get the intention. Most people, when the algorithm does something that they don't like, they try to correct it because they like the way the recommendations flow and help their moods and their categorization or genders that are built into their music collection. On the other hand, since we are in front of black boxes, because even if we had access to the algorithm, as Troy mentioned, depending on how it is implemented, it can change a lot. It is not the same to program an algorithm on a specific platform that has specific hardware and specific capabilities, then the exact same algorithm using another, I don't know, programming language or distributed approach, and so on. So the differences, although not visible, and although it's highly technical knowledge, at the end of the day are balanced in this relationship that we build with these things. And I think Jonathan has said, and also Adri has very exactly pointed out, that there's still this need of human intervention. The recommendation makes sense as long as the human provides feedback for it, and also corrects it in some way or the other. I can't imagine, for example, people blindly accepting recommendations without giving it feedback, or also the whole Spotify system or Spotify recommendation system being as successful as it is without the human input that has been put into it. They have the advantage that it's a lot of input and a lot of data that they are gathering, but that doesn't make the algorithm or the machine behind it, as the folk theory we mentioned before, something that we cannot deal or we cannot relate to. I understand the feeling or the fear that we cannot know the intention behind the algorithm to some extent. But also, I don't think that we don't have to fear that much, because as we see today, human intervention is still guiding the way that algorithms can adapt to, in this case, an activity such as listening to music.
Thank you, Andres. Do you wanna talk?
Yeah,
Jonathan?
I do. Yeah. I do. I've thought a lot about this. First of all, hi, Gustavo. I've thought a lot about this actually, like, because we've got two problems. One is that mystification is actually part of the enjoyment of music. Like when you're grooving along to EDM, you're not necessarily thinking about like how the person's making it. You're like dancing and having an embodied relationship with the music and the other people in the room, if there are any. Please stay safe during COVID. And when a musician uses a musical instrument or music technology, like even as a user, there may be a certain level of commodity fetishism and mystification that's productive. Like Louis Meintjes, the anthropologist, has written about this in South African studio practice. So like on a certain level, you don't want to revealing the whole thing isn't like aesthetically or musically productive. On the other, when it's like a company bullshitting or manipulating, you do want those things revealed. And so it's like, it's not an actual easy question to answer. I think it's actually, there's a real tension there when you treat music as a cultural practice and as an industry and as a set of technological practices and as a set of like human social relations. Like some of that, like this is like anthropology 101, like everything shouldn't always be demystified to everyone at every moment, but at the same time, there has to be a possibility for that as well. So like, I think it's actually a great question, and it's one of the, from a normative standpoint, I think it's one of the things we haven't really wrestled with. I mean, there've been these studies like on algorithmic transparency in medicine, where it's actually shown that too much transparency leads doctors to take the wrong message from what the algorithm has delivered to them. Like if you provide a computer with like a patient's case history and then say, what should I do? If too much information is given, the doctor can like wind up making the wrong decision based on it instead of the right decision based on it, when there's like a clear right and wrong decision. So so these questions about like credibility and trust are like, I mean, I think they started out very much as corporate questions. How do we get people to give us money? But we as like cultural scholars also have to come up with better answers than we have right now. Maybe someone in the audience will solve this problem for us, or someone else on the panel.
Thanks, Jonathan. Rodrigo dos Santos is asking, is there some work paper research regarding DJs around the world and implications of AI in their jobs? I don't know if you...
I'm trying to remember something
yes,
here.
I'm trying to remember
by heart.
I think we're gonna think about it. And Jonathan and Andres,
I don't know anything.
you don't
and I also don't
remember?
know how much is machine learning like getting into DJ software like Serato, and if so, how? I don't know.
Yeah.
Fernando Velasquez asked another question, but I don't understand the question, and so I wonder if Fernando could ask it in whatever language Fernando speaks and someone could translate it, and that might be easier.
Let me see the question.
Oh, there's a new question.
Okay. The same part of my question was related to how technology is shaping our perception. Thank you for the answer, make all sense. But then you say, this is for you, Jonathan, I think. But then you said that there is no doubt that machine can make music, and that was important is to not check or know who, where, and when wants that. Agreed to. He agrees with you. So why we need to be aware of that? I'm asking if this is more an ethical than a symbolic issue. Is this fight some of us are having with tech ethics have always a central role? But I always remember the strangers' movements of AlphaGo. The machine finally give us something different and creative. Can we in the future live in peace with machines if we've been aware of all that in the back end? Yeah, more clear? No.
Yeah, way more clear. Thank you, Fernando. And again, I'll just acknowledge that like I'm the one native Anglophone and we're doing all this in English, which is like a great, makes things easier for me, but not everybody else. So thank you. So first of all, I think that already exists in other places. Like there's this thing in the tech industry where all tech before the current tech is like forgotten. And so the idea that machines making music was like a new thing is a rather strange, like, you know, there's 19th century music boxes, there's phonographs, right? There's, and actually I'd say a lot of EDM and electronic music in general already has this human machine collaboration built into it. Someone like George Lewis has written a lot about this, and it's totally fine in context. Even in the old guitar amplifier example, you could argue that it's like the real relationship there is not a musician expressing themselves organically, but part of this like very textbook cybernetic system where like the feedback between the sound and the pickups and the amplifier and then the room, like the construction of the physical space in which it's resounding, produces the sound or music. So I don't doubt that machinery has already produced music that humans find meaningful, but why the need to ascribe creativity to the machinery rather than looking at it from a much more integrative and holistic view in culture? And just on the ethics thing, and I don't know how this plays out in other languages or in other contexts, I can only speak to here. But my strong sense of AI ethics is that it's a bit of an inside job, so that a lot of the like leading ethicists are people that come actually from the tech industry, but don't necessarily know history, social theory, anthropology, or even have training in philosophical ethics. And ethics implies usually personal decisions. Whereas I think most of the political crises raised by AI, especially around labor, the environment, and deception, are collective political problems, not something that an engineer around which an engineer has to make an individual ethical decision. So, that's that. So I'll leave it there. That may not be the case in other places because of course words have meanings and different words have different meanings in different places, but that's sort of my critique on that as a frame for thinking about these questions.
Thanks, Jonathan. I think we have time for one more question. This is from the chat. Let me see here. I have to search the plan here. I know you haven't talked about this, but if you have time, could you talk about some of the AI programs offered as composition tools, like Ava, I don't know the program, or Amadeus Code? These are based on MIDI data, which most programs like this like this is. And so I guess my question is how the implementation of AI in music creation can be an extension and centering Western music theory, tradition, history, and canon. Also, a really interesting use of AI in music, not based in media data, but vocal tracks, is Holly Herdon's self-made AI vocalist spawn on her 2019 album Proto. Can you go, Jonathan? Do you like to say something?
Sure. Thank you, Ida. I think you actually answered your question. Yes, I agree. It's centering Western music theory, tradition, history, and canon. And any kind of machine learning based operation, of course, the first question is like, what is the data set? And what are the assumptions encoded into the data set that then lead to the sort of the automation of judgment and decisions. So if you're beginning from like a huge mash of MIDI data, you're already restricted to Western tonality, largely Western rhythms, although you can mess with it, but it's like, it's a bit of a kludge. You're also building, you're also building off Western traditions. And even the idea of a composition tool that's using MIDI, right, that's separating control from sound generation and that treats the user as a composer rather than some other kind of musician is already operating in a very Western frame. So absolutely, totally agree with you. What do my co-panelists have to say?
Thanks a lot, Jonathan.
I was just gonna tell that there was a virtual performance that I saw in 2019 here in Porto Alegre. I was trying to look the name, but I couldn't find. But the performance was okay, and there was, most of the sounds were very like Western centered and etc. But the thing that I thought it was problematic, it is more about the performer itself also, because you can choose whatever kind of singer with any voice or any body, and they chose like a traditional pop singer, like very pretty and skinny and everything else. So all these are encoded, all these traditions and prejudices and everything else. And then we have all these tools to expand creativity, and then we are going for the same roads over and over again. So that's, I think it's the problem, the main problem with this kind of mixture.
So I think we're reaching the end of the panel. Do you guys like to share anything else? Andreas, maybe, Jonathan, Adi?
I'd like to share my gratitude to all of you and to the audience for coming and for your great questions. And if you think of something after the panel, feel free to send me an email. Extra special thanks to Raphael for making sure I got here and clicked on the right link.
Yeah.
And okay, go ahead, Andres.
Thank you. And I would also like to speak on behalf of my group that we're totally open to all your questions and open to collaborations. I know that many of you may have topics of interest that we can collaborate with and do some experiments like this that I mentioned before between Mexico and Costa Rica. We can contribute to that also, and we are very open to that. And I would also close with a remark from a recent book I read from Marcus de Sotoy, that there's no need for fear, that there are still opportunities for creativity to explore these issues too, right? So although there are issues with artificial intelligence, most of them are still, and I think Jonathan made us very aware of it, political and cultural and social. So it's a matter, at the end, it's all about us, and we can contribute to make it better.
Yeah, I would like to thank Rafael and everybody on the panel, Jonathan, Andres, and all the audience, Carol and Rafael. And if you have any questions, you can write me. And Andres, I think we can talk more, maybe in some work. And I was discussing with Carol about your paper, and it has some similarity with some things we are doing here in Brazil in different contexts. And Jonathan, it's always good to be hearing your thoughts. And that's it. Thanks, everybody. And I think it was a very good panel, and it kept me with lots of questions.
So thank you, guys. Unfortunately, we have no more time to debate, so we must close this panel. Again, I'm really glad to be part of this event, to be part of this panel. And thank you for joining us yesterday and today. I think we'll be back at 6 p.m. Brazilian time with the closing keynote. Sarita Mrut, this is right, Rafael?
Yeah.
Yes?
We will be back. Thank you very much, Jonathan, Andres, Adriana, Carol, such an amazing panel. I'm looking forward to read Jonathan's forthcoming book and other writings from all of you. And for audience, with such a great questions and great talks. It's very interesting, and we'll be back 6 p.m. Brazilian time with the closing keynote with Sarita and Ruth. I'm looking forward to hear from her. Thank you very much. See you there. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Hello, Sarita.
Hi, great to see you.
Nice to see you, and thank you so much for this closing keynote and for all your questions yesterday and today.
Yes, it's been a great conference. I couldn't come to the morning sessions today, but I came in the afternoon, and every panel has been so fascinating. I really, really appreciated your talk as well.
Thank you very much. I will talk a little bit of these things with Winnie on Labor Tech in January, and in this research related with so many things, with scam and fake, and it is great. This is a really marathon.
I know, I'm amazed everyone is lasting so long. I actually made slides because I'm speaking a little bit longer, and I thought it might be better so people can have a visual, not just a person talking at them. And then afterwards we'll take some questions, I guess. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very, very, very good. Well, 2 minutes. The people are coming or back into. Thank you, Ranjit, Maria Clara, Adriana, for your presence. Well, let's begin the final session, our great closing keynote of Histories of AI, Imaginaries and Materialities, co-organized by DigiLabor Research Lab and University of Cambridge. And it's a great honor to receive here Sarita Enrute. I speak correctly?
It's Amrute.
Okay. Thanks. Sarita is an associate professor in anthropology at the Washington University, founding board member of Labor Tech Research Network, with such a great persons too. She researches contemporary capitalism and ways of working, and particularly interested in how race and class are revisited and remade in sites of new economic work, such as coding and software's economy. She's author of the book Encoding Race, Encoding Class, Indian IT Workers in Berlin, and articles such as Borrowed Tax Being Casually Racist, Race as Algorithm, which we will publish in Portuguese soon, and Computation in from the South. Thank you very much, Sarita. The floor is totally yours.
Thank you so much, Rafael. Thank you for that very kind introduction and your invitation to be with you all today. It's my absolute honor. We've had 2 days of amazing panels, and I just want to say thank you for everyone who has the stamina to be with us at the end. I'm going to present with some slides, and I'm also going to try to speak a little slowly, but if I'm going too fast, please let me know in the chat so I can slow down. I also wanted to start today, it's a little bit strange time here in the United States. Usually when I begin my talk, I locate myself. I'm currently in Brooklyn. I locate myself in the indigenous history of that place, into the history of ex-slaves who built the place, and the immigrant history, which I'm also part of that place. But for those of you who are located in the United States right now, and maybe others as well, we are on the cusp of hearing about the verdict of George Floyd's killer, who was a police officer in the city of Minneapolis, Derek Chauvin, and that announcement is going to come any minute now. So I wanted to start by acknowledging this very momentous time that we're in and the feeling that we have of incredible trepidation. And I wanted to thank you on that front as well, because it is so meaningful to be in community with all of you rather than staring at my phone and waiting for the update on the verdict. So thank you again. So with that, I am going to share my slideshow, which, as you will see, has some relevance to the topic of Blackness, Black Death, police violence that I mentioned in the name of George Floyd. So my talk for you today is called Anti-Blackness in the Global South, AI, Race, and Global Imaginaries of Critique. And really what's prompting me to give this talk for you today is a set of reflections about the conference, what I've heard in the past day and a half, and about my own work and where it needs to go going forward. So I'm going to start, as anthropologists do, with a story. I'm going to tell you two stories about AI and the global South as a term. And then based on those stories, I want us to think together about the possibilities and the limits within this term global South as it applies to AI. Oops, why can't I change my slides? There we go. Okay. Over the past 2 days, we have heard multiple histories of AI, across which we have highlighted modes of opposition and logics of oppression, projects of decoloniality, and accounts of technological extractivism. This afternoon, I would like to tell you two stories within the contemporary histories of AI that point toward a conflicted, uneven terrain, even within one of the frames of reference that we rely on, namely the global South. The first story I would like to tell you is of Disha Ravi, who is pictured here on this slide. She is an environmental activist who was recently arrested in India. Disha Ravi was arrested on February 13, 2021. When she was arrested, it would hardly be an exaggeration to say all hell broke loose in the activist groups I had been following, who were located on several continents. Ravi's arrest was alarming to these activist groups because of the way actions taken outside India could have such repercussive effects inside the country. Such arrests violently demonstrated that the rules of diaspora had been radically rewritten. What had once been a movement away from a home country such as India, a scattering. Indeed, the word diaspora itself derives its meaning from a sense of dispersal. And I'm just going to try to open the chat here so I can also see if people are talking. Oh, it's just, please send your Q&A. Okay. Like seed scattering born on the wind has now become a thick interconnected network. Now diaspora's network properties could be quite dangerous. And now I'm just going to give you a bit of background. This is coming out of an ethnographic project I'm currently working on. So I'm doing some ethnographic research, of course, in the moment of COVID. It's via phone call, Zoom call, text message, signal message. The groups with whom I'm doing ethnographic research as part of a book project called Infrastructures of Dissent are Asian American and South Asian diasporic activist networks that work on issues ranging from Dalit rights and wrongful arrest in India and healthcare for all and police brutality against African Americans in the United States. And you can see at the top this banner in support of Black Lives Matter and defunding the police that was held up by a group of activists in Los Angeles. So these are some of the movements I've been tracking. While these groups mobilize around a shared identity as Asian American, South Asian, or Indian, depending on group's history, the issues that they discuss take a global Southern position They focus on points of contact between oppressed populations across the world and deliberately draw together the history of race in the United States with the history of caste oppression in India. For those who may not be following Indian politics particularly closely, India is currently embroiled in a massive farmers' protest originating in the Punjab. The protests, going on continuously for more than 3 months and involving tens of thousands of people, are combating a series of new laws designed to privatize agricultural markets. They have gotten significant, if scattered, international media attention. In groups I participate in, activities both in India and abroad activists both in India and abroad have come to the conclusion that the pressure to turn the tide in India can come from 3 sources: protest movements on the ground, the realm of international human rights, and the court of public opinion, especially Twitter. In the case of Disha Ravi, it was Twitter, or more precisely, a tweet by climate activist Greta Thunberg, and remember that Ravi herself is an environmental activist, that led to Ravi's and activist Nikita Jacob and Shantanu Muluk's arrests. Thunberg tweeted out a link to a social media toolkit originating in Vancouver that activists across the globe edited as a guide to supporting farmers' protests online through hashtags, links, and concise statements. Though the protest already had been going on for months, and though groups had been tweeting about them for just as long, it was Thunberg's tweet, coupled with an early message from Mariana, that really caused consternation among India's central government and its unofficial civilian supporters, who had been claiming that the protests were an internal matter and that international actors should not get involved. Members of the government IT cell and enthusiastic anti-protester volunteers went into digital forensic mode, quickly surfacing that the toolkit was created by a group from Vancouver, British Columbia in Canada, and then edited by activists across the world, including Ravi. The activists did this craft work in a public Google Doc, and that's how they were caught. The public document was easily accessed by digital sleuths, and that information was turned over to the Delhi police. Google, for its part, provided the IP addresses for the editors to the police. The editors located in India were arrested immediately. The charge was anti-national terrorism for editing a social media toolkit. Ravi was granted bail on February 23rd. The charges against her include conspiracy and sedition, the latter originating from the 1870 version of the Indian Penal Code passed under British rule. And so here you can see, as we were talking about on the first day of this conference, the long arm of colonial law, colonial data collecting practices, the arm of the colonial state that continues from 1870, of course, with changes, through to 2021. Ravi's arrest was accompanied by a concerted social media campaign claiming that her real name was Disha Ravi Joseph, marking her as a non-Hindu and doubly suspect within the muscular religiosity of Hindu nationalist imaginaries. And here I want to echo Mustafa's point from yesterday about how AI is really not a secular enterprise. Neither is it secular in its proselytizing imaginaries, nor does it unfold in secular place, along secular lines or in secular environments. The particular case of these activists illustrate the climate of suspicion in which all of the activists working to sustain democratic dissent in the United States, Europe, South Asia, and the Pacific operate. Black Lives Matter protesters in the United States this summer and during the uprisings in Ferguson, Missouri, experienced police violence, social media surveillance, and continued harassment, leading some to suffer depression and suicidal thoughts, as detailed in the pages of Alicia V. Richardson's magisterial book, Bearing Witness While Black, which I highly recommend if you haven't had a chance to read it yet. The toolkit activists' arrests, the arrest of Dalit activist Nodeep Kaur, and the social media site Twitter acceding to Indian government demands to ban accounts associated with hashtags supporting the farmers' protest, provide a strong argument for framing this case in terms of a global South. This framework helps us recognize the particular conjunctures of economics, histories of exploitation, as well as histories of dissent to know when and how surveillance systems that implicate state and private tech companies might be using data to crush democratic assembly. Within such a framework, we can see that it is not enough to argue that we are all being watched. We need to recognize that some of us are being watched more than others. This fact matters because it is these very activists and advocates from oppressed communities who are feeding the democratic flames of dissent, even while they are exposed to technologies that normalize the violence against them. As I argue in my scholarship on post-colonial technologies, our theories of tech colonialism need to be amended to account for the complicated territory brought into being in the current moment. We must reframe stories of tech inevitability and fixedness in our patterns of engagement with the world. In order to create that historical and structural consciousness, data needs to be thought from the ground up, and it needs to be thought of as globally significant. Global thinking is something that activist networks have learned to do. Those who are extra vulnerable within these groups are protected as much as possible on a case-by-case basis. Yet data scientists working in the centers of decision-making, like Silicon Valley, New York, and increasingly Washington, D.C. and Bangalore, are much worse at identifying who the extra vulnerable are. A document created in Vancouver, British Columbia on a widely used and shared platform created by a company that decides to share names and IP addresses with police departments can get people arrested several continents away. Videos shared on other sites can incite violence against a Dalit family in South India. Disha Ravi's story can be used as a critique to show what we are missing if we don't think in terms of South-North relations, and the value of the Global South as a frame for attending to the networked nature of surveillance and violence as it circulates through data-centric systems and platforms. My second story, though, significantly complicates this lesson. This story is about the firing of AI scholar Khadija Abdurrahman from Cornell Tech, a prominent center for research on the social effects of AI in the United States. Khadija identifies as a Black woman. The details of her firing involve Twitter harassment and Abdurrahman's precarious position as untenured faculty, so faculty without the protection of tenure. The details also involve the systematic silencing of Black women in AI as they critique the dominant positions in the field. Abdurrahman wrote about her firing in a Medium post on her site, Up From the Cracks. One paragraph in particular should give us pause. She relates the origin of a chain of events that led to her dismissal. Abdurrahman came to the defense of a friend of hers, Sucheta Ghoshal, who posted her critical technology syllabus on Twitter. After this, Abdurrahman relates, a series of South Asian scholars began to question the absence of Global South scholars on that syllabus. And one of those scholars was a colleague of hers at Cornell Tech. Abdurrahman comments that on reading this critique, she knew this was truly a gesture to why so Black? And this is the incident that's really been troubling me for the past week and a half, right? That when somebody says, when somebody mobilizes this term, Global South, right, it's understood to be asking this question, why is this syllabus so Black? As if Global South scholars and Black scholars are in opposition to one another. Right? So I've been thinking quite a bit about what to do with these two very different stories about how AI and the Global South come together. We should be very concerned about what Abdurrahman reveals through this story. She shows us another disturbing side of the term to the Global South as a framework in the study of AI. The use of Global South imaginaries to accomplish the work of anti-Blackness within AI worlds, including the worlds of those doing research on the social. Somebody have their, I think someone has their mic on. Okay. Doing research on the social effects, including the use of Global South Imaginaries to accomplish the work of anti-Blackness within AI worlds, including the worlds of those doing research on the social effects of data-centric governance, are very alarming. Far from marking a continuation between the concerns of Black people globally, in this formulation, the Global South includes and at the same time veils anti-Blackness. Anti-Blackness is an important tool, a conceptual tool, in our critical AI repository because it emphasizes that the Black body is at the heart of the patriarchal white supremacist modes of knowing and acting in the world that produced the technologies we critique today. Within theories of anti-Blackness, as espoused by thinkers like Frank Wilderson III, Sylvia Wynter, Alexander Wehelie, Catherine McKittrick, and Charles W. Mills, the Black body is described, sequestered, and made killable in a sustained systemic manner to hold up an entire system of both white goodness and Black dehumanity. And I'm showing here a few of the volumes that I think really ground us in what anti-Blackness is as a foundational discourse of AI, of the modern world in general. One is a collection edited by Moon K. Jung and Zhao H. Costa Vasquez called Anti-Blackness, and it has a lot of foundational essays in it. And then there's Habeas Viscus, which is Alexander Wehelie's book, and that builds on the work of Sylvia Wynter. And then finally, in the middle is a collection of essays about femininity in the early 20th century around the world, in Africa and Asia especially, that helps us understand colorism, and which I'm sure, you know, speaking to a Brazilian audience, these are not foreign concepts, helps explore that as also a moment in modern life. Right? And as Mustafa made clear yesterday, anti-Blackness intersects with a religious imaginary that he describes as the Crusader milieu, and that also, as Mahmoud Mamdani argued, describes the Muslim man in a similar antithetical position to the human. Not surprisingly, anti-Black sentiment exists in India, Brazil, China, across Global South countries. In India, cases of violence against students from Africa are increasingly common. Colorism against dark-skinned people, especially as it intersects with gender, leads to a vast market, for instance, in skin lightening products and marriage announcements that favor wheatish complexions. And there is also a correlation between darkness and oppressed caste status. In addition to these historical marks of anti-Blackness across the formerly and continually colonized spaces of the earth, we inhabit a world of knowledge production and political participation that is interconnected, where the term Global South, as used within a metropolitan center, also plays out across the political imaginary of the metropole itself. To understand how the term Global South functions here, we have to come to terms with the political economies of centers of AI and data research and how these align and realign communities. In this latter metropolitan formation, the Global South can become a political cudgel to squash dissent. Unwittingly, perhaps, the term Global South gets taken up and used within both muscular national AI ambitions and within the long history of anti-Blackness and femicide of these fields. When some use the term Global South to ask, why so Black? We are in trouble. The story of the circumstances surrounding Khadija Abdul Rahman's dismissal raises some troubling questions for critique made in the name of the Global South. This use of the term is not liberatory, but is instead a case of using the Global South in a way that creates a hegemonic suture between AI and who gets to speak on its behalf. It is a gatekeeping exercise that is based in and furthers patriarchal anti-Blackness. So, where do these two stories of AI and the Global South leave us? It seems we can't do without the term to expand our optic on what we consider when we consider the harms and effects of AI systems. At the same time, we need to ask, what can we still do with the term that seems to obscure as much as it reveals? In my work with Luis Felipe Murillo, we stress that the term South needs to be thought of relationally. In our edited volume, Computing in from the South is not a set of countries or locations on a map, but a relation from which to understand and act on power as it is expressed through data and algorithmic governance. This means that the South is not a fixed geography, but it is also not anywhere or everywhere. In other words, the South is a standpoint from which to think and rethink relations of power on the one hand, and bring into our histories of AI the uneven and specific vernacular histories that explain how these relations of power play out on the ground. A relational approach to the South also means that we need to track desire across these landscapes, as desires around the future of data-centric technologies coalesce to form muscular visions of AI for certain actors within these spaces. In other words, in my work with Felipe, we stress the Global South as a field crosshatched with power, rather than a term articulated in opposition to existing power relations. Yet, Abdul Rahman's story makes me question even our relational approach. What if even this formulation is not enough? Both Disha Ravi and Khadija Abdul Rahman's stories are part of the legacy and the cartography of how the Global South is used today. Rather than deciding that one should be defended and the other rejected, though this may be necessary on ethical or political grounds, or even deciding that one is the truth of the term while the other is merely utopian, I suggest that we need to engage in a political economy of the term itself, holding both usages together as part of the truth of the discourse of AI in the Global South today. And at the same time, I suggest that we need to turn to vernacular histories of cognate terms that foreground allied struggles and put into the background our theoretical shorthands that may have become overly neat conceptual frames. Rather than assuming or even stating on principle the way we want to use the term Global South, we need to interrogate its uses. Rather than imagine in opposition to other formulations, we need to specify what we mean and who we are centering in its use. According to a very informal survey of the field that I myself has been conducting over the last few weeks, the term Global South is currently being used in 4 broad ways. First, it is used as a way to talk about resistance. An example of this kind of thinking about the Global South can be found in Stefania Milan and Emiliano Trere's collected 2019 volume, Big Data from the Global South's Beyond Data Universalisms, where they write, the South is, however, not merely a geographical or geopolitical marker, but a plural entity, subsuming also the different, the underprivileged, the alternative, the resistant, the invisible, and the subversive. In this formulation, thinking from the South, by definition, means thinking from the altar, from the place of difference, and the place of difference that lends itself to resistance. A second definition of the Global South relies on a distinction between manual and mental labor, where the South stands in for mining and other forms of manual labor, or the labor of click work, as we heard about in 2 sessions ago. Much of this use of the term Global South focuses in on the costs of computing and measures that cost in terms of the destruction of the natural world, somewhat assumed to take place in southern geographies, and in the degradation of individual liberties, which seem most pressing in northern geographies. And we heard a little bit of that discourse yesterday in the panel on extractivism, where the presumed harms in the South are qualitatively different than those in the North. In the South, it's about environmental destruction and the destruction of bodies. In the North, it seems to be about the extraction of individuality. Yet another use of the idea of the global South is as a marker of AI nationalisms, where the call to think about the South is read on the level of the nation, and the South is made synonymous with particular nation states in the world. In an article on AI in the global South in the online publication VentureBeat, for example, the author both clears up confusion about which countries count as part of the global South. India, yes, although the author says it's in the Northern Hemisphere. Australia, no, even though it's in the Southern Hemisphere. This semantic point is made with little reference to the histories of race and colonialism that makes these distinctions make sense. The author then goes on to make the rather astounding claim, based on a quote from someone the author interviewed, that people, or really countries, that do not have access to robust participatory frameworks for deciding on how AI systems will be developed are that way because, quote, part of the lack of global South participation in such efforts may have to do with the fact that several countries still lack national AI strategies. In 2017, this is a direct quote from the article, Canada became the first country in the world to form a national AI strategy, followed by nations in Western Europe and the US. An analysis released this week found national AI strategies are under development in parts of South America, like Argentina and Brazil, and parts of Africa, including Ethiopia and Tunisia. So this third part, number 3, is a view of the idea of the global South that is thoroughly divorced from anything beyond competitive national frames, right? As if the point of using a term like global South is to evoke nations and where they stand on their degree of sophistication or codification of AI strategies, and as if codifying an AI strategy on the national scale will unproblematically produce participation in AI governance frameworks, right? Clearly against the way that this term was originally formulated, but a usage that I think very much helps mask or hide, paper over anti-Blackness. Fourth and finally, the global South is used to describe a shared set of experiences with hegemonic systems. This emphasis comprises both the long history of data collection as control and the present experience of labor exploitation, exposure to social media circulated violence, to the consequences of e-junk and environmental pollution that accompanies big data and its energy needs. So the fourth use of the term is around a shared set of experiences. These are the 4 ways in which the global South is used, and we can immediately see the contradictions and differences among them. Each concept picks up different details to flesh out these conceptualizations. What do they look like, and how useful do they continue to be when juxtaposed against the 2 stories I began with? When we track these usages, we get a picture of AI in the global South as a field of power. This field has several salient characteristics that come into focus. First of all, it is clear that a singular view on the global South as a space of resistance, even one that also includes forms of domination, is no longer adequate. Second, the terms global South, the very term global South, is operating to stake out a claim to value within a developing research field, AI, and the social critique of AI. As such, it seems to be operating according to a white US-centric logic of multicultural replacement, or we could say supplement, where there is only ever one slot that can be promoted in opposition to normative structures of whiteness and maleness. And that slot can either be occupied by Blackness or indigeneity or people of color more generally across the globe, but not by both. Michel Rolfe-Triot called this the savage slot for the way the two faces of otherness, the savage and the noble, form a counterpoint to hegemonic and whole white majoritarian identities. Third, the use of the global South as synonym for particular nations should make us very worried. As Paola mentioned yesterday with regard to the Zapatista movement that was organized against the Mexican state, the critical edge of the South gets blunted when the nation is made to stand in for the minoritized community in this way. In such formulations, nation states and majoritarian actors that support the state and that the state supports in turn will be excused in the creation of data, profiling, and control of internal dissent in the surface of or to fulfill the fever dreams of making the global South count, albeit in this impoverished way. We must ask ourselves here, how do terms get co-opted into these contests for national supremacy so quickly? Is this also yet another use of the idea of the, is this also a legacy of colonialism that needs to take a decolonial turn? These processes indicate that we need to think precisely in the space between private and state uses of data and data economies. Finally, grounding the global South in shared experience. While this experience can ground solidarity as a form of debt to each other, we need to develop ways to talk about that experience that move away from shared experiences of pain without moving immediately to a presumed shared vision of a future. In other words, grounding solidarity in pain runs the risk of allowing us to assume a shared experience of pain and of elevating one kind of pain as the focus of global South identities. Moving beyond this identification might happen when we open up to vernaculars that move below and beyond the level at which the global South as conceptual container is pitched. As Savannah Shange and Roseanne Liu argue, we are often taught that occupying the spaces of power is a zero-sum game in which one group is pitted against the other. They argue that instead we should, quote, reject the profits of our non-Black privilege. This principle in particular applies to us, that those of us who work in and on the South. They're called to reject these profits of non-Black privilege and to be in a relationship of debt with others begins to prize open a world in which we can identify a field of knowledge that is also being used to consolidate power. It asks us to think through our vernaculars that throw up cognate concepts across which debts to each other can develop. Cognate terms are terms that may have a common ancestor, function, or point of view. I refer in the last section of this talk to two cognate concepts: abolition and annihilation. Denise Ferreira de Silva, who in her book Unpayable Debt thinks land and labor together as forms of negative accumulation, helps us see how cognate concepts can help. In other words, by thinking land and labor together as forms that undergird capitalism, she is able to show how these forms continue to do so through the expropriation of sweat, blood, and soil. So not either or, but all three. Such a reading of the economic perforce moves our analysis of abolition beyond the boundaries of a liberal imagination of progress that saves the subject, even while it can undo the universality of the separations produced through the categories Black, Indigenous, and immigrant through forging new entanglements. To think through terms cognate to abolition, I offer here annihilation. And I'm showing here two books that are very much worth your time. One you probably have all looked at, Ruha Benjamin's Race After Technology, where she develops what she calls abolitionist tools. and then Suraj Yangde's Caste Matters, in which he is thinking through the modern legacies of caste and their relationship with cognate concepts like race. Annihilation may be another pillar in the imagination of what abolitionist tools can look like, a term made famous in B.R. Ambedkar's 1936 The Annihilation of Caste. Indeed, as recent work by Elizabeth Wilkerson, Yoshika Dutt, and Suraj Yangde have pointed out, there is a long history of thinking transitively across the frames of absolute immobility, economic exploitation, and violence that caste as a system and race as a system perpetuate. In a recent review of Wilkerson's book, Caste, The Origins of Our Discontent, graduate student Durgesh Solanki points out how intertwined abolition and annihilation are. Jyotirao Phule, an early anti-caste agitator, dedicated his 1871 book, Slavery, to the then recently emancipated Black community in the United States. Suraj Yangde's book, Caste Matters, draws on a radical reading of Ambedkar's analysis of the graded inequality of caste to point out the points of convergence of caste and race as oppressive and violent systems tied together through histories of capital and the control over bodies that undergird capitalist accumulation. Annihilation as a cognate term can help us learn to read caste annihilation and abolition together without collapsing one into the other and while insisting on the specificity of situations. I learned how to read annihilation and abolition together from participation in social media advocacy groups. This group goes by many different names depending on the layers of networked anonymity and their communication requires. They communicate through WhatsApp, not very encrypted, Telegram, a bit better, Facebook, laugh, direct messages, in-person meetings, and Signal. Right? They use all channels of communication depending on need. The group began on the West Coast of the United States and counts a significant population of tech workers as its members. So much of their focus is on the exclusionary and exploitative political economies of Silicon Valley. The members of the group learn from each other and have taught me to read the movement for Black lives and caste annihilation together against the texture of Silicon Valley exceptionalism, and I would add here against the texture of a flattened notion of the global South. In one post that came up for this group 2 months ago, a member quoted poet, novelist, and anti-caste activist Meena Kandasamy. I'm going to read out the quote to you because it's very evocative. Dr. Ambedkar spoke of caste as the monster that crosses one's path every way one turns. Our very physical presence must embody the message of caste annihilation. Let every despicable casteist force wince. When they encounter a Dalit, a Shudra, an Adivasi, a Bahujan, a woman staking a claim within academia, let them realize that we have come here to end a system that has kept trying hard to put an end to us, that we have come here to cause nightmares to those who dared to snatch our dreams. Let them realize that Vedic time, the era of pouring molten lead into the ears of Shudras who hear the sacred texts, the era of cutting the tongues of those who dared to utter the knowledge that was denied to them, are long gone. Let them understand that we have stormed these bastions to educate, to agitate, to organize. We did not come here to die. We have come to learn, but let the monsters of caste and their henchmen bear in mind that we have come here also to teach them an unforgettable lesson. This post was nestled within a call to action for a local meetup with a politician to talk about policing and in Black communities, along with a discussion of Prop 22 and a discussion of then candidate for the US Supreme Court, Amy Barrett, accompanied by a statement of shock that the New York Times was discussing worker benefits, and following a comment about Bay Area bourgeoisies. The comment read, "My neighbor will put up a BLM, Black Lives Matter flag outside their home and vote no on Proposition 16, a measure which had just failed in California that would have repealed a ban on affirmative action dating to 1966. Thinking about this cognate term and the way the members of this group both pull it out as a singular intervention and link it all together with other imaginaries sprinkled with a heavy dose of social commentary creates for me a different kind of data and a different understanding of activism. This is not big data, but it isn't small either. It is also not a tool that is external to forms of colonialism. It's circulated on WhatsApp, owned by Facebook. It is within the ambit of American imperialism. It is also of the technological otherwise that is part of sustaining and creating a different imagination, an imagination of dissent. It is the kind of activism that is infrastructural and behind the scenes. It relies on the senses, both in Kandasami's evocation of ears and tongue and the violence done to these organs of perception, and in the eyes as they flit and are arrested on the screen. This is the work of imagination that is a necessary step between sensing that something is out of whack and forging that sensation into the tools of dissent. It is a gift of enhanced perception that we can make visible when we think through the languages of the technical otherwise and their vernaculars. These languages exist above and below and beyond our given, taken for granted terminologies. And I'm going to stop the formal presentation there. I have some comments about what it would actually take to move our discourse in a different direction. And before I stop entirely and take questions, I would like to just quickly show you, if I can, something that I was involved in that maybe you can look at later. Let's see if I can find where I put it. So when Felipe Murillo and I launched our Computing in from the South Catalyst issue, we did a global celebration. And you can see here on the screen that we hosted it through Rede Macombo's open source platform with simultaneous Portuguese English translation. It was hosted on Jitsi, and it was an extremely interesting event. But I will say that it really required a different framework that even moves us beyond the way that the global South is being used. And if you watch it, you can kind of sense there's a completely different experience of time that you get in that event. It doesn't feel very polished or professional. And so that's sort of what I mean by vernaculars, that we need to draw on these other histories of terms in order to move our thinking forward. Anyway, thank you everybody for listening, and I'm happy to take questions.
Great.
Thanks, Ranjit, for posting that. I haven't had time to look. That's amazing.
Great. Thank you so much, Sarita, for your very powerful keynote on anti-Blackness with criticism on the term Global South, what I really like it. And I talk like in what ways Global South become an academic fashion, sometimes losing its critical way and critical thinking. Even looking inside the academic and the scientific field, the Global South label will do in the right way if it's some of the patterns and standards of the Global North. For example, few months ago, there was a job announcement of Global North University. We want to Global South scholars, but who are these Global South scholars? And they want to publish, they need to publish in Taylor, in Francis and so on, and Sage and other platformization of science. And like such as a Brazilian scholar like Ana Suzina said a Media, Culture and Society article, the English as standard language also is a epistemological problem. And I thought, when does the Global South become visible academically, or when we refer to Global South, what are the people in this term? And you talk also, your talk also highlights many dimensions discussed in our event: imaginations, infrastructures, work, and principally vocabulary, vernaculars like abolition, annihilation, and other vernacular AI, and fits very much with works of Ranjit on data and society in your the director of research. And thank you so much. It's only thoughts. We have an Q&A question, and I also ask to Janet, Abbate, Ranjit, and other people to ask questions by video too. The question is from Ushnish Zengupta. I think, I don't know if it's correct. How do we raise critical consciousness of race and gender issues in an AI among South Asian developers who benefit from developing problematic AI systems? As a South Asian myself, I see too many AI developers from my community enthusiastically working on problematic AI projects, since they get paid well or gain academic credibility from these projects.
Yeah, that's a really good, tricky question, Ushnish. So from what I have experienced in the last year, I've been following these activist groups. It really takes a lot of one-on-one conversation and then bringing people into larger groups. So there are several groups working now on various issues. One of the biggest ones is caste discrimination in Silicon Valley. And there are ways to bring people into that fold, but I think it requires a slow burn. I will also say, from the people that I talk to, a lot of what we call activism is actually turned by people who aren't finding community to fellow travelers or people who they realize have a shared political bent already. And then that kind of accelerates the activism. So what they tell me is some people really are sort of lost causes, and they don't really spend that much of their time trying to convince them not to work on projects. But ultimately, this work has to be collective. So I think what I've noticed is that forming small groups and then strategizing in those small groups and then moving outward from there is the best way to move forward.
Great. And now I will pass to Ranjit. He will ask a question. Nice to see you again, Ranjit.
Thank you, Sarita. This was absolutely inspiring and wonderful. I was moved by the way in which you conceptualized vernacular AI, and I was interested in understanding how you look at the relationship between the ways in which we think about vernacular AI and our approaches to finding these cognate terms and their relationship with each other. Because it's simultaneously a question of language, but it's also a question of, as you pointed out, a shared experience. So can we use cognate experiences as a model for thinking about these relationships that we are trying to build together in terms of thinking about Global South as a shared experience of living with these technologies one way or the other?
Yeah, I love that question. I'm going to tell you a little bit about where my thinking on vernacular AI is coming from. So really, it's coming out of some work that Partha Chatterjee did a few years back on vernacular histories in South Asia, because in a sense, that whole subaltern project, which I think, we keep coming back to, one of the things that they really wrestled with is how to think about modes of history and history writing. So there's the colonial history, and I think we've gotten pretty good at writing the colonial history of AI as it unfolds. We know what the exploitation looks like. Of course, there are always new ways of being exploitative, but we have a toolkit for getting us there. But the problem, and this is building on something Raphael said, is that when we write in that way, we are still, in a sense, reproducing a hegemonic narrative of the technology. We are attributing to AI systems a power that they really don't have. So in the last session on music, there's a lot of talk about the bullshit of machine learning, that there's no machine learning going on at all. So we definitely need to keep pushing that. But at the same time, in the same way that Chatterjee kind of opposed colonial history to something he called early modern history. So in a sense, it was the same time period, but it was changing the telos. It wasn't saying this early history is going to lead straight into colonial history. He was suggesting that there was something else going on underneath that continued. In the same way, I want to think about what other histories of AI we can tell that's outside, it intersects with, but it's not only within the hegemonic. So how do we get there? I really like your provocation on it's linguistic, but it's also about experiences. The way that I think about where experience and language comes together is in the question of genre. So I would really like to explode the genres. We think about, realistic depictions. We think about, yesterday we were talking about science fiction quite a bit. I think in some way our idea about AI seems to be stuck between realism and science fiction. But there are so many other genres that are being mobilized around AI and mobilized to talk about the injustices of AI, that it would be really nice to push on those a little bit and see what emerges from different locations.
Great. It's very interesting because in this time, we have many projects on vocabulary and glossary of AI from Global North and from Global South. It will be a very good analysis on these terms chosen by this project, like Ranjit's project and so on. I don't know if Janet can share some thoughts. Hello, Janet.
I'm sorry I missed the beginning of your talk because I was watching the George Floyd trial with my fingers on edge.
Yeah, I talked about that at the beginning and how strange it was to be launching into this talk and my phone is sending me, I can't even read the updates. It was very
is the city going to be on fire tonight, or is it small step towards something better? So I missed the part about anti-Blackness, which I wish I had heard, so I can't really comment about that. So, I mean, I like your kind of deconstruction of the four meanings of the Global South. And I wonder where we go from here. Is there a better definition to work with? Like if I'm talking to my students, what would be a better way to define the Global South for them, or to problematize it?
Thank you. Well, that's a good question. I'm trying to resist saying that there is one correct definition or interpretation of the term Global South, because I think it is acting in the world in a way that we can't hem it in or control it anymore. And so in some ways, when I think about the current moment that we're in and what is a hegemonic way of knowing the world, I compare it to the heyday of the term culture, In the 1950s, really, culture was the framework to know and understand the world, and it has declined. And for a long time, anthropologists tried to sort of capture culture and define it and redefine it and tell everybody exactly what it was so that it wouldn't be misinterpreted. And I feel the same way about terms like the Global South, because I don't think we can. We are in a mode of capitalism that's very reliant on semiosis, on the circulation of signs. And I think the better way is to track what kind of value a term like the Global South is producing as it moves across these spaces, a space, especially resource-rich spaces like the field of AI. What kinds of futures is it making possible? What kinds of futures does it foreclose? So that to me is the better way, to always look at what value how is it being productive in the world.
Yeah, I'd love to have a non-geographic, like, is it the West or the non-West? Is it the North or the South? And I feel like is there some other way we could go with this rather than these kind of crude sort of geographical things, maybe something about networks, or I'm not really sure.
Yeah, and the earlier, the first name of this event was Histories of AI, South and North Dialogues. But and we and Cambridge people asking us about how the term, this bipolarity is very complicated, because we have, for example, Brazilians institutionally located in US or so on. It's very complicated. But for us, Brazilian scholars, for example, Global South can be used in a tactical way for resistance, avoiding the clean uses. But for example, in a Brazil dominated by far right and Bolsonaro, without science funding, we have no science funding more here in Brazil, and with this fashionable academic fashion in Global North, we can ask for 2 cents of money for science. It's a contradictory term. At the same time, we can critique and use for survival in our work activities as researchers.
I agree with what Raphael said completely. That's exactly how I read it from the South Asian perspective as well. And to Janet's point about networks, I really, in my ethnographic work, I've been thinking quite a bit about networked risks, the way that actors located in different positions really assume much more risk than others. And I'm trying to get us to move away from this idea that surveillance is watching everybody and that's the problem. I don't actually think that's the problem at all. I think that the problem for me is that surveillance is watching particular already disenfranchised actors, at the same time that we collectively demand that those actors carry on the torch of resistance for the rest of us. So I see that as this very big problem and paradox in the current way that surveillance is operating.
Great. So thank you very much, Sarita and Janet and Ranjit and Adriana, Maria Clara, all survival people. We are since yesterday with a marathon of panels, and these panels will be available on DigiLabor's YouTube channel. And I'm very, very, especially this keynote with Sarita, I will review, because it's very, very powerful to us and to spread the word. Please, if you write something on it beyond computation from global, from South, please let us know. And I will thank you so much for all of you who helped me to organize them. this event, and we are open to other events, to other forms of sharing knowledge and sharing in forms of collaboration. And welcome to Labor Tech Research Network. Sarita and me are part of this amazing group too. Thank you for having us in these 2 days, and bye-bye. Thank you, Sarita. Thank you for our audience.